Hey, it's Uba from Team Navi.
大家好，我是实际战队的小鬼。
I'm Vex and I play for FaceNet.
大家好，我是飘战队的 X-Lab 的。
I can't imagine the game without fans.
粉丝们以各种方式支持我们，和我们站在一起。
I've imagined what it'd feel like to have skins representing our team in the game.
It would be like we are actually in the Battlegrounds ourselves in the game.
兄弟们，现在登录游戏就能看到我们精心设计的皮肤了。
We designed the skins in the way we've always imagined, wanted, and thought that would be cool.
现在设计好的皮肤已经在游戏中上架了。
If I encountered a player wearing our skins in the game, I would feel like proud to see that.
然后也是希望大家能够期待一下我们这款皮肤吧。
也请大家持续关注我们。
Please stay tuned for our involvement in the project.
Hello players, I'm 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗. Welcome to our new series, 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗, where we'll be addressing some of your thoughts and updating you on the latest changes we've brought to the game based on your feedback. Speaking of changes, today we'd like to discuss the recent changes made to normal matches. Over the past years, we've heard your feedback about the early phase of normal matches feeling too long or not being able to find enough items to loot. So, we've decided to implement significant changes to the normal matches rule set starting from update 23.1. First off, the playtime from phases 1 to 3 has been greatly reduced to match the early gameplay time of ranked mode. With this, we hope you'll be able to enjoy a faster paced match right from the start. Secondly, we've generally increased the number of weapons, items, and vehicles that spawn throughout the Battlegrounds, making it easier for you to find everything you'll need. Finally, other settings such as the plane route and last circle location have been adjusted to match the settings of ranked mode as well. These changes have been made based on your feedback and our analysis of player data over the years. Our aim is to reduce the discomfort and difficulty that players may face when jumping from normal match to ranked. If you haven't tried out the updated normal match just yet, head over to the Battlegrounds and let us know what you think. We always appreciate your feedback and take them into account when creating the optimal PUBG Battlegrounds experience. Well, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time with more exciting updates.
Now we can be in the game to play PUBG ourselves.
我们设计了我们脑海中一直想要、很炫酷的皮肤。
兄弟们，现在登录游戏就能看到我们精心设计的皮肤了。
If I encountered a player wearing our skins in the game, I would feel like proud to see that.
PUBG e스포츠가 오랫동안 고민해왔던 지점 중에 하나가 팀들에게 실질적인 혜택과 더불어서 동반 성장하는 모델을 만들고자 하는 것이었습니다. 그러한 맥락에서 글로벌 파트너 팀 프로젝트를 시작하게 되었습니다. 그 시작으로 GPT 스킨을 제작을 하게 되었습니다. 이번 스킨은 팀에서 원화를 직접 제작을 해주셨는데요. 그 퀄리티가 정말 예상보다 훨씬 좋아서 깜짝 놀랐습니다. 팬분들께도 응원하는 팀에서 직접 제작을 해주셨기 때문에 더욱더 의미가 클 것이라 생각이 되는데요. 자신이 응원하는 팀에 대해서 오랫동안 응원해온 보람이 있구나 느끼실 수 있는 계기가 될 수 있을 것 같습니다.
I have imagined what it would feel like to have skins representing our team. It would be like we are actually in the battlegrounds ourselves in the game. Now we can be in the game to play PUBG ourselves.
We designed the skins in the way we've always imagined, wanted, and thought that would be cool. I hope our fans really love the skins. I think they look really cool, so I think the fans will enjoy them as well.
Well, the big challenge is to create something that represents the brand and it has to look cool so the fan has the desire for it. So you need to find the right elements and colors with meaning.
I'm thrilled that GPT skins will help our fans be united with our team. It's always exciting because you only create these things in the digital world, and it's a great joy to see our fans who will win in our skin.
希望这些皮肤能代表我们17战队，并向大家展示我们战队的文化和精神含义，这样才能确保皮肤能够被广大玩家喜爱和接受。
对我来说挺激动的，能在 PUBG 里看到代表我们17战队的皮肤视频，这个过程让我想要拿出更好、更有说服力的表现，来更好的在电竞领域定位我自己和队伍。
这对于选手来说，在游戏里就拥有自己的那种专属道具啊，或者皮肤，就是非常有意义的一件事。然后希望以后这种合作也能够越来越多吧。
I believe there will be more opportunities communicating with our fans, expanding the global partner team program.
안녕하세요. 저는 PCC 캐릭터 팀의 이준호입니다. 캐릭터가 입는 의상, 총기, 그리고 탈 것들을 제작하고 있습니다. 팀별로 그런 색깔이나 특성이 있는 디자인이라고 생각했고 일반 옷으로 생각해도 굉장히 멋스러운 디자인이라고 생각했습니다. 팬들이 보았을 때 가장 중요하다고 생각되는 부분들, 그런 부분에 중점을 둬 작업을 했고요. 팬분들이나 이제 유저분들이 보았을 때 우리 팀의 이 유니폼을 입고 실제로 경기를 할 수 있겠구나 하면서 약간 그런 것들에 대한 만족을 위해서 생각을 하면서 작업을 했습니다.
And I want to thank every fan for your support. It means a lot for us.
I cannot imagine the world without fans.
期待一下我们这款皮肤吧。
所以说，你们的支持对于我们非常重要，也希望大家多多支持17战队，谢谢大家。
Kuala from Team Navi.
大家好，我是实际战队的小鬼。
I'm Vex and I play for FaZe Clan.
大家好，我是飘战队的 X-Lab 的。
I can't imagine the game without fans.
粉丝们以各种方式支持我们，和我们站在一起。
I've imagined what it'd feel like to have skins representing our team in the game.
It would be like we are actually in the Battlegrounds ourselves in the game.
兄弟们，现在登录游戏就能看到我们精心设计的皮肤了。
We designed the skins in the way we've always imagined, wanted, and thought that would be cool.
现在设计好的皮肤已经在游戏中上架了。
If I encountered a player wearing our skins in the game, I would feel like proud to see that.
然后也是希望大家能够期待一下我们这款皮肤吧。
也请大家持续关注我们。
Please stay tuned for our involvement in the project.
Hello players, I'm 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗. Welcome to our new series, 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗, where we'll be addressing some of your thoughts and updating you on the latest changes we've brought to the game based on your feedback. Speaking of changes, today we'd like to discuss the recent changes made to normal matches. Over the past years, we've heard your feedback about the early phase of normal matches feeling too long or not being able to find enough items to loot. So, we've decided to implement significant changes to the normal matches rule set starting from update 23.1. First off, the playtime from phases 1 to 3 has been greatly reduced to match the early gameplay time of ranked mode. With this, we hope you'll be able to enjoy a faster paced match right from the start. Secondly, we've generally increased the number of weapons, items, and vehicles that spawn throughout the Battlegrounds, making it easier for you to find everything you'll need. Finally, other settings such as the plane route and last circle location have been adjusted to match the settings of ranked mode as well. These changes have been made based on your feedback and our analysis of player data over the years. Our aim is to reduce the discomfort and difficulty that players may face when jumping from normal match to ranked. If you haven't tried out the updated normal match just yet, head over to the Battlegrounds and let us know what you think. We always appreciate your feedback and take them into account when creating the optimal PUBG Battlegrounds experience. Well, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time with more exciting updates.
Now we can be in the game to play PUBG ourselves.
我们设计了我们脑海中一直想要、很炫酷的皮肤。
兄弟们，现在登录游戏就能看到我们精心设计的皮肤了。
If I encountered a player wearing our skins in the game, I would feel proud to see that.
PUBG e스포츠가 오랫동안 고민해왔던 지점 중에 하나가 팀들에게 실질적인 혜택과 더불어서 동반 성장하는 모델을 만들고자 하는 것이었습니다. 그러한 맥락에서 글로벌 파트너 팀 프로젝트를 시작하게 되었습니다. 그 시작으로 GPT 스킨을 제작을 하게 되었습니다. 이번 스킨은 팀에서 원화를 직접 제작을 해주셨는데요. 그 퀄리티가 정말 예상보다 훨씬 좋아서 깜짝 놀랐습니다. 팬분들께도 응원하는 팀에서 직접 제작을 해주셨기 때문에 더욱더 의미가 클 것이라 생각이 되는데요. 자신이 응원하는 팀에 대해서 오랫동안 응원해온 보람이 있구나 느끼실 수 있는 계기가 될 수 있을 것 같습니다.
I have imagined what it would feel like to have skins representing our team. It would be like we are actually in the Battlegrounds ourselves in the game. Now we can be in the game to play PUBG ourselves.
We designed the skins in the way we've always imagined, wanted, and thought that would be cool. I hope our fans really love the skins. I think they look really cool, so I think the fans will enjoy them as well.
Well, the big challenge is to create something that represents the brand and it has to look cool so the fan has a desire for it. So you need to find the right elements and colors with meaning.
I'm thrilled that GPT skins will help our fans be united with our team. It's always exciting because you only create these things in the digital world, and it's a great joy to see our fans who will win in our skin.
希望这些皮肤能代表我们17战队，并向大家展示我们战队的文化和精神含义，这样才能确保皮肤能够被广大玩家喜爱和接受。
对我来说挺激动的，能在 PUBG 里看到代表我们17战队的皮肤视频，这个过程让我想要拿出更好、更有说服力的表现，来更好的在电竞领域定位我自己和队伍。
就对于选手来说，在游戏里就拥有自己的那种专属道具啊，或者皮肤，就是非常有意义的一件事。然后希望以后这种合作也能够越来越多吧。
I believe there will be more opportunities communicating with our fans, expanding the global partner team program.
안녕하세요. 저는 PCC 캐릭터 팀의 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗입니다. 캐릭터가 입는 의상, 총기, 그리고 탈 것들을 제작하고 있습니다. 팀별로 그런 색깔이나 특성이 있는 디자인이라고 생각했고 일반 옷으로 생각해도 굉장히 멋스러운 디자인이라고 생각했습니다. 팬들이 보았을 때 가장 중요하다고 생각되는 부분들, 그런 부분에 중점을 둬 작업을 했고요. 팬분들이나 이제 유저분들이 보았을 때 우리 팀의 이 유니폼을 입고 실제로 경기를 할 수 있겠구나 하면서 약간 그런 것들에 대한 만족을 위해서 생각을 하면서 작업을 했습니다.
And I want to thank every fan for your support. It means a lot for us.
I cannot imagine the world without fans.
期待一下我们这款皮肤吧。
所以说，你们的支持对于我们非常重要，也希望大家多多支持17战队，谢谢大家。
To all the PUBG players, this year instead of the PGS series, we have a brand new offline tournament, the PUBG Global Series. As the first PUBG Esports global event of the year, PGS 1 would kick off on April 27th in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. During the 2-week-long competition, 24 professional teams would chase a $500,000 prize pool. Our 24 teams would come from all over the world to represent their regions, including all 8 PUBG global partner teams of 2023. And they will be competing on 2 classic maps. The teams will be split into 3 groups, Group A, B, and C. They will compete with each other over 3 days in the group stage. Then the top 16 teams will advance to the winner's bracket, and the bottom 8 teams will fall into the loser's bracket. From there, the top 8 teams of the winner bracket will claim a spot in the grand finals. The remaining 8 teams will join the rest of the group stage teams in the loser's bracket, leaving us with a new pool of 16 teams with one last opportunity at punching their ticket to the grand finals. In the loser's bracket, 8 teams will rise above the rest, filling out our grand final spots. In the grand finals, the 16 best teams from PGS 1 will battle it out in 18 matches over 3 days. On the final day, only one team may stand and claim the grand prize of $80,000 along with the title of PGS 1 champions. But that's not all. The top 4 teams with the highest point totals from PGS 1 and 2 will qualify directly for PGC 2023. Meanwhile, don't forget to go to 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 to pick your dream team, predict the winners of PGS 1, and earn a chance to grab a bunch of G coins. This year, PGS will become a new frontier in the world of PUBG Esports. Stay tuned to find out who will be the first to plant their flag in the land of the new era.
They've got shotguns in hand. They just roam around. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 connects with one. They're looking around. He knows where the other one goes for the spray. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 is the key to success right now.
剩最后一个了，吴明丽这边的，前面踩上来，露头盔，洗头，明明。Bill's already his way using here. Nade actually goes out towards it. Try and go for the flash, but here's the map. He is able to get it.
Maybe they can find some assault. E1, Rella lined up.
ผู้สิโดนแฟดน็อกไปและยังไม่จบตรงนี้เบลมอสยังคงช่วยแฟดอยู่9 คิวท่านผู้ชมเดทเท
trăm diện tích của vòng bo. Vòng bo tiếp theo có sở một mình trước những số tiền mới. Wow, đẹp quá rồi.
还这么被动，其实就是恭喜吃鸡的队伍。
そして上から一方的にムクに対しても。
Kang and Good are silent, not able to do so though. Kang, this is their first.
We all know how dangerous that can be. The shot does come out though, and that's going to be a warning. But Sparrow, he delayed his drop, able to get the knock, fully run away from that, down to such low HP. But this is a moment to perhaps finish that kill, especially with the frag grenade in hand.
1 HP to work with, and what a survival. I love the fact that it sits in the window because the shotgun comes through the chest, but the nade finds the second as well too. He goes down. With full control of the hillside up above, shooting over the top, finds the first one. That is Pushil's down. Yeah, Tiggleton and company. Oh my God!
Engagement might be overwhelmed, but AZ with the underhand grenade, this one could be good.
Oh, he gets the knock, and now he's gonna push out and get another. Looking for the third, looking for the finish. The 1v3 on Adanawa. Salute is hurt, but he is prone. He's gonna throw a molly right on top of Salute. This may be the end. Salute is burning, but I think he got the first aid off just in time. Has to wrap to the outside, but no, the molly was good enough. What a play from AZ.
It's not perfect, they're getting knocks against them, but they are making it work time and time again, but Apocalypse with a very, very good return knock on Kurt.
Nice double headshot coming through, gets the flush instantly as well. Molly should take out Rune, we'll see if the man can do anything. No, Halo able to find the first, Apocalypse not in the position to cover him at all. Vegas now spots the second down to have HP, they know the connection was there. Push forward, aggress forward, get the final kill down, slow HP, no!
Halo as well, so they are not down just yet, but oh, Halo is found.
Exactly, man, the team's aware of exactly what's going on here. Apocalypse crawls for input, let's go for the flush. Yes, he does. Again, first game of the series. It's only 12 matches total. You want to optimize the amount of points you can get here. Penta, Nate locked on out, doesn't find the first man, able to stay alive. Penta, though, take it down. Peaks the second time around. Apocalypse hits him.
Keep seeing them cheekily pop up in some of these final moments, so not too bad to be able to get yourself a few points. There is a world where they make grand finals, and quite honestly, I'm going to be truly frank with you here. Me, Benja, Toby, how? Well, they won PEC, fantastic. However, how are they going to do on land? We have a... Desperate times call for desperate measures here at PGS 1. These teams have one more opportunity to keep themselves alive here in the tournament and get towards that grand final. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to PGS 1. My name's 𝗟𝗓𝗓, and joining me to my left-hand side, it's Erangel. And together, we are going to be covering what's going on between these games, how everything's going down. I feel like I can hear us somewhere different to the other days, but that's how it's going to go. Erangel, are you excited for the day?
Yeah. Usually when you introduce yourself, it's a much lighter tone. 𝗟𝗓𝗓. Yeah.
It's my Pokemon noise. 𝗟𝗓𝗓.
Oh, that's the one. Go on. Yeah, obviously excited here. Last chance to dance is called.
That one.
We have more teams that I expected us going to be in the losers bracket. That probably should have been in winner bracket and already been in the grand final, but that only makes it even more exciting here for the losers bracket.
Yeah, let's talk about the schedule. Of course, we are live from Battle Arena, Malaysia, the premier esports venue located at the 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗗 Shopping Centre, PJ, and we have already got through 2 of our stages. We now find ourselves in at the losers bracket here, and later on, after that, we are going to have our grand final. Erangel, we already have 8 teams having qualified for that grand final, but I will say the lower bracket is sick, so yeah, I'm excited for it.
So stacked. There are so many teams that were coming in here, and you're like, 3 or 4 of these teams should literally have been in the grand final already, right? I was talking about. And yeah, it only makes it even more exciting. Of course, prize pool, we've been talking about this so many times. And the point standing is obviously the same. Yeah, no, not at all. I can hear myself, you know.
Yeah, it's okay. But yeah, you're right. $500,000 in terms of the overall prize pool. The most important thing, of course, there, $80,000 for first place. You guys know how that point system actually works in terms of the scoring for those games, and it's the double elimination format. And it really comes to fruition here, Erangel. It really kind of tests the mettle of the teams. Some of our teams fell from the winners bracket. They had their opportunity. They're now also in the lower bracket here, and some of those names are big ones.
Yeah, it's obviously a huge upset for some of the teams that are some of your GPT teams are coming in here. They should probably have already qualified, but they have had some rough days. We've talked to them already. This is participating teams, of course. Here, our top teams, the top row is the winners bracket teams that didn't make it.
Correct.
Right now, 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗗, you have your FaZe Clans 14th. We talked a little bit with Gustav and Effect before we went in here. They're like, yeah, we did play. And yeah, Gustav himself said on Twitter, we're like, I didn't play at all. 10 other games, I didn't feel like I was playing at all. Like, I was just running around, just doing nothing.
Like a spectre, like a ghost, scary. But yes, I mean, when you look at this, the 3 names that me and Toffees especially highlighted were teams like New Happy, like Luminosity, and like 17 Gaming, of course, who, when it came to the group stage, 17 Gaming, they had the disadvantage of playing second, effectively, to Sonics, who could mess around with them. So they found themselves in the lower bracket here, but I'm expecting 17 to start popping people.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, they have 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗗. If they don't come out in top after this, I would be extremely surprised.
I would as well. Let's take a look at the Fantasy League rules as well and how those stack up, of course. I'm very familiar with plus points, and Toby's very familiar with minus points here throughout the Fantasy League and how things do stand. And I think as it's been going on, it's always great to be involved in the fantasy. Let's take a look at those percentages picked at the moment for those top players coming into the lower bracket, because it adds extra investment. You really do get invested in the games if you're playing fantasy.
Yeah, and yourself included. When you're standing over there watching the games and you're not live, then you're screaming, jumping around. Like, it's my guy, it's my guy. Honestly, I love it. It's Fantasy League is one of the best additions we've had to PUBG Esports in a very long time. So always happy to see kind of change it. Also coming into here for PGS, remove the double dipping, the kind of unfair. You can only take one player. And now, of course, our fantasy team here for the lower bracket. James, yours. Looking pretty good.
Not bad. I think a lot of us, or a lot of people out there, are going to have Luminosity, New Happy, 17 in some form, combination thing here. As I've gone for Snakers, none. I've gone for 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗗, and I've gone for It's Chris as my, I'm going to say, in inverted commas, budget pick. And as Toby, to my right-hand side, is pointing at his team, but does anyone really care? So, Erangel, what do you think?
I mean, he specifically said that I've gone for a team that is exactly opposite of James's, just to make sure he can catch up, because right now it's not looking too good.
Yeah, I'm...
You're looking good, James, though.
I'm ahead, again, still. I will say I was completely saved by 2 performances. Demas in one game doing 1,500 damage, that's quite nice. And then the game right after Kickstart doing 1,200 damage, because beyond all that, my team was kind of in shambles.
I think a lot of players and a lot of fantasy team players out there, teams were doing really rough. Because there are some teams that are really underperforming. You had Luminosity that had a 13-point day one.
Yes.
And then you're going into, of course, trying to catch up, but it's just impossible. If you had an Uber, if you're playing against some of the guys that had Uber and you don't have it yourself, it's so hard to catch up.
Yeah.
Even some of the other Na'Vi players, of course, did really, really well. 75 points in the first day. Of course, that's going to show in the fantasy points too.
Yeah, definitely will. We've got MMM for today here to start things off for the lower bracket. So, starting things off with good old Erangel, the grassy pastures, and then we'll be finishing things off with Miramar. So we're alternating constantly here. I've got my glasses on. I go, woo. No, they don't exist. Looking at today, though, I want to talk to you just broad spectrum. Who do you have your eyes on teams-wise? Who do you think is going to be the ones qualifying through to that grand final?
I mean, it has to be 17 Gaming, FaZe Clan. Shoot to Kill, they were close as well, right? They've been in there, and we've seen them so many times under the Shoot to Kill banner at the global finals. So I'm really expecting them to come in and kind of pop off. Then you have some outliers that are dark horse picks that couldn't pop off, but they could also come in and be like your bottom four. So I'm really hoping to see like a team, maybe like Purple Moon to come in. 𝗟𝗏 has been doing really well for himself. I was really close to picking him actually on my fantasy team. Yeah, because he's just that kind of player that has that experience and he's able to carry the team. He's the guy that's going to be clutching, getting the kills, getting the wins.
Who ended up being your fourth pick? I can't recall. Akita. Okay,
yeah,
okay. That makes a lot of sense. We've got ourselves, though. It's going to be 12 games coming at you here throughout the lower bracket. 6 today, 6 tomorrow here to figure out our last 8 teams making it through to the grand final. Without further ado, let's get it going here. It's the lower bracket for PGS 1.
我觉得胜者组没有打好是可以接受的。我希望在败者组可以给观众证明，我们还是可以进决赛。
I don't feel too bad going to the loser bracket. Yeah, to get back into the groove and play the game we usually play.
I feel pretty happy and confident. Came here to fight for our loose spots in this tournament.
我觉得我自己状态一般般，那我希望可以让自己为队伍做出多一点贡献。
我感觉我们没有什么困难，因为我们本该有的水平还没有发挥出来。我相信我们的能力，一定可以打进决赛。
Yeah, surely we challenged the Pero in our loot spots. Definitely, I think that hot dropping is the biggest challenge we've faced, and only because of hot drops we didn't qualify for finals through the winning bracket.
I think we have nobody else than ourselves to blame. We've had some miscoms here and there where we don't hear each other. It's not that any of the other teams are too strong. It's all on ourselves, and we just need to get into better spots first and then play the whole game.
因为现在只有一次机会了嘛，我们也会拼尽全力去打接下来的5天吧。
Of course, we're ready because I think everyone knows who we are. We want to become like the best team of all time. So of course, we are ready.
我们狙击叉会证明给观众看，我们是有实力打进决赛的。
I've not come here expecting us to not qualify, so we're gonna try and give it our best to show you a really strong FaZe Clan.
$12 more games for the last 8 teams to make their way to the grand finals in just a few more days' time. And as they said on the desk, this particular lobby, in some ways, looks like what a winner's bracket would look like, or even what a grand finals would look like. So these games should be really, really strong. Cameron Davis here, joined by Toby to take you for the first 2 games. And Toby, I don't know what to expect out of this one, because while we do have some strong teams here, they ended up here. So what do you take from that?
I take from it that stubbornness usually ends up being the factor that sends people to losers brackets. We'll see if stubbornness continues, because we've seen that same stubbornness also kick people out of tournaments. So will hot drops continue today? Have people found out ways to deal with it, to go elsewhere? And if they do continue, do some of these teams that we would consider guaranteed to be in grand finals even make it there?
Yeah, looking at 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 right now, one of the favorites in previous events. Of course, no, I lied. I'm sorry. This looks to be a pentagram. Another team that expectations coming into this one, FaZe Clan as well. 𝗟𝗓𝗓 with the nice super goggles at the ready. FaZe looking really, really good individually in a lot of different cases, just somehow can't seem to put it together.
No, it's been a bit of a roller coaster ride for them. Haven't been contested heavily outside of the EXO drop over towards El Pozo, and yet, despite that, haven't really been able to get things going the way that we would want to. Similar story though with them and Na'Vi. While they can have slumber some days, they can also have days where they look like, world champion material. So we'll see if hopefully within the next 12 games here, they can bring that in and make their way to the grand finals.
Game number 1 is going to start, and we're going to have a lot of our questions at least be beginning to be answered here, as we're going to Erangel for the very first map of this series. And as far as the big names in this bracket go, looking at 17, looking at New Happy, looking at Luminosity, everyone watching this event should expect them to be really firing on all cylinders here, no matter how they ended up in this spot to begin with. But there's always going to be that thought, at least in the back of my mind, of are any of these teams really falling apart, and is that going to allow for one of the more underdog teams? Let's look at Purple Mood, for example, or even Pentagram or Ghibli be able to slot themselves into that coveted grand final spot.
You definitely see it time and time again that making our way into grand finals, we will bring in a couple of teams who maybe were, I will never say weren't supposed to be there, but at least weren't expected to be there. And that could be, your Purple Moon, your Pentagram, some of these teams that we don't or haven't had at least the biggest expectations from, who haven't performed that well here in the group stage, now might just be able to bring home some good games back to back and seal their top 8 spot.
As you can see, the plane path is pretty good. It's a little skewed towards the east. So North George and, Zarki's never easy to get to. But already we're still seeing a couple of teams all drop on Sazovka Island. It's almost looking like a really southern plane path because of that. Is perhaps because they expect phase 1 to be touching the plane path and there's a higher chance of it being Sazovka because of this specific plane, or maybe they just feel that they want to split this island in this new lobby.
Now, one thing that's amazing for Twisted Minds here is that Petrichor gets Rozhok. Why? Because 4am in there. 4am has been claiming school, has been claiming apps, and therefore Twisted Minds go back to looting this spot again. This is where they normally loot in EMEA. Not that it's so far away from Rozhok that, it's a whole different set of rotations, but they are now in their home turf. So we'll see Twisted Minds not getting hot drop, at least not here on Erangel, if that is going to get them a better start than what the group stage showed us.
And at least now they can actually play their game, hopefully for a number of different series. We saw for a brief moment, phase number 1, far towards the north, not the most northern circle we've seen on Erangel, but that does mean that the number of teams that we saw on Millie base gonna have a long rotation ahead of them. New Happy phase could, try and camp those bridges if they feel like it. I don't know if either of those teams are particularly keen to camp on a routine basis.
You maybe see it more in the earlier stages of brackets, this one as well. FaZe, a team who has not been shying away from admitting, we will set up camps. We will do everything we can to make life a living hell for everyone trying to rotate in and around us, whether it be on bridges, whether it be on open roads where we can kind of funnel them in towards us. They will set up camps. So don't be surprised to see FaZe try and do similar things here.
Actually, STK getting ahead of potential camp, already rotating to the north side, unsure of where their end goal is going to be, but New Happy, even if they wanted to try and camp that bridge, the timing wasn't there for them. They weren't exactly in position. Maybe a couple of shots are going to be coming out, but it's not going to be nearly as dangerous as across. That's perhaps why STK decided to go a little bit early.
Exactly, and I just have to reiterate what the desk said, what you mentioned before, Cam. Looking at the teams that are here, in a parallel universe, this could be a grand finals. With the with the caliber of play, with the caliber of teams that we have in this losers bracket, it's insane to me that we're going to be kicking 8 of them out of the tournament after tomorrow.
Yeah, if you really want to take a microscope to this, there are a bit too few underdogs for me to really 100% say that as a fact, but there are still a lot of people that I didn't expect to be here.
True, most definitely. It's just a testament, a kudos to the quality of global PUBG. So many good teams across the world doing what they can, well, at least right now, to make grand finals and for them hopefully win it too.
No action early on. There's no hot dropping.
I love it.
No even initial bridge camp so far. So these teams, they're gonna have all the time in the world to loot on up. And this is not uncommon for the very first round or two from any of the stages of this tournament. Petrichor Road now leaving Rozhok. Really quick timing for them. And they have first access essentially outside of perhaps EXO to get into a nice central position. But with that river that cuts in through phase 1, you never feel super comfortable about which side of that you want to take.
And that really is it, right? You want to, if not fully commit to one side, then at least be close enough to the river. Like, there's two ways to play it. Either you go as far away from the river as possible and just put all your money on either black or red. And say, we're going for it, we just wait for the hard shift. Or you set up in and around the water. But let's listen in to 𝗟𝗡 for a second here with this interview.
일단은 운영적인 부분에서 터진판은 거의 없다고 생각하고 저희가 이겨야 할 교전이나 좀 더 디테일하게 했어야 되는 부분이 있는데 그런 부분을 좀 캐치하지 못해서 많이 터진 것 같고 좀 이제는 운영적인 측면보다는 선수 개개인의 실수나 조금 팀원이 같은 마음으로 한 게임을 바라보는 플레이를 하는 게 일단 앞으로 남은 기간 동안 저희가 준비해야 될 목표인 것 같아요.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗡's a really exciting team, really aggressive team, and making a lot of maneuvers that at least keep me entertained at the very least. But certainly, I think that there is an extra level they can go to in terms of how they clean up their gameplay to really have good, consistent performances.
I will say those were some very professional answers by him. Yeah, we gotta, you know, teamwork, communicate, you know, all the basic things. I was hoping
we're gonna come in with 110%. We're gonna keep 4 up into the late game.
It's not the first time we've heard almost that exact interview, and I like it. Now, don't give away too many of the strats. Don't necessarily pinpoint the exact things that have been working against you. The reason why you're sat here in losers bracket, but we'll see. 𝗟𝗡, if they can make the way to top 8.
We just saw for a brief moment Purple Mood crossing that bridge, and they had a couple of players out initially to sort of go piece by piece, bit by bit. But FaZe, as you said, actually are going to be staying around here to try and camp this. 𝗟𝗡s is a bit far off the mark for this one. I think now rotating back on in. But this crossfire setup between Fex and 𝗟𝗡 could deal good damage.
With the way they're set up right now, I don't think this was intended as a bridge camp. 𝗟𝗡s is going to be all on make that Fex actually spots the first, spots the second, and the third vehicle as well. Unluckily for him, he's seen a Bobo's 4 vehicle comes through. Fourth one will take him down as well, so Fex down and out early on.
Seemed really confused on how to approach that situation, unsure whether to take the shot or try and run away, and Fex does get punished for it. FaZe get punished for it. 𝗟𝗡s is swinging in from the north side, but 𝗟𝗡 is now getting isolated as Purple Mood. They're not just taking that kill and going on. They want to get more points here in this initial hold.
I think Purple Mood reads what we saw as well. This wasn't an attempt at an ambush for FaZe. They were still in their loot phase. They were split wide. 𝗟𝗡s was fouled towards the west. 𝗟𝗡 was still like far inside Milton proper, and now they're pulling up on this. 𝗟𝗡, lots of damage coming through, but no knocks connected just yet.
𝗟𝗡 also taking very, very low. So the pressure is there, the damage is there. Fluky pushing on up. 𝗟𝗡 tried to hold point and pre-fire that one, but it is going to be another knock, an immediate kill going in the way of Purple Mood. So 𝗟𝗡 and 𝗟𝗡s, this is falling apart so fast for FaZe Clan. At some point, you have to wonder, does 𝗟𝗡s just back away? Because trying to assist 𝗟𝗡 in this situation, incredibly difficult.
Yeah, but even if you go away, how much can you make of it? 7 minutes in, 62 still alive, placement points. I mean, that would be a miracle if a solo player could get to those from where they are right now. I think for now, assist 𝗟𝗡. Not necessarily go for kills, but see if you can get him out of there. Because playing 2, rather than being a solo left alive, can be a game changer.
That's Fluky on the roof. 𝗟𝗡, no way expected that one. Immediately tagged, and now 𝗟𝗡s. Here is when the decision comes. There's no way for the revive, and it looks like 𝗟𝗡s is just going to take this one away. Yeah, sure. There's still not a single full team eliminated. The chances of 𝗟𝗡s making it all the way to placement points is pretty low, but if he can grab 1 or 2 kill steals here or there, that's at least something from map number 1.
When we have these best of 12s, when there aren't more games to go through, I mean, 0-point games can really be the, well, essentially elimination of your teams. 1 or 2 of those in there, and you might not be looking that great altogether. So as you said, 2, maybe 3 points. If 𝗟𝗡s can find that, that would be huge.
We saw a good, like a solid chunk of tied teams qualifying to winners from winners bracket to the grand finals. I believe it was like 4 teams all with 71 points. So in a best of 12, it is really easy for 1 or 2 points to be making the difference depending on where those sort of ties stack up. If that was a tiebreaker for 8th place, oh man.
You never know. You never know. 𝗟𝗡 pushing up towards Gen.G, Korea versus Korea. As I think Humans tried to run back for his vehicle, forgot to pull the handbrake. 𝗟𝗏sy trying to stop it, not really working, but there you go. Good thing for 𝗟𝗡 is that there's no one around to shoot at them right now, because that run in the open can be dangerous.
Yeah, especially with Heaven now putting some fire over towards Gen.G, and Gen.G are so far this tournament been incredibly conservative. They will give up space at the drop of a hat. They only want to take fights when they feel like they have an advantage here. And they have a nice little spread across that West 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 bridge, so it makes sense that you wouldn't want to take a fight against a potential 4 full-man squad.
Let's call a spade a spade. Gen G has been a shadow of their former self. There is so much success connected to that roster. Let's see a replay real quick. Here's the pull-up. Dodges the first 3, fourth one straight to the face. That's just not that much you can do. Then Fluky with the headshot there, connected, finds Gustav as well instantly after double headshot on him. I mean, Purple Mood, we question them. You ask how are they going to perform? Seems to be coming in strong here.
Yeah, definitely taking advantage of what looks from our end to be a timing issue on the side of FaZe.
Definitely.
But again, this is a best of 12. So even if 𝗟𝗓𝗓 does happen to go out here with giving 0 points for FaZe overall, that's at the end of their qualification. It's only top 8. It's not even going for like top 4 or 5.
Exactly. Since it's top half that goes through, you can have more, of course, of the write-off games. But even with that, being able to salvage extra points in any given game, always huge. Orc in hand of 𝗟𝗓𝗓, I should say, 15x on the mini as well. EXO played a really good game from this position yesterday.
Yeah.
And should the circles continue to go in this direction, I think they could be in for a good one. They do have 17 very close, and Sun Sister on the other side. Circles send us up on them now as well. So we'll see. We'll see just how this one pans out.
That's a really solid shift towards the north. It's pretty hard shift in terms of that land to be able to play. That river, south side, not going to be too much in consideration. I could see Petrichor Road keeping some presence around that bridge, but everyone else, especially the ones that are not even in this next zone, we're probably going to be wrapping up either the east or west side, because chances are 80%, if not more, it is going to maintain that north side, and EXO with 17, all those positions going to be incredibly powerful.
I mean, we can prepare all that we want and analyze all that we want into this circle, but if yesterday's game's anything to go by, this is ending in 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗓. If you did not watch the final couple of games yesterday, by all stretch of the imagination, go back and see them, because I saw things yesterday that I've never seen in competitive PUBG.
𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗏 now, slow rolling up, trying to find a small little pocket to slot his vehicle into. However, I believe that his ace following up just behind him, and if he tries to run away, it's going to be into the 4-man team of Petrichor Road. So a little bit of out of the frying pan to the fire situation for 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗏. Perhaps with Pero right now, yeah, they're not straying too far away from that southern coast. They had a couple members on these little ridges here, but here are some teams that are all rotating around 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗏. Take a couple of shots towards Purple Mood, and I think LG is going to be the first team that they would perhaps meet inside the zone, depending on their specific trajectory here.
Yeah. GEX does have STK up close and plane crash. Senan, the one to move the furthest forward, at least initially. Alo has seen him taking shots as well. They are in a wide split, so it makes sense that they would apply some pressure early to force GEX to second guess, or at least think twice of whether they want to commit to this or not. But you're right, pulling up, Senan stakes around as well, forcing STK to back off.
STK need to get into the zone. Perhaps they were looking for this to be that angle of approach, but GEXs aren't giving them the open shots, the open angles, the knocks needed. But Xenon is going aggressive. He's trying to catch them on the retreat. Shots coming out onto Vegas, but I think the distance is enough for, even if he was somehow knocked, the revive would be possible. But it's STK. They're going to get out of this one. The problem is there's only so far north that they can actually go because of that coastline. There's already going to be New Happy and even Sun Sister in the way.
Yep, sure is. Meantime, Purple Mood, 3 kills in already, a current first place team. Of course, it is not necessarily how things are going to end up, but for now, off to a decent start, found 3 on FaZe without taking any casualties themselves. And STK now, while they were backed off by GEX, they are in turn forcing New Happy to reposition.
Not positioning too much for New Happy.
A bit further away.
A bit further away, yeah. They want to have a little bit of a spread, but they're not going to commit to this too hard. We talk about it all the time. New Happy, they love the edge, but they also love third partying. They don't want to be one of the main characters. They like coming in as a secondary. They're a character actor. They're not a leading man.
Exactly. Sitting back, waiting for the next shift to happen in just over 30 seconds. Purdy scouting forward, saw 2 vehicles leave, spots 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗏 as well. Body shot connected twice, but nothing more will come of it. So again, warning shots coming through here for STK as they try to find a better entry to the circle.
Yeah, that was actually Kurt as a solo going for a play there, because the rest of the STK had moved over to the ridge side with perhaps a different angle onto that bunker entrance there. So STK, they've at least found themselves in phase number 2. Twisted Minds now having crossed over. 𝗟𝗓𝗏𝗏 also in phase number 2. Few seconds remain. So I don't think any fight is going to continue to break out now, because as far as you know, you're going to have to get into your vehicle immediately in the next second. Where are we going?
We are going hard towards the east. It ain't quite Rozhok, but it's far enough down there. Now, with all the water in, though, we know that this one is probably going to go back towards Gen G. If I'm Gen G here, you reforge that gas station. There's a very good chance that this game is going to end, if not on there, then within a couple hundred meters from there.
Yeah, because even though the building itself that they have on the east next to that coast might be stronger, it's next to the coast, it's going to pull away from that. That gas station is going to be contested very, very heavily. 17 and EXO now. Well, 17 are now grouping up. This is an interesting position here. Definitely solid to try and keep that north side, but getting out of it later on in the game could be difficult. But as we know, Phase 4 is likely going to come this direction as well. So not too worried about that. Purple Mood pushing on in, taking some casualties, stolen by Kickstart. That's my fantasy team. Let's go. But Luna Patula now opening up on the Sun Sister as well, who also tried to make another send similar to their situation. Oh, come on. Bumper cars, really?
I mean, it did make him turn his car around because it was going in the opposite direction, so I guess it kind of worked out for them. Purple Mood tried to scout forward. All they saw was opponents ahead of them, and now Alo able to fight one with the Orc. That's Screaming down. In the meantime, we see here Third Eye trying to force Purple Mood off of their compound. It's not an easy spot to play if you have opponents on those ridge lines above, so smart from them to try and hold off.
This fight is not for a position in the zone, having with some good return damage onto Penta, but human opportunity to get picked up. A lot of action happening around this area though, so it's going to be some resources sent that way, especially well with another knock from Kurt down into Toadsie, and then more damage. However, SDK out of the zone. The blue has been pushing over them, so they can't stick around here. It's not worthwhile for them to continue to take this fight. They dealt the damage to Ghibli. It's going to give them the opportunity to move around them, but no points.
No, has to back off, and smart playing on their front too. Get a couple of knocks, allow yourself to wrap around. Issue is, where do you go? I mean, Shoot to Kill has already been confronted by 3 different teams, and I think regardless of where they're trying to rotate now, they will run into another with what we're currently seeing out towards that east side.
We all know this part of the map very open. So last time we saw this, which I think was only a few games ago yesterday, it's going to be a lot of fighting, a lot of vehicle sends, and as you say with STK, team like STK, as we're seeing with Purple Mood as well, you might just have to commit to one early on.
They will have to, no doubt. There's simply too many teams out on that east side, which is currently where they're headed for them to avoid confrontation altogether. Speaking of sense, here comes New Heavy, here comes Ghibli as well. Everyone trying to claim some field terrain, trying to claim some dips. Ghibli full speed forward towards Sun Sister. Out of the vehicle, they go, both nades in hands. That could be really good nades coming in.
Oh! One grenade from heaven is all it took. The follow-up just to make sure they are dead and buried. But that is Sun Sister eliminated in 15.
And they fall instantly after.
And then Ghibli, immediately eliminated after, but at least they get a couple of points.
Yep, sure did. Here comes New Heavy, though, trying to pull up to Twisted Minds. Not able to do so. First 2 knocks come through. Spiro finds them on the back end of the cover there. New Heavy in trouble. Trying to play it safe down below, but not going to happen. Did not expect Twisted Minds to be in this position already. New Heavy, they're getting torn to pieces.
Twisted Minds, I'm holding onto this area with an iron fist, not giving up at all. That circle is going to shift away from the river as expected, and Twisted Minds can continue to play easy. And now New Happy sprayed down by Pentagram. Akkad is going to pick up the first point this series for Pentagram as New Happy go out in 14th place. Only a few teams are actually out of this next circle though. But again, with the lack of places to play, Twisted Mind's going to have to continue to hold. Petrichor potentially have to continue to hold.
Yeah, trying to set up shop as best as they can, try to hold it off. And now for Luminosity, their first real fight here as they make the play over towards Gen G.
Kickstart can see just now arriving. Grenades to the ready. DG98, 1 in return. Taman has been given the information. Hearing the footsteps all around, that grenade looks a bit too far. Not cooked well either. And so with the Luminosity members right at this wall, Gen G got to figure out how to disrupt this approach. This split is getting torn apart with DG98 with the first opening knock.
Nice shot coming through. They have Relo further behind, but with the damage coming through onto Luminosity right now, if they don't get together fast, they will be completely outnumbered. Now, DG does fall to Kickstart, but no kills confirmed just yet. Foxy throwing a few flashes, trying to get to his teammate, trying to get it back up, but Kickstart again, able to apply so much pressure.
That revive on Snaker's Flood somehow just barely staying alive with the Molotov as its feed. Kickstart is holding it down for the defense with Relo with control of the ranged high ground, but there are other teams swarming this area, so that solo player from LG could get isolated while the rest of this squad is pushing on the indoors.
And the worst thing is we said that Relo was playing the north side. Pio is in the gas station, like the best position to be in right now. I'm not sure why Gen G didn't opt to go there earlier, but they're seen, they're found, they're taken out. Kickstart continues where he left off just before. Third kill coming through for him. As you can see here, Pio, simply nothing he can do at this angle, and now solo player trying to maintain control of this position.
Luminosity unfortunately did lose Ayla with STK's approach. However, his position was crucial for the rest of the team to make that take of Gen.G's position. So I do think, especially in a circle like this, well worth. Now, how does STK try and make the next few steps into this zone? It's going to be Twisted Minds, and so far they haven't given anything up in terms of immediate trajectory, and now Third Eye as well, covering into this position.
Yep, GEX trying to find their entry to this circle too, spotting 17 down below. Well aware that they're in this compound, and Leo is just going full aggressive on this one. They haven't quite gotten the rest on Little Ghost just yet, but xiaobei is there, holding the angle, gets the instant flush as well.
Well, the rest of GEX arriving just a bit too late to try and defend their teammate of Leo. That's going to get taken down and confirmed. A swing out the side, Xenon's going to try and answer it back. A good flash and good covering fire from Yuri, but 𝗟𝗔𝗡 is going to get the trade.
Yep, xiaowu does manage to get one through. As xiaobei and him try and hold off against Xenon, last player on this ridge line. They do have Savior, but he's nowhere near this compound just yet.
Xenon still dancing around, happy feet, trying to dodge the bullets, and now the final member of GEX is going to arrive. But Rain at range is going to punish, as well as, of course, 𝗟𝗠 just holding strong. Savior down and out.
Down to low HP, 27 bullets, nothing to spare. 𝗟𝗠 falls. That's EXO from afar finding the first. The kill does come through in the end of it, though. And that is going to be 17 down and out. Xenon able to stay put. PO falls as well, and that's LG given free real estate.
Another good send by LG, and it was a good timing as well because the circle was going to hard shift again in the northwest. Very few teams suddenly are in this next zone. It is so open. Jeems is actually the closest to the center, proning next to a tree. So placement still have been eluding him.
Maybe.
But, as the teams fall around, who knows? Maybe he'll sneak something out. Twisted Minds now sending it in onto Purple Moon's position. 7 kills for this team so far.
Yeah, huge for them. It's almost as if when they don't hot drop, they do manage to pull up some pretty good performances.
Imagine that.
Who would have thought? They are in trouble now, though. Same thing happening for Ascendus. They try to make the play over towards Pentagram. Ada sat in the bathroom, I should say, trying to hold Dumpers against Micah. Those nades, though, not really finding the target.
They're getting close, though. They're getting close. That one looks good. It's good enough to confirm the kill against Brex. But Mika is still alive. Gonna smoke back out. But hey, Pentagram, they got more where that one came from.
Yep, sure did. In the meantime now, shoot your kill, trying to make the play on forward as well. Only so much you can do. Why not just hop on over, jump out of the vehicle, give a free point away. Actually, somehow Purdy did not give that point away. I'm not sure exactly what happened. Falls down one more. Twisted Minds continuing to rack a point, but there's still one sat inside the smoke. Sees him. Might as well put a melee weapon at that point, and Perfectix. Even more kills going his way.
He didn't see it, but he heard the pin pulled. And he said, wait a second, all of my teammates are down. That only means one thing, push forward. Listen, there was no other option for STK. They made a novel effort at it, but Twisted Minds still alive. And now it's Chris still trying to stay alive as they push in through. Oh, hold that thought. LG defending against Pentagram. It's a vehicle sent on in. Kickstart is going to go down, but Stakers is still holding the hallway.
So much damage coming through. Flood, single player left alive now. Kickstart 7 kills already, and these reses will be able to come through. 10 kills for Luminosity as they push further forward.
And now Ascend finds the lone member of Petrichor Road, lights up the next vehicle of the Chinese team trying to push forward, but there's another Ascend player already in the way. And so AZ, Aches left, Mill somehow got to figure out how they approach this position. Do they worry about the snake at their back, or they try and get a position in the center? And then, well, that's a stupid question because there is no position in the center that is easy to get. Third Eye now pushed by EXO. Hikerman with the spray down.
Yep, trying to push on through. It's not going to be an easy fight to take, but they will have to do so because should they be able to claim this, they might have an entire north side ridgeline to play around for themselves.
As you saw, Chris did get isolated and taken. Only one member of Ascend left. EXO, Third Eye. It's all falling apart. Akita and Hikerman. Hikerman has that but that's gonna immediately down. Vox and Adam with the hold there can easily get the revive onto Odalus, and there's no blue pressuring them just yet, so they can pick up this loot.
Yeah.
It's only gonna be Xenon, and are they aware of that Solo's presence just over that ridge?
Huge game there for Third Eye. Huge game, huge fight there for Third Eye. And let's see the next circle. Shifts a bit north, not exactly going to be in the majority. Then Micah does fall as well as Ixlef finds one more. Look at this. Petrichor, Twisted Minds, both making late game.
Like, no one's in this circle. I mean, Xenon is now because he's pushing out of a vehicle and he knows that he needs to go fast before he gets overtaken by someone else. But LG's position is actually really good, as is Petrichor Road. They have the high ground. They're not in the zone, but they can deal some heavy damage to teams that are close to, if not in the zone, before they themselves have to make what is ultimately going to be a vehicle send and drive-by attempt for the win.
Exactly. AZ will get the rest on up to Ixlef, the captain of the team, back on his feet as they now have a decision to make. Where, oh where do we go from here? There's only trees for cover down that hillside, one rock for them to play around as well. Maybe the send has to go all the way down to GEX's Senan, because that is really the only ridge that they have that they could possibly work with. Good thing for them is they are the only team on the hills. They know that we are the ones everyone else is fearing, and once we go down, we have no one shooting us in the back.
Kickstart going first. He's been the tip of the spear for LG for this entire event, and he's not going to stop now. Pulling short, dropping grenades, and 𝗟𝗏 seem to have gotten the memo from the North American team, and they're going to go in tandem. That's 𝗟𝗏 down. It's all under Perfectix once again.
Yeah, the barrage of grenades come in from both sides as Luminosity try to make the play on through Twisted Minds. They're trying to touch and weave as best as they can, but Molly's galore somehow. I was just going to say Perfectix didn't get hit by that. He does now. Sat in the vehicle, ain't going to make things any easier as the world is burning around him.
This does give LG opportunity to push forward, but 𝗟𝗏, they are waiting for LG to crest that, well, what kind of resembles a ridge. I guess we'll call it that in this situation. But the smokes are continuing to be deployed, so Petrichor Road can't third party this, and they're just going to push together. They know there's one member left, going to try and find the head. It's going to be Kickstart with yet another. This is 14 kills. 14 kills for Luminosity, 9 kills for Kickstart.
Yeah, exactly. 9 kills for Kickstart here is absolutely insane.
They are not happy about being here in losers, and they are showing the rest of this lobby why they should be feared.
Yep, sure. They're playing group stage PUBG. In terms of how they were playing there, they came on first place in group stage. They didn't make it through here. It's been like day to night, back to day again in terms of how they've been performing.
It's always darkest before the dawn. That's what Trevor Anomi, the coach and analyst for LG, have been telling the boys, and they're showing up here right now. Flood, though, has to cross that road. They know that, oh man, trying to find some level of control and presence in this circle is gonna have to be incredibly creative with this one. They have a nice little 1-2, but Petrichor Road still on that high ground. At least what remains of them, the duo, could still try and do some damage. Flood needs to be very aware of those lines of sight, and really it's all gonna be 𝗟𝗏. They might not have great positioning, but they have 4 men. Well, not anymore, because Kickstart is gonna get the knock on 𝗟𝗏. This is there for the immediate trade, but with the blue pushing in, Space is losing. The revive can still come out, but they're gonna be in a small little pocket that is
Circle
not the
away.
zone.
Smart from Richie to carry Adam over. Make sure that he's inside the circle for the rest to be possible. So they should be back up to 4 alive. In the meantime, down below this position, Flood and Snake is trying to touch and weave those nades coming through from 𝗟𝗏. All of them still alive. 𝗟𝗏 still with 1 more nade to use, but would have really wanted to find the knock there.
Yeah, but they also know that they need to move west.
Yes.
So they cannot stick around, might as well make first initial area. And really they know that 𝗟𝗏 is gonna be here to remove what remains of Luminosity. Okay, somehow I think the plans are getting a little mixed up and crossed, but it doesn't matter because 𝗟𝗏, they're pushing forward. They're gonna try and get some presence, perhaps unaware of Xenon.
No.
The grenade the pin is pulled, the grenade is thrown out, gonna go for the follow-up. Xenon goes down, but at least he is there for the knock onto 𝗟𝗏.
One does fall, but that could have been so much more damage. They never stopped to check the corner behind them. Dangerous to let that one swing past them. Richie, though, trying to make an aggressive play forward, knows that he has to buy some time, make some space for his team to get the rest back up. They do succeed in doing so, as Luminosity falls in third.
It's a 4 versus 2 right now. Well, Vox does get taken out, so make that a 3 versus 2 because Vox is the lone far Overwatch player, not in position to get easily revived. But Mill's position at that tree is now going to try and open up some space for 𝗟𝗏 to push on in. But 𝗟𝗏 still wants to use that range weaponry for the advantage to deal some good damage, tagging. A couple more members of 𝗟𝗏 down very low. Mill's grenades running out. That is the last frag grenade at the ready, so that one didn't get a knock. How are they going to continue to push forward?
No smokes to work with whatsoever. Mill has to just go on the aggressive here. Now they do take out Vox. You can see 𝗟𝗏 is completely isolated here. Petrichor, though, regardless of this, is a good fair game for them. Let's see if 𝗟𝗏 can bring it home. Mill finds one, goes down instantly after, and they know exactly where they have 𝗟𝗏. Does he concede, or does he go for the points here?
Might as well go for it now. It is only game number 1, but running out into the open. Surely there's got to be it. But 𝗟𝗏, good tax on Adam. 𝗟𝗏 was stuck reviving Richie B, so Adam was doing this as a lone effort. And that meant that 𝗟𝗏 could get a little more close, but not close enough to try and steal it away. 𝗟𝗏, great control of the end game, 9-kill victory in round number 1.
Really impressive game. The plays coming through from 𝗟𝗏. One fight after another, knowing exactly how and where to rotate. A little dicey when they let go of the angle on Xenon, when they went over that ridgeline. It could have gone against them, but they pulled it together. They brought it home. But what a performance from all these teams that we were expecting to see good things from.
Yep. Well, what a performance from them. What a performance from the desk. At least I expect it will be one as we go to them next to set up game number 2.
It's a win for Third Eye here as the Illuminati. They're able to get themselves the victory here. But North America as a whole, what a game for them here. Yes, Third Eye get the victory. What on earth was Luminosity doing?
Luminosity was just killing, well, Kickstart was killing everything and everyone. That was so well played by him. Also, if you have a start like this here, they got like 5 or 6 more points in this game than the entire first day in winners bracket, right? You're able to put that, and that's gonna push them so much. Like the morale, confidence is just going to be so high coming into the next couple of games.
Kickstart's performance really felt like a shining beacon here in this game. But anyway, let's talk about the winners. Let's talk about Third Eye and how they were approaching this game here, Martin, because quite honestly, I feel like their fortitude and presence in the north of this circle, being able to transition through these fields, using the cars very importantly to be able to get themselves from place to place and hunker down, use them as fortification, was very important.
Usually in this area here, I actually think it's really hard to get out. They started in the junkyard area, but they had a really good push on EXO. Then they stayed more people alive than they usually are able to get out of this. And then they played the Riches and they got into some good fights and won them quite easily, especially against EXO. And that pushed them even further. They took the fight. Kickstart tried to solo push them, but he got completely dominated. And that pushed them into a really good spot, but they had the majority of the circle too.
Yeah, a nice clean finish there for them in terms of actually getting rid of 𝗟𝗟𝗡 eventually. I mean, there were moments where 𝗟𝗟𝗡... I mean, the funny thing is that if Kickstart doesn't get 9 in this game, we're thinking, oh my god, 𝗟𝗟𝗡. Because I think he had 6 by the end of things, and he was looking scary against the remaining Third Eye players.
And Adam was peeking him, right? It was like, okay, we're going to take a little bit of Giga Picks, and 𝗟𝗟𝗡 instantly just popped his helmet off. So it's obviously... he's a good player, and there's no denying that. Even though if you're under pressure in open terrain, you can still take on some of these guys.
Yeah, very, very terrifying here from Petrichor up at the top to try and take out some of these teams. But it will be Third Eye with 9 kills, 1,600 damage. Petrichor Rhodes with 6 kills. Luminosity with 14 kills and a lot of smokes.
Almost double the amount of smokes than kills. Yeah, but utility is king, especially for the top 4 teams here. You can definitely tell where the kills come from. If you're able to put all the kills in there, that's usually because of the utility. And also, of course, Petrichor, they were able to use 13 nades. It eventually took down Snakers and Flood from that kind of position where they pushed over. I'm a little bit curious what would have happened if we saw Luminosity to push over together and they would have been 3 on that side with a little bit more utility, because they had a lot of crates to actually loot from there.
Definitely so. Let's take a look at the recap here from this game as well, as we witness this high ground being controlled by Petrichor. Bill and 𝗟𝗟𝗡 just shooting at everything they possibly could. Twisted Minds, for the most part, actually survived for quite a while in this game, but when you get caught in a location like this, it's nade bait and it's very easy to push up if you're crashing into this location and just gun them down if they're wounded.
That was a play to go north later. It was not a play to go south. They would probably gone gas station or something else like that. I don't think they expected this circle to end here. It's kind of in a rough spot. And also, I expected a little bit more, you know, of course we had some rough situations with 17 Gaming and GEX in that compound or the single house there. Yeah. If it was a full 4-man or 3-man team in that house, they would have gotten way more out of that one.
Definitely so. It will be 𝗟𝗟𝗡 up at the top. Oh, Vox, as he's now known here for Third Eye. And it's funny because for so long, we've known 𝗟𝗟𝗡.
Oh, yeah. Good old Pittsburgh Knights.
The Knights days, it's ridiculous how long it's been.
For so long, too.
Yeah, yeah. It was a long time ago, but good times, good times.
Good times.
For a PEL, all those... Anyway, never mind.
He's played for so long that I played against him.
There you go. Wow.
In my old days.
Jeez, that's ancient.
When I was in my 20s.
The PUBG Tyrannosaurus Rex Avenger over here. Especially with that picture in the fantasy things. But anyway, we've got man of the match. Oldless taking the actual man of the match. Yeah. But again, as is customary, I do maybe have to disagree with this one. For the
it has to be one of the guys from the winning team.
Yes, correct.
Kickstart is our honorary man of the match from this one here.
9 kills with it.
He had as many kills as all of Third Eye.
And if Toby's to be believed, it was low damage, right? Like 500 damage that Kickstart did.
He might have lied.
Or something like that, 600. So he was just sniping everybody.
He was thieving. He was thieving all the kills. Well, of course, multiple situations where he's able to clutch, but also Flood. He was able to withstand that push on the gas station. He kind of saved the team, making sure there were 3 alive. So it's a big one. Big match here. Twisted Minds also able to put some points on the board. Very good to have, of course, a good start like this. You're able to put double digits in the first match. You're starting pretty confident here, and that's obviously now that is our last chance to dance here for the losers bracket, and you need to get top 8. A lot of players saying if we could intentionally both play the winners bracket and the losers bracket. That's the most practice that we would love to do, but it's not going to be easy getting out of this. We have a lot of high-profile teams that you're expecting to go maybe through to the grand finals through the winner bracket. But here they are playing, of course, 17 Gaming, have 𝗟𝗚𝗡𝗗𝗃 uncontested. They are almost certain to be going through the grand final if there's anything to come by from their previous performance coming into the last couple of years.
Sure. It is dicey when you get down to the lower bracket here. You need to do everything you can to avoid elimination. It will be top 8 going to the grand finals. Let's get to game number 2 here. It will be Miramar as we are here at PGS 1, co-hosted by Crafton and VSPO.
We hop on over to Miramar for the first time in the losers bracket. Last game, we come into it, we questioned, are these top dogs gonna go out and just dumpster everyone? And, well, I mean, they did pretty good.
Some of them did.
Some of them sure did.
Yeah.
Yep, Luminosity able to rack up a ton of points in that game. I mean, for Third Eye, they come up victorious, huge for them.
Yeah.
But for Twisted Minds, for 𝗟𝗚𝗃, actually getting some playing time on the server for once.
Imagine that.
We'll see if maybe them having now figured out, oh, you know, surviving, being on the server for a while, it's pretty nice. It's not hot drop power grid. There also might just be a case where they do exactly that.
Yeah, I think I hear rumors and whispers, and you never really know if a team's going to commit or not, but I was been told that they would, split Erangel, but continue to contest
with
Miramar.
all the rumors and things I've heard that are then proven to be completely not true in terms of who's going to drop where and all that. I don't believe any rumors anymore.
Now, at this event,
I wait to see it.
At this event here, they've actually been pretty spot on.
Exactly. I just wait to see things unfold. I'm not seeing any hot drops, so for 𝗟𝗚𝗃, they are not going power grid. Seems like they're going to go up towards 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗. And, well, it would make sense because 4M ain't around.
Well, I think we are going to have another hot drop here. If not there, it's going to be at Minas because Luminosity and 𝗟𝗏𝗃 might be dropping on top of each other. This is another one that I heard whispers of. I didn't want to say anything until we saw it actually happen, and it might be happening. They're on the map. They're getting a little bit of separation here, so I don't know if this is counts as one of Paper's fever drops.
It might just
like maybe a warm drop.
They seem to be going a little back.
Okay,
They seem to be flexing further out towards the east side. And, oh my lord, that is the southern circle if I've seen one. Now, there are no guarantees that we're going to 𝗟𝗃𝗃, but it sure as hell could be entertaining if that is where we ended up going. So 2 maps in a row now without a single hot drop. Would you look at that?
I know. Imagine.
I don't even know what to talk about.
I know. Proper PUBG is played here in the lower bracket of all places. But I think, if anything, I think it just shows that this is the first stage that teams are getting eliminated from this tournament. They cannot play around anymore. They have to make sure that they play their proper A game. And as you say, if teams like 𝗟𝗚𝗃 and Twisted Minds were considering it, the fact that both those teams were successful last game without having the hot drop, they made the decision to just stop doing that at this point.
Exactly. We'll see now plenty of teams up towards the north having to make their way down towards the southern side of the circle. Good thing about it is there are plenty of entry points to the southern circle. Do you want to go through 𝗟𝗟𝗃𝗃? No, probably not. Not through 𝗟𝗟𝗃𝗃 either, but south of 𝗟𝗟𝗃𝗃, southeast of 𝗟𝗟𝗃𝗃, and all the way through the middle really as well. Plenty of entry points. I wouldn't expect to see a whole lot of commotion in terms of entry points to the circle.
I'm kind of the opposite of you, man. I think that while there are a couple of different areas to enter, we only have half of this zone to push on through, and they are roads that are easily campable. The numbers might be high, but if you are caught in even if you just happen to be driving next to another team all of a sudden, or a team is going to intentionally camp this, to try and pull away from it is going to be really hard to do.
One of the bad things, I mean, I'll give you this, one of the bad things here could be if one of the first teams to come through end up in a skirmish. That's going to pretty much block anyone else from entering through, and that's when we could have that traffic jam coming into it. But we'll see. We'll see how things are going to pan on out. We are headed far down south. And now, taking a look here at Twisted Minds as 𝗟𝗃𝗃. I was considering putting you on fantasy team, opted not to, and now I just hope I should have. Yep. I was like, they're going to be hot dropping. They seem so committed the last couple of days, I simply didn't dare. And, well, it's always fun to have the last laugh.
Yeah. We honestly thought that they would continue with the contesting power grid until now. So we were all yelling at Toby last night.
They can put as many things as they want in their drop discords and all that stuff. I don't believe any of it. So I was expecting the hot drops. I'm glad, very positive, that it didn't happen. So we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully, for Twisted, for Petrichor, they can make their way through. But if they do, that's the question, right? Let's theorycraft for a second while we don't have a hot drop. If Twisted Minds and Petrichor both make grand finals, where does Petrichor,
are they back at it again?
Where do Petrichor go? Because they're currently, both the spots they're looting, both for Petrichor and Twisted Minds, is dependent on 4am not being around.
They might just go back at it again.
There is, it could be the case. We'll see. Because, of course, that's still a couple of days away, so let's not get overzealous. In the meantime now, Foxy, a few shots fired, crucial shots fired, because his teammate really, okay, they are somewhat near now. They were very split just before.
Yeah, and actually, I think getting shot at by a couple of different teams. We just saw it sent down in the south, now SDK on the north side. 𝗟𝗡𝗗, dead center of this zone. I wonder if this pressure from the high grounds overlooking all those individual spots might sort of inspire them or force them to group up. But STK, they're going to be pulling away from this. They're going to pull back to the high ground of 𝗟𝗻𝗃, which is where they just came from. There's always a chance that if you leave and then immediately come back, someone's going to have backfilled you in the blink of an eye. But I think they had scouts behind them just to make sure that wasn't going to happen. FaZe, Twisted Minds, a couple of these teams all make their way through. We have a lot of teams that need to get into the zone. So places like 𝗟𝗼, where STK and 17 are holding, or even New Happy there on the east of Los Leones, you can see everyone just trying to actually get away from those spots, get towards the middle, because there's going to be so much pressure yet to arrive.
And that's the weird thing with this circle. It's when you have a center of a circle. I mean, let's not talk about all the water that is here in the southern island that isn't being taken by anyone.
Yeah, a bit of an elephant in the room.
That's essentially half the circle. Let's forget about that for a moment and consider what is currently the center. There's so much open terrain. And when you have that open middle, that's why you're seeing teams not hurry more. Because you know that the teams that are then closer, that would have rushed center, can't do so because there's nothing to take. Therefore, they're going to be slower, and therefore the edge teams have to adapt. So overall, the entry speed to this first circle is going to be much slower than when we see center circles where there's plenty to play.
𝗟𝗃𝗃, actually.
He's chilling.
Yeah, he is, but Twisted Minds are now arriving, and 𝗟𝗃𝗃 is coming in from the north side. At 17 Gaming might find themselves in a position to have a nice crossfire setup on Twisted Minds, but it looks like this wasn't an intentional camp. Twisted Minds' approach is actually sort of upsetting where 17 wanted to be holding, and so they're going to be adjusting their positions there, while Twisted Minds might not want to push too much further in themselves. A couple of shots do come out to keep Twisted Minds pinned down, and some covering fire just in case they wanted to go loud onto 𝗟𝗃𝗃's potential escape, but answered back. Really good damage in return.
Yeah, that is, you peek over, you go, oh, they're so far away, I'm going to take him out. Instantly they swing at you and a headshot comes through. You're like, yeah, you know what? I might not want to sit out on this open ridge anymore. I'll go back to cover and wait for my team to regroup.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗃𝗃, actually, he had a vehicle. 𝗟𝗃𝗃 had a vehicle, but is running away just because didn't want to give that information for a sudden push on the top of the ridgeline with the line of sight and all that stuff. So again, it's going to be a lot of communication between 17. Still a bunch of teams all pushing on in, but 𝗟𝗃𝗃 is going to catch 𝗟𝗃𝗃 out, finding a van. It's actually going to be an Uber pickup from 𝗟𝗃𝗃, who is the last player from 17 arriving in from the north time. The timing was perfect for that knock. 𝗟𝗃𝗃 is going to get revived. It's going to be really difficult unless perhaps Little Ghost there on the high ground is going to finish that kill, but it's looking likely that Twisted Minds is getting the revive, and that was just there to make sure that 17 didn't lose a player early.
Yeah, Petrichor is hearing these shots, I would imagine, but curious to see if they're going to try and third-party this. Who would think that even when they don't hot drop each other, Twisted Minds and Petrichor end up fighting in the early game? Despite the fact that they landed on their side of the map. Could be.
It also is because they landed in similar areas, and they're all coming in from the same direction with the map, with the circle with very limited access points. I think is the
Kind of backfilling one another, but Toolens is now currently shooting over towards Petrichor. They're set in a wide to his, but in the meantime, Purple Mood, a lot of points coming their way in the beginning of the previous game as it took the fight to FaZe Clan, but this time around a little more of a slower approach. FaZe actually is in the nearby vicinity, but as you can see, the distance there, able to rotate on through.
They're getting a lot of these high ground spots here. And to go back to your point about how there's a lot of open area in the circle, at least around the center of the main landmass, is that because of that, already so many teams we can see pushing down towards the coastline where we have Ascend and SDK and even 𝗟𝗃𝗃 are around this area. And that just, we know that the circle is going to shift away from water at some point, but there are so few places to play. That alone is going to give an opportunity for teams coming in from the north side to find some space without having to fight too much. 𝗟𝗃𝗃s, tried to get a knock, wasn't able to find it, going to run away from that, because if there's any team that's going to immediately answer back with grenades, it's going to be SDK.
𝗟𝗃 spots one, instantly starts shooting without, I don't think he had info on whether there was other people around. I know that SDK is in a wide split, I don't think he's aware of it. I'm not worried though, because they're sitting a wide two ways, but if Brex comes into a proper fight here, there's no Ascent player around to help him out. And we've seen Ascent lose players because of this before, a little too eager, a little too trigger happy. I would have actually loved to see Brex not take that shot, see if he could just to make sure, is there anyone else around? Because that, it looked like a peek. I saw him shoot instantly without really thinking too much of what happens if I don't find him, what happens if there's more people around.
EXO arriving into the zone. Yeah, Third Eye holding this bridge. It's not really a camp.
Bridge camp.
For this, it's not the camp. For this, I imagine it's more of just the angles that play in with the rest of Third Eye's positioning. They're in a wide little box spread themselves, or it looks more like a Y, I guess, from this angle because of the coast and all that, or overlooking phase. EXO now arriving towards Twisted Minds. Battlegrounds Road just came in through this exact same trajectory, pushed a little bit through towards the east of it, but EXO, I don't imagine they're going to be wanting to push too much further because we only have 15 seconds before phase number 2 shows that it's where it's going to be hard shifting. Because we know it's going to hard shift. That's PGS 1, it's hard shift 1.
That's just how it is. We're in a hard shift era, apparently, these days. Let's see if that's going to be the case. Fakes though spotted, and second now time in a row. He falls early. Cannot catch a break here in the beginning of the loser's bracket.
Not that bad for fantasy pickers who had Fex because it was just after 10 minutes. You're not going to have the -3. But let's look at this next circle. It's not I don't want to call it a hardship, but it's still not a great circle.
I mean, everything was going to be a hardship if we talk landmass.
Yeah, unless it was actually a hardship towards the north, which, as far as the players were concerned, would be acted upon as if it was a centering up. This one, it feels like a hardship because it's not quite half of it taken out. There is that lip, there is that end of the drumstick still in play that, you know, if you don't have anywhere else to go to, you can make it towards that. But right now, looking at Gen G in the center, looking at Pentagram, looking at STK and Ascend in the center, and everyone else you already see immediately on the rotate. And this is where that sort of high-low terrain of this part of the map could start to get activated.
Oh yeah, definitely. I do love the southern side of Miramar for open field fighting much more than the northern right now. See Luminosity trying to scout behind themselves, trying to make sure that if they opt to do a wide wraparound, that there's no one backfilling. What they don't know, though, potentially, is that new heavy is set just down below.
Couple of shots come out. Hey, they know now.
They should
before. They do know now. LGs are going to be able to slot into the north, but Pentagram Road right towards Pentagram. Not a single point of presence shown just yet, but Akad's going to have the grenade at the ready.
Trills, Akad able to fall back down. A lot of damage done towards Ada as well. He's forced to make the run off. Wicked finds Chewy, and that's going to be one more down. AC now falls as well. Pentagram coming off really strong in the start of this fight.
The crossbars are impossible for Pentagram Road to break through. Chewy and AZ immediately eliminated. Finally, Wicked is going to get isolated and taken down. ASAP's going to make sure to finish that one out to punish Nagori. Not expecting the high level peak. And then ASAP, having a 180, is still able to get yet another knock before finished by Adder. So, man, Pentagram, they're holding just barely. Pentagram Road just barely go down. It was super, super close.
That is the most full auto mini. I thought for a second that was a barrel with a 6x on with the rate at which he was shooting. I seen the kill feed. I was like, wait, that was a mini? These players are absolutely insane.
Mr. Minds now. We saw them get a kill and I believe a full confirm onto a member of 17, and they are going to continue to fight over this high ground. But here, this is Los Higos. Sun Sister, I think they hoped that it was free. They imagined it would be free. Surely no one's going to be in Los Higos on phase number 2. Adam is. Third Eye have one player down here just in case it does shift that direction. And Adam was the player that was on that Valdemar bridge. So easy enough choice for that. So Sunset are going to be losing 2 members in that rotation.
I mean, what we're seeing right now is the commotion of a usual day 1 of group stage scenario. So many solos dying. I mean, take a look at the teams and see how many has lost 1, maybe 2. It's all on rotations. It's all of these teams trying to wrap on through. They have limited playing experience against one another, and they're getting caught as solos here. Flood, I mean, was isolated from his teammates, couldn't get down towards the remaining players of Luminosity. And unluckily for XM, just driving straight through.
Only a few moments left before we see phase number 3. How much water will we continue to have in play on the next zone? And yeah, there's been those isolated kills, those isolated vehicle deaths, just because, again, the high-low aspect of the terrain, easy pockets that you can't really clear other than driving past. Where's the next zone going to go? It's a hard shift towards the west. Still a fair bit of water into play. This is great for teams like Third Eye. It's also good for Ascend. I imagine they're going to try and immediately group up onto where It's Chris is holding out on an SDK. Good position to continue to gatekeep. But Gen G, they're likely going to have to fight here. We know how much they hate it. But Twisted Minds are actually immediately pushing into 17's position.
Full speed forward they go. They found one already earlier. Now they take 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 out as well. They want the remaining 2-2. Base plant fall in 15th as Penta finds the last. And then Twisted Minds trying to force 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 off. Not gonna find the kill, at least at this time around.
They got the space, they got the high ground, they got the position, and that's the important part, because I think a couple other teams are going to be driving in towards this location. Actually, New Happy and LG, the first ones to approach Pentagram. After Pentagram Road, they have the timing to get the revives, but New Happy are now the next team up to bat. Grenades still going to be coming out. They still have the utility. 𝗟𝗓𝗏 and Mimi, though, very far forward in positioning.
Full speed forward he goes. The team is now arriving. The cavalry is here, 4v3 in their favor. As Anna falls, that's the PO from afar. So the overhead protectors of New Happy, at least for now, could turn against them is Gen G.
God, Hikari getting isolated. New Happy still for him, pushing on in the air. Hikari gets the spray down. 𝗟𝗓𝗏 should not have lost that one. Akkad gets another one. Only man remaining in HS with the shotgun, saying, you know what, I've had enough of this BS. We're taking this compound, and they can get the revives. But man, Pentagram really holding strong here in the two approaches from the other teams.
I'm not sure. Hikari was in the other room. I thought also it was him jumping and double headshotting 𝗟𝗏𝗏 there. But that was from the other side. But these guys, they're on point today. They are absolutely on point today. And Gen G, you can see now, high ground control. They have the compound as well. They're playing a dangerous game here if they cannot allow anyone up this hill. 𝗟𝗏𝗏, though, trying to get up here.
Good angles, good high ground. Can Gen G hold on? They should know that there is a team approaching them. Let's check in back on the north side as LG have actually backfilled through Twisted Minds, left position. EXO and 17 now forced to just go back through this rotation. And speaking of rotation, Heikeman's vehicle is rotating all in there. He's going to be able to land that, but it's going to take some extra time. And listen, if you don't know Luminosity, if you're not in a regular audience of North America, if they're on high ground, they are going to rack up kills.
I mean, they have two already. We'll see if they can find more in the early stages here of match number 2. 𝗟𝗏𝗏 seen, vehicle spotted, no damage coming through, but that vehicle, I mean, it got shot at by Twisted Minds earlier as well. It cannot have a whole lot of health left.
Reload pushing forward because, again, they just want these angles. They want to make sure they can clear out their opponents in towards this center where they have the lines of sight, because chances are this part of the zone is not going to be in place so long. It is going to be a shift towards the north. That still is no guarantees. Flash is going to come out, stalls 𝗟𝗏𝗏's push. Foxy has Morth ready to assist his teammate.
Yep, seeing DG98 over the top trying to suppress. I like this angle from him. Force them down the other side, maybe straight into PO. If they want to take the fight, funnel them on the edge. Circle swings to them as well. Gen G knows we have to take this fight fast because we need to get back to that compound and hold off the west.
𝗟𝗏𝗏 are inside, but just barely, and they're not able to find that angle of approach. Hard shift is actually over towards the east, so yeah, Luminosity going to have to leave. 17 crashing towards center where Twisted Minds are holding on, though it is SDK that is getting the kills in that respect. Already 4 kills now as Spyro finishes off 17, and SDK a little mad about that lost kill on their end. They're going to immediately fire back, as well as LG on the north, because they're going to need to find an angle to approach.
Sure. Bit of a ball for Twisted Minds to work with, but it ain't really all that useful as long as Luminosity has the high ground to the north. So I think they're going to play it a little quiet for a little while longer. Maybe, as you can see here, trying to suppress LG, trying to force them off the hillside early, because they want to spread out. They want to take control, but they can't do so while there's players above.
It's actually not even 𝗟𝗏𝗏. It's GEX that are approaching. Gen G are getting crushed by both sides. 𝗟𝗏𝗏 understand that they're going to be pushing on in and helping out, try and remove Gen G from this position, because this is a strong one. It's not in the center, but it's close enough, and it's hard cover that is becoming a premium in this zone right now.
I mean, this is pretty much top 5 guaranteed if you get to survive in this position. Then it's up to you whether you want to play it aggressive or just chill inside the compound and wait for people to pull up on you. But for Gen G right now, realizing they have threats on both sides, I think it's a smart play. Back off, sit inside, and wait this one out. For Luminosity, they had to make a play, trying to make the way forward. They know that Twisted Minds were out towards the southwest, so they rev east instead.
And it's really good timing because GEX and Gen G don't have the high ground angles because they're distracted by each other. This is going to give LG the timing. How much further do they want to push, though?
Wait,
PO is going to put some suppressing fire down. LG turn around. They realize we got to find a bull somewhere. Reload just barely alive. PO pulling out. Oh, the SLR still needs to reload that. That's going to give Reload an opportunity to stay alive for a little bit longer. And Twisted Minds getting a little curious. It's actually going to be Heaven that knocks Snakers. Yep. 𝗟𝗏𝗏's going to be taking that kill away.
Yep, 𝗟𝗏𝗏 unable to find the first. New Happy trying to see what they can do with this. And now for this area of the map, I mean, over in PEC, we had a lot of circles and down here. So curious to see how Twisted Minds are going to play. They had some really good performances in this area. Are they going to spread out? Are they going to try and take control? We already seen Perfectix and Battlegrounds in a vehicle now, trying to get to a better tip, trying to get a high ground position from where they can defend their two teammates.
Third Eye. Admin Vox pushing forward, trying to find some way to get some control, but Savior with the angle onto Vox. I mean, Adam's going to be there for the immediate revive, but is there the cover necessary for that?
I don't think there is. Xiaopian now falls as well. I believe that's the third time he goes down, so if they want to get the rest, they got to commit to it, and they got to commit to it fast. Good thing for New Happy is that no one's really in a position to make a play on them.
Oh, good grenade. Or I imagine it was. A couple of shots at the very least, because we've seen this kill feed light up with a bunch of different names. Hyperman, one of the two remaining players for EXO, catching Alo off guard.
Yep.
Gonna take that kill. That's at least the first point for this round for EXO Clan. That's a vehicle if he wants to steal it, but no, that would just be an easy shot. In fact, it's gonna be Penta taken out from Thunders to give Heikoman even more of an opportunity, but no, Vegas is going to have that. Angles or SDK eliminated a few of their members, but they have two alive to continue to push on in. But again, Mood, they're going to be in the way. Third Eye, they're going to be in the way. This is going to be an uphill climb. This is going to be a very difficult push for a lot of teams, and Twisted Minds are holding the line on the northwest edge.
Yeah, you can see three of them up there to take the hill up above, and that's exactly why you're seeing it here. Low set down below, trying to be the like a kind of up-close threat to Purple Mood. Issue for them now, Twisted Minds, is that they haven't been able to deal with the other teams up on that west side of the hill. So they can't play complete Overlook Protector because they have to worry about GEX towards the center of the circle as well.
Man, where does New Happy move? They're putting focus on the west side. Ming is getting at least the first knock and the kill against Borboats. 4 kills for New Happy already, but do they want to continue to push that direction or maybe even just go up that hill? It's a catch-22 because they're going to have to shoot at each other while they move into the zone, whichever direction they go.
Vegas hasn't quite been able to cross over left. I don't think Aldous was expecting anyone to still be up on that compound. Now Richie is starting to realize it as well. It might just be too late for him. Issue for Vegas is, though, he has to make the move himself. Blue is on him. He might as well just tank this one if he doesn't have a vehicle. No, see what you can get. That's the last bullet now. Oh, didn't even get to fire it because Purdy found him.
Really good push, really good covering fire to allow Purdy to have at least a level, potential access into the circle. Vegas might go down because of that, but honestly, how else can you expect any of these teams to approach the circle if you're not already involved?
New Happy, well, we questioned where they were going to go. You can see they're still kind of testing the waters. They swooped west, they found one. Now, trying to look up towards Ghibli, but that open hillside is so incredibly dangerous, especially with Genji still in that compound. Perfect overlook position for them. It's going to be very difficult for New Happy to make an aggressive play here. One thing's for sure, they need an entry knock, and then they need to pull up on it fast.
Yeah, Purple Mood now, just trying to get the final kill here on the west side. They left Lucky on the north, just to have a little bit of an anchor to rotate around. But with the blue closing in, Purple Mood, they know that at some point they're going to have to try and fight Twisted Minds. So, taking 2 fights on 2 separate angles, their heads are on a swivel. They know Pretty Curry is here. They can't commit one direction or the other, and Kurt is actually going to find the first kill on the fan.
Question is this now going to be the invite for New Happy to try and wrap around this side? 2 down from Purple Mood already. Purdy trying to find more as Lula ups Nate on forward as well. Flocky, the solo player, left alive, and now New Happy from behind starting to engage. I think they were waiting, or still are waiting, really, for the perfect opportunity and haven't yet fully committed to a direction.
Grenade comes out. Kurt's pushing forward. Knows he's in a 1v1 at this point. Trying to swing ahead, but looking at the angle. But it doesn't matter because Purdy Curdy has the shots. I imagine with the assist of Twisted Minds, but well, Lou is there to finish SDK's run before it gets a little bit too hot, and we are now entering placement points.
I believe that was 9 kills though for shoot to kill. So even if they fall early, again, just 12 games, 9 points on the board. Huge pickup for them.
Put themselves in 5th place. A team that just barely missed out of the grand finals from the winners bracket, so they're going to want to make sure that they can succeed on their second attempt here. Another hard shift, would you have it?
And down towards the southeast as well. For those of you guys who don't know, on the map it might look pretty sober, but that hill is steep. It's steep and practically unplayable for teams trying to make their way through there from the north to south.
So it's basically on GEX to try and control that grid line.
It is.
Gen.G is going to be helping them defend from the teams on the north side, but then Gen.G pushing into GEX. It's going to be a rough one on to that respect, but those 2 teams are the ones that are going to have the best time in these next couple of phases, but there are still enough healthy teams here that it's not going to be an easy run.
You can see New Happy really wants to have an isolated fight with Ghibli, but every time they try and peek up and over, Gen.G is there to shoot in their direction. If they can find the knock here, they already have set up the smokes now. Look at the amount of smokes. They're not using them against each other. Both teams are using them against Gen.G.
Grenades coming out, dealing a little bit of damage, but nothing really meaty here.
Gotta find an entry, and there is the first one. Glass falls down to the nade of 𝗟𝗗𝗗. Will they be able to run off of it? One knock comes through, that's one fall down the side. 𝗟𝗗𝗗 finds the second. LG falls, but that's elsewhere on the map. And now 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 over the side tries to find the first.
Cuban held the high ground. Him and Glass were the ones that were the important angles for ghibli here. And New Happy, despite the trades going against them, now HS is pushing forward, shutting this fight down. Once again, getting sick of it, lacking patience. And now Ming has an opportunity to get the revive. Unfortunately, 𝗟𝗗𝗗 does get confirmed. Dealt some damage and bleeding out right before HS could hit him. But we're down to 6 teams right now because we lost LG, as you say.
Yep.
But while that engagement, while that fight was happening, we're just looking at New Happy and Twisted Minds as the last 2 teams that need to go through another squad, another defense to make it into the next phase.
And a team that has gone under the radar, quite literally, for this entire game is the most southern-looting one, Ascent. Still 4 alive. I don't even know if they have yet to fire a bullet this game. That is how passive things have been for them. But the circles
fire a bullet.
He did fire a bullet, you're not wrong. 3 bullets in the very early game against 𝗟𝗗𝗗. But outside of that, I'm not sure a whole lot's been happening. And honestly, for Ascent, for their playstyle, it's not really all that bad. They have the placement points now somewhat guaranteed. And now, full armor, 4 alive, they are able to start pushing their way forward.
They just haven't had the angles being on the low ground there.
They haven't been looking.
They are putting themselves in position to capitalize on whoever remains having to run down that steep hill, as you identified earlier on. Twisted Minds here, they've been able to get a small piece of footing close to the zone. It's still not even inside, and the rest are now trying to swing on the north side as Lou is going to be holding that bottom angle, but GEX, they just have the lineup. They are expecting it. Perfectix trying to find the opening knock against Leo, but I think was just spotted, and now the blue is going to continue to force them forward, and Twisted Minds, it's either running into GEX or running into Gen G. It's pick your poison.
But for Twisted Minds, 8 kills again. They had a huge amount of kills in the previous game too. Lou falls to blue. I think you got tagged twice before the blue then got the better of him. Yep, there he goes, falls down. No points given away though. Now Leo sprays forward, but 𝗟𝗏 returns with a double headshot. Twisted Minds are on one today. They are not looking to get eliminated from the tournament here.
And now they put themselves right on top of GEX and Gen G. I don't think they have a strong angle here. The circle is going to medium shift up towards the north. That means Gen G and GEX are still holding the best spots with Twisted Minds and New Happy putting themselves around those positions, starting the control not nearly as dominant.
Twisted Minds have been fighting at range for pretty much the entire game here. You saw 𝗟𝗏 down to practically no HP. Chris now finds one from down below. Now is when Ascent is looking to get aggressive. More damage coming through. Perfectix finds one more with the nade.
And now Ascent are also getting involved. They are finding the angles. They're pushing themselves forward, pitting themselves below all of these teams. Batoon's trying to rush ahead, trying to find some position to support 𝗟𝗏. And again, as you say, 9 kills, but they're going to want to go for more.
18 bullets for 𝗟𝗏, nothing to reload with. They got to find some crates. Every fight they've been taking has been at a distance. The fact that they were able to keep 4 alive for as long as they did, really impressive. But you're going to hit a clicks real soon. There you have it, 29 bullets is all he's got to work with, but once again from down below, Ascent welcomes the opposition to their side of the circle.
It's Chris Brexo, the Thunders from down under, finding the angles, helping defend GEX, who have actually been putting up a not great defense here, now the Molotov coming out.
Not at all. Things haven't been going their way whatsoever since they engaged first time. They got to sit here for a while. They got to pressure Gen G inside the compound. Didn't get any kills off of it. And now things are looking to go against them. Just 1 kill this game as Twisted Minds racks up their kill number 10.
And now it's Yuri and Leo. There's Ascent below them, Twisted Minds above them. Those 2 teams are kind of helping them stay alive, but look at Gen G fan on out. They want to come alive here. This is the time that Gen G need to start to pick up those points. They've been sitting pretty, sitting quiet, only 2 kills. They need the points now.
Sure do. PO trying to make the run on forward. We'll see one. Brax finds one, finds the second, finds the third as well. Huge plays from Braxco coming in here. 𝗟𝗏𝗗𝗗 is knocked. The rest might be possible, but look at that down below. Feven is there, but he's been seen. The team is there to defend.
Oh, and now Foxy is going loud as Chris gets taken out. Mika is going to spot Sun's sister Feven. Only 3 teams remain right now, but 𝗟𝗏𝗗𝗗 still can't quite get the revive onto him. PO is pushing forward entry for his team. Still only 3 kills for Gen G. They haven't really been able to find the points because Ascent have been picking them up, at least in that engagement there. And look at New Happy. Is it a backfill or is it
wedging themselves in. It's some combination of in between, but they're taking advantage of Ascend and Gen.G facing each other down.
Exactly. New Happy playing this one smart. They are not in a hurry whatsoever. As long as they make sure that Gen.G cannot wrap back towards the northeast, they will be all right. They know they have the compound under control. They've seen all three of them up towards those ridge lines earlier. So play it smart, sit on the circle, wait things out, and if they come to you, you can then take an isolated fight to Gen.G before you take the fight to Ascend. Because if the fight happens up on the plateau, you know for a fact that there's no way for Ascend to get up there before hopefully your fight with Gen.G is over.
New Happy just waiting for the circle to push someone into their crossfire that they have set up here. Taemin now, smoke wall to allow him to get back with the rest of his team. I'm sure he spotted at least a few members of New Happy, so they know the situation, the game state that they're in. And the circle did pull away from the compound a fair bit. So Nan at some point is going to have to leave that northern angle, and at that point I think it's actually going to be Ascend with the widest spread, with the best crossfire, but will that be enough to counteract the high ground that Gen.G and New Happy are playing over?
True. Gen.G, it's not been their group stage. They would really, really want a win to get this losers bracket going for them. Chris, well, you don't see them too often, and it's not just a random pickup. The M249 in hand of Chris is a very deliberate pick, very on purpose. Why reload when you can M249?
The more bullets you're able to store in your gun itself and not your backpack, that means you can carry more grenades.
Exactly. Gen.G, well, they have to pick and choose. Do we take the fight up top to New Happy? Do we try and wrap down below to Ascend? I think, honestly, for them here, the best play would be taking the fight to New Happy. They might be more dangerous up close than Ascend, but the issue is, first of all, you're fighting downhill into Ascend. Second of all, if you go down to Ascend now, New Happy, you can guarantee yourself they're going to take your spot and shoot you in the back. It's only against New Happy that they can have an isolated fight here. They're just setting themselves up to get third party, then giving a win to New Happy.
Utilities coming out, smokes coming out, flash grenades coming out, because I think Ascend are actually expecting a low side push from Gen.G, and yes, the drops are coming on down. They're hearing the feet land on the rocks. Foxy's going to be swinging around the side, going to try and go for a flash first. Doesn't want to get taken out before he can get an opportunity. And PO on the top side. The smoke's blocking New Happy, but for how much longer? They need to take this fight quickly before New Happy punish them.
Exactly. They hear they're coming down the hillside. Now New Happy is going to have the high ground for free. They should come out victorious, but we'll see how things are going to go down. Groves has to fight the first. Killdekai folds. Taemin down below goes for the second. Can't quite find it.
Now the M249 tries to go loud, but it's actually going to be HS with the knocks onto Brex. Brex is able to take down Taemin. So everyone's wounded across the board except New Happy, because again, the fight took just a little bit too long to break out. And though Ascend dealing a couple of kills, getting a couple of kills for themselves against Gen.G, it is now 2 versus 3. And again, the second you peek out, you're going to get taken shots to the face.
I mean, Gen.G gifted this position to New Happy by not taking the fight to them earlier, and now they can sit here and wait it out. It is difficult to fight around these rocks. You might be able to sneak away from one, catch one off by surprise. Speaking of, Chris able to get a few good shots in there onto Mingming. Both of them now down to low HP.
Didn't commit to the shot because he knew that Mingming was going to immediately peek over. He had a limited amount of time that he could hold that angle before getting punished.
See, Nan trying to stay safe. He knows exactly where he has Micah. He doesn't want to reveal himself to Chris. Not for now. Wait for Micah to push on up. Issue is Chris is doing damage while he's waiting.
That makes it a 2 versus 2. Chris got to guard for the second. I thought he was going to go for the flush. No, it's all onto one last member of New Happy. It's all onto Nan, and he has the high ground, and he is technically closest towards the center, but this is an opportunity for Ascend with the last 2 members remaining to peek and swing out from 2 separate angles. The flashes are coming out. More from It's Chris. Chris wants the final kill against New Happy. They want to confirm the win. They win game number 2. 10 kills. It was a slow start. It was a quiet start, but they win loud.
10 kills win is a huge game, and you see it so often. It's not about finding those kills early. You can play passive, you can wait till phase 6 to get your first and still make your way into the double digits. What a huge game.
What a huge start here, right? And both teams that have won the first 2 matches are what I would still consider underdogs. That definition is getting changed here, at least for now. Here are the highlights of round number 2 before we go back to the desk.
It's the Ascend boys blasting left, right, center. We've got 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 going bang, 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 and we have got ourselves an EMEA victory here.
Finally.
They're not too common here for PGS1, but there is one Avenger in the books. Ascend looking all right here in the lower bracket.
And also in a very hard terrain. It's super hard to play around, as you can see. How they are able to hold multiple angles, and then it's 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 just popping off. And then utility, of course, always the king here in the very late game. All the stun grenades coming in there, and Nan is really hard. But of course, in that case there for New Happy, they're able to stay 3 guys alive. They're waiting for the fight to conclude.
Yeah.
But Ascend just came out on top, even though they had, I feel like, an inferior position.
Yeah, exactly. As you were saying, the main problem that everyone had to solve there, or at least Ascend had to solve, really was kind of the verticality of what was going on with all of this. As New Happy and I would say 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 technically go into that later game with a better spot to try and fight off against what Ascend is kind of bringing to the table here. But sometimes, man, sometimes little 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 just goes out there, hits some nice shots, and I'm going to take it.
Yeah, takes out the M249, and I mean, it's rare, but if you're that close, it doesn't matter. You have that many bullets. And also, Twisted Minds, of course, with a fantastic game.
Yeah.
Able to get 10 kills plus. That's a huge one for them. They're able to put themselves in a fantastic spot here after just 2 games. So if they continue that for today, they could be going into tomorrow feeling very, very safe.
Yeah, definitely. New Happy as well here. By the end of this game, they have plenty of kills to boot. And when you're kind of controlling some of the high ground, being able to pick away at some of these players, I think we know New Happy as a team that, well, won an ex-world champion. Of course. But also, when they're showing up here, you're expecting them to get to the grand finals, and a result like this should be able to usher them in the right direction.
Probably expect them to already be there now from the winners.
Yeah, maybe that one.
Maybe, yeah. But they, of course, in a situation for them here, they're able to come here and probably just dominate the losers bracket, which makes it a little bit harder for everyone else because, right, we're talking about all these teams that we're expected to be in the grand final. They could or should have already been there through the winners bracket, but now they're down here, have a last chance. The BO12. A lot of things can happen at BO12 here. If you're not coming out strong from the first couple of games, you're going to have a hard time because you're going to get third party. You're going to have other teams focus you because they know that you're going to be a strong opponent in a potential grand final.
Tough ones, tough stuff, and I would say even tough stuff for 𝗟𝗓𝗓 as well. We heard murmurs that was going to be a potential hot drop on Luminosity from 𝗟𝗓𝗓. Didn't really materialize though. They went just a little bit beyond further, got some cards.
Like trash loot.
Moved away,
further east, And of course, that's in a perfect world, you're able to loot what you're looting at home, right? In your home turf and in your home region. But unfortunately for them, they're going to be forced out a little bit further. And of course, if they're able to catch up, if they have some good games here, they could potentially contest Luminosity later. But Luminosity have been looking good, and the amount of points that they got in the last game was fantastic here. But Ace has end 10 kills and 10 points for this one.
Trying to blind the rest of the lobby. 16 being thrown out against their opponents here, whilst it was 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 with the 16 smokes coming down. No kills for Sun Sister. Sun Sister is one of the teams that I'm a little bit worried about, of course, coming into this. I don't know whether they're going to make grand finals or not. It's always difficult for teams in a region that's not as well represented to be able to make it to the grand finals, I would say.
Yeah, they were able to kind of sneak into the top 4 here, salvage it. But yeah, it's been rough for them so far. I would say here, as you see, maybe he was able to clutch a little bit more, get a little bit more points, but yeah, he was seen, he was taken down and not even able to get a clutch there, Fenn. So
gotta get Cameron to give them all some bouldering lessons. They have to rock climb during all of this stuff.
This is literally just a professional bouldering match right here. So it was pretty crazy. But this high ground here, I gotta say again, I'm super surprised that we didn't see New Happy come out on top here because, of course, it's you can take a lot of control here. They could have gotten out and they could have kind of taken control as 3 in a case like this, but they spread out and they just gave it to Ascend here. They were able to close it down quite easily, or well, as Chris was able to use some utility and then take it down.
As you say, the M249 clearly, because you look, Avenger, you don't have to reload. You don't have to. It's the most broken gun in the game. No, I'm joking.
Okay. New meta.
800 damage coming in for Chris.
If you're doing 800 damage and 3 kills every game, then be my guest. But especially for you, take the M249 every game.
He's my budget pick from my fantasy team. But I mean, we know that from our region especially, like, if this team does go down early or something like that, usually who's the guy that lives? It's Chris, and then he can actually soak up a few kills here and there, and he will be the man of the match.
Yeah, of course, super experienced player. This Chris, as you say here, one of the teams and players that have so much experience we've seen for so long time, and he's a huge cup potential, and he's a fantastic player. And of course, we saw it as well. Once he got subbed in for Nations Cup, he popped off as well like that. There's just no pressure on him. huge potential in its Chris. Very impressive stuff from him coming on out here. And I think ultimately, you know, you think back to the glory days, you think back to the G2s, you think back to the one match he played in Nations Cup for Germany.
It was one day. It was one day.
Was it one day?
Yeah, it was one day.
It was like, well, they've done nothing.
The last one.
And then Chris came on and actually shot a lot.
I think it was even Micah he was up for, actually.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Well, there you go. And we got ourselves 15 points coming in from New Happy as well. As you said, another 12 points for Twisted Minds. Back-to-back games for them. That's really important for their campaign.
Let's look at the overall, James, here. 23 points for Ascent and Twisted Minds, but third eye there with, not a surprise, because they won the game, but still able to sit in there, and the top is kind of solidifying themselves a little bit, but at the bottom, two surprises for me. FaZe on 1, 17 on 2. Should be getting like 3 or 4 kills at least in a lobby like this, I feel like.
I mean, here in the lower bracket, I'm okay with this order. You got EMEA, America, China. That's fine. I'm okay with it.
You're isolating in the top there. That's fine. Yeah, okay, sure.
It's all right.
That works.
Let's ignore FaZe in last.
And 17th, that has put Pachinki and Picado to themselves.
17 is a bit of an anomaly at the moment.
It is.
Because we expected, a lot of people expected them to come in and look absolutely fantastic. Of course, yes, in the group stage, they had the problem that was Sonics being able to mess with them as well as they did. But here, they should be getting big points.
If they don't qualify with having Picado Pachinki, of course, we've had some rough circles. And there's some situation with that. But still, it is such a send-up position. It is such a strong loot spot. Yeah, probably top 2 if you're looking at statistic, like in terms of how close you are to all the circles, right? So if they don't make it, I'll be extremely surprised.
Yeah, they need to step it up for sure. They need a lot more points on the board. Thank you very much, Avenger. Thank you to everybody tuning in around the world. It's time for a break here at PGS 1. When we return, we have got more PUBG action on the way.
Now we can be in the game to play PUBG ourselves.
我们设计了我们脑海中一直想要很炫酷的皮肤。
兄弟们，现在登录游戏就能看到我们精心设计的皮肤了。
If I encountered a player wearing our skins in the game, I would feel like proud to see that.
PUBG e스포츠가 오랫동안 고민해왔던 지점 중에 하나가 팀들에게 실질적인 혜택과 더불어서 동반 성장하는 모델을 만들고자 하는 것이었습니다. 그러한 맥락에서 글로벌 파트너 팀 프로젝트를 시작하게 되었습니다. 그 시작으로 GPT 스킨을 제작을 하게 되었습니다. 이번 스킨은 팀에서 원화를 직접 제작을 해주셨는데요. 그 퀄리티가 정말 예상보다 훨씬 좋아서 깜짝 놀랐습니다. 팬분들께도 응원하는 팀에서 직접 제작을 해주셨기 때문에 더욱더 의미가 클 것이라 생각이 되는데요. 자신이 응원하는 팀에 대해서 오랫동안 응원해온 보람이 있구나 느끼실 수 있는 계기가 될 수 있을 것 같습니다.
I have imagined what it would feel like to have skins representing our team. It would be like we are actually in the Battlegrounds ourselves in the game. Now we can be in the game to play PUBG ourselves.
We designed the skins in the way we've always imagined, wanted, and thought that would be cool. I hope our fans really love the skins. I think they look really cool, so I think the fans will enjoy them as well.
Well, the big challenge is to create something that represents the brand and it has to look cool so the fan has a desire for it. So you need to find the right elements and colors with meaning.
I'm thrilled that GPT skins will help our fans be united with our team. It's always exciting because you only create these things in the digital world, and it's a great joy to see our fans who will win in our skin.
希望这些皮肤能代表我们17战队，并向大家展示我们战队的文化和精神含义，这样才能确保皮肤能够被广大玩家喜爱和接受。
对我来说挺激动的，能在 PUBG 里看到代表我们17战队的皮肤视频，这个过程让我想要拿出更好、更有说服力的表现，来更好的在电竞领域定位我自己和队伍。
这对于选手来说，在游戏里就拥有自己的那种专属道具啊，或者皮肤，就是非常有意义的一件事。然后希望以后这种合作也能够越来越多吧。
I believe there will be more opportunities communicating with our fans, expanding the global partner team program.
안녕하세요. 저는 PCC 캐릭터 팀의 이준호입니다. 캐릭터가 입는 의상, 총기, 그리고 탈 것들을 제작하고 있습니다. 팀별로 그런 색깔이나 특성이 있는 디자인이라고 생각했고 일반 옷으로 생각해도 굉장히 멋스러운 디자인이라고 생각했습니다. 팬들이 보았을 때 가장 중요하다고 생각되는 부분들, 그런 부분에 중점을 둬 작업을 했고요. 팬분들이나 이제 유저분들이 보았을 때 우리 팀의 이 유니폼을 입고 실제로 경기를 할 수 있겠구나 하면서 약간 그런 것들에 대한 만족을 위해서 생각을 하면서 작업을 했습니다.
And I want to thank every fan for your support. It means a lot for us.
I cannot imagine the world without fans.
期待一下我们这款皮肤吧。
所以说你们的支持对于我们非常重要，也希望大家多多支持17战队，谢谢大家。
We all know how dangerous that can be. The shot does come out though, and that's going to be a warning to perhaps go out the window. But 𝗟𝗏, he delayed his drop, able to get the knock, fully run away from that, down to such low HP. But this is a moment to perhaps finish that kill, especially with the frag grenade in hand.
1 HP to work with, and what a survival. I love the fact that it sits in the window because the shotgun comes through in the chest, but the nade finds the second as well too. He goes down. With full control of the hillside up above, shooting over the top, finds the first one. That is Pushil's down.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 and company. Oh my god!
Engagement might be overwhelmed, but AZ with the underhand grenade, this one could be good.
Oh, he gets the knock, and now he's gonna push out and get another. Looking for the third, looking for the finish. The 1v3 on 𝗟𝗏. 𝗟𝗏 is hurt, but he is prone. He's gonna throw a molly right on top of 𝗟𝗏. This may be the end. 𝗟𝗏 is burning, but I think he got a first aid off just in time. Has to wrap to the outside, but no, the molly was good enough. What a play from AZ.
It's not perfect, they're getting knocks against them, but they are making it work time and time again. But Apocalypse with a very, very good return knock on Kurt.
Nice double headshot coming through, gets the flush instantly as well. Molly should take out Room. We'll see if the man can do anything. No, 𝗟𝗏 able to find the first. Apocalypse not in the position to cover him at all. Vegas now spots the second down to have HP. They know the connection was there. Push forward, aggress forward, get the final kill down. Slow HP, no!
𝗟𝗏 as well, so they are not down just yet, but 𝗟𝗏 is found.
Exactly, man. The team's aware of exactly what's going on here. Apocalypse crawls for input. Let's go for the flush. Yes, he does. Again, first game of the series. It's only 12 matches total. You want to optimize the amount of points you can get here. Penta, Nate locked on out, doesn't find the first man, able to stay alive. Penta, though, taking down. Peaks the second time around. Apocalypse hits him.
Keep seeing them cheekily pop up in some of these final moments, so not too bad to be able to get yourself a few points. There is a world where they make grand finals, and quite honestly, I'm going to be truly frank with you here. Me, Benja, Toby, how? Well, they won PEC, fantastic. However, how are they going to do on land? We have a...
And we're here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, as PGS 1 rolls along. It's the losers bracket. We are through 2 games. We've got 4 more to go here today, and I'm paper thin, jumping in here with my man, Cammy D. Cammy, 2 interesting games so far. I mean, sitting there in the back, like, my perspective was there aren't a lot of hot drops, right? There were basically none. And so that's opening up this lobby for teams like Twisted Minds, Petrichor Road.
Yeah, but it also means that there are still more teams alive to go to areas that, at least so far, have not been conductive to having a lot of people alive in those areas. So I think there's been enough action happening in the early games because of that. I'm curious to see what it's going to be if we do get a more traditional game in terms of the terrain and, you know, space available, etc. With the lack of hot drops, at least, you know, knock on wood, right now, if that's going to really have an effect on the lobby that the teams maybe aren't expecting, because this is, again, first time we haven't had any hot drops.
Sure, no, certainly. I mean, that it is, to me, like, probably the most interesting factor that's going on. And what you're talking about is also making it, I think, a little bit chaotic for some of the teams. I think this is obviously now starting to feel more like what you're used to in PUBG events that you watch regionally, that you watch at home, in your own local areas. But this one, so far today, has been really exciting. A lot of strong performances from some of our top teams, no doubt about it. We are going over to Erangel today for our third game. And Erangel, the plane path looks pretty fair.
It's good. I mean, spoiler, but it's good.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, it's fine.
I don't, you know, it's so funny because, like, you're going to see it like or if you have the map stream open, you've already seen it. So
yeah.
So I recommend doing that. Just pull open the map stream, then it won't be a spoiler.
Exactly.
Yeah, take that, nerds in chat.
I mean, it's always, you know, it's always it's almost anticipation in the early game. Even when you do see the plane path, even if you do see everyone drop out, it's this sense of, ooh, the fight's gonna happen in a few moments from now. Things are developing. Where teams are dropping is important. The timing of getting to the loot spots can be important, but it's all this setup to when the action actually starts, which earliest is a few minutes from now, but it's about setting the stage here. And GEX, once again, their stage is going to be set on 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 Island. No STK this time around. I think they're going to have immediate access to Georgia Hole, which is where they usually go, and I believe that's where they're going now down here in Losers.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks that way. Third Eye having a pretty good day here so far. You know, winning the first game and looking to be a little bit more coordinated, at least on the Erangel, the first match. You know, you can't necessarily take a ton out of that, but with only 12 games, getting one win puts you in a darn good spot to be one of those top 8 teams.
It really does. It really, really does. Luminosity looking at them. Really, really good game number 1. An okay game number 2. Can't take anything away from them because, again, that was an incredibly hard part of the map. Hillside, really specifically, if you want to be specific, really hard hillside to enter if you weren't already there.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, that first game from Luminosity, you know, again, sitting in the green room watching it was just impressive, the way that they were taking these fights time after time after time. You know, Kickstart going nuts, Flood bailing them out. That's kind of like the Luminosity recipe, right? It's like if Kickstart's popping and Snakers is popping, and then Flood is bailing them out in those moments where things go a little awry, that's when they're at their best.
Yep. I don't know if we've shown it yet, but circle number 1. It's Mill to Power, essentially. Once again, we're centering up around Lumber Mill, which has actually been a pretty familiar place this event so far. We seem to be here a lot.
Yeah, this has become our home for Erangel, it seems like, for sure. We haven't had too many that end military. We've only had like 1 or 2 quarry finishes. They're very early on. So certainly this is a part of the map that we are becoming very familiar with.
Nothing around Georgia Pole.
No.
There was that one Yasnaya.
Can we get the Zarki?
Have we had anything around, like, between Pachinki and Rozak and the Badlands? Like, anything around that area?
There might have been one.
Might have been one.
But now I'm trying to remember if that was like a PWS game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, they all kind of start blurring together in your
really
mind.
do.
Like,
They yeah. It's actually weird when you talk to some players and how they talk about, well, of course, we watched a replay from this really strong hold from Pentagram here, but it's really weird when you talk to teams and like, oh yeah, that one time where this specific thing happened. Like, how do you even remember? Because they play more games than we watch with all the scrims and stuff. They just are able to somehow pick up on the singular iconic moments of that, and that sort of like logs it in their memory. But for me, it's immediately gone.
No, it's funny because when you're playing like that tactile feel, I suppose, is the best way I can describe it. Like, it tends to ingrain things a little bit more in your brain, if that makes sense. And what the other funny thing is, players will come up to me, they'll be like, "Did you see this awesome moment?" And I'll be like, "Our observers were watching a different fight." And then they're like, "Oh, okay." like, sorry, boys, or we were watching a different player. Like, you know, there's a lot going on there. But you know, that's why that's why you go talk to the players to see what their perspective is. You know, figure out what's going on. That's why I love being on site with know, the teams, because we get so many interesting things from them.
Yep. As we pan over Erangel, again, no hot drops. I want to say as expected, because we didn't see anything in map number 1, but so far PGS 1 has had a lot of them, so part of me thought maybe we get something, but no, nothing this time around. And even though phase circle number 1 is pretty hard to the southeast, it's not so much water that approaches are going to be as rough as we saw in the previous game just on Miramar. So I think this is, at least for now, going to be a pretty by-the-book early game. We're going to get a hard shift on phase number 2. That's just the way that PGS 1 has been going, so I'm sure something is going to get messed up here or there, but at least for now, most of these teams should have a relatively easy path, dropping, looting, rotating.
Yeah, yep. This is exactly what you almost want to see in a lot of ways, is just the game play out in its natural state, I suppose you could call it. FaZe has had a rough day once again. It has been a rough go of them. They've tried different strategies. They've tried different looks. And it seems like everything they try gets foiled. You know, and I can't say it's all their fault. Sometimes they just get third-partied in weird situations. They get crashed in, I'd say, situations where maybe normally you don't get crashed. You know, but this is an international lobby. It is a very different beast.
You're allowed a few bad games. They've had 2. They're not allowed to have any more. And right now they're putting pressure onto 𝗟𝗟, trying to rotate up into their spot because FaZe just had to push just a little bit north of Milton. So they're trying to maintain control of that area before it gets too late, before it gets a bit too contested. Savior taking some shots. We've seen him do that a lot. We've seen him do that a lot.
Our observer showed us that multiple times now, of whatever team's in military just like slamming shots into the wall. Like,
he's shooting. There's action. Go.
Go. Get him. Like, we got to see what he's doing. Well, he's just usually I think it's a couple reasons, but all right, Rez should maybe come through. Crexy going for the long one. No, wait, it's bouncing. It bounced over. Oh my God, the follow-up, is it going to be good? Oh, okay, well, it's the bolt followed with another grenade, almost taking 𝗟𝗟 out. FaZe needs points, so they are hungry. They are going to get the flush onto 𝗟𝗟. 𝗟𝗟 under pressure in the smoke. The rest of 𝗟𝗟 now trying to, well, at least 𝗟𝗟 trying to roll in here, trying to support his team.
They're just putting the pressure on. They're not giving 𝗟𝗟 any breathing space. Hop into a vehicle, swing around from the opposite side to try and find a different area, but back into the grenades, and that vehicle's gonna go up in flames. That is 𝗟𝗟 down. FaZe Clan 2 kills under the belt, and more importantly, I would argue, control of this hill.
Yeah, well, 𝗟𝗟 now as well taken down, so it's just heaven left for 𝗟𝗟, and he is nowhere near this fight currently, taking some pot shots from that shack here and there, but nothing significant to note.
Just very briefly, 𝗟𝗟 running away from all those grenades reminded me of that gif of the mascot running from explosions.
Dude, I used that.
Same vibe, same energy.
I used that gif because I was playing some pubs the other day, and I play on the NA server a lot, and
because it's easier.
Because I play with my friends back home from America. It also is easier. But I saw Kurt in the lobby, so I posted the GIF because, you know, he's so known for throwing grenades. I thought that would be an apt GIF to use. So I'm glad you brought that up.
When you haven't played casuals in a while, and then you suddenly start to hear mortar fire at you, suddenly it's like, oh my God, wait, this is an entirely different game, in which we might be approaching.
It's hard to get mortar kills, though.
It's so hard. There was actually a player that I know this is totally devolved from what we're watching right now as teams are rotating on through, but just real quick, there was a duo that was in a glider and tried to drop a C4 on us, which I thought was incredibly creative.
Oh yeah, that's so fun, isn't it? Yeah. No, it's so cool. The stuff you can do with gliders is really quite interesting, and guess what? Eventually,
pros, pay attention.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how that changes some of the things, but we'll get there later. That is neither here nor there today. Sunsister on the far west side, nobody really almost within a kilometer of Potato right now, so they're relatively safe. SDK is wrapping towards the military island. Gen G sort of doing their Donowa impression out of Yasnaya, but it's looking a little bit different. They're pushed a little bit further out than I'd say Donowa normally would.
SDK actually going into Sosnovka Island. I talked about how phase number 1 is actually pretty free of space, most of the areas, but they're being extra safe. I think because they're one of the last teams to arrive, they don't want to get accidentally cut off. I mean, SDK does have a historical trend of losing players early on in rotation, so I think this could be a response to that, or at least in this particular zone. They also might be expecting a hard shift down towards Milta.
Right.
Could be that, because trends have shown.
Here's the other thing. Think about this. If this hard shifts west,
then they can take the ferry.
Then they can take the ferry.
And there's no Danawa.
No Danawa to steal it from them. Exactly. They are now the only ferry team in the lobby, so they can rely on that.
That was rough for SDK. That was literally like, for those two teams, that was the moment that basically made or broke them getting into the grand final.
So Wooly, their coach, actually gives them pop quizzes sometimes when they're in the middle of a scrim, and I think that was one of them is, hey guys, what time does the ferry leave?
Really?
Yeah, just pop quiz in the middle of the scrim.
God. That is crazy. I appreciate that, though. That's like great knowledge to have. You never know when that might come in handy. So
yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff to hear that Wooly's keeping them on their toes. A little bit of damage done to MT and EXO as they're kind of driving around here, jockeying for position with Ascend. And it is going to look like Ascend kind of gets the more favorable angle, the more favorable direction as EXO is going to back off.
It is still on the hard north side of this first zone, but again, we don't know where the zone is going to shift towards. Twisted Minds and Petrichor Road just sort of fire some shots back and forth at each other. Usually you see players like to split this compound, but that was unavailable. And actually, both of these teams are using these two individual compounds as separate positions of 2-2 splits here. And again, we're to see where phase number 2 goes to see if any of those splits are going to be useful, if they're going to maybe consolidate it. Just a few more seconds remain before that happens. It's been a relatively easy, or not easy, but low action early game. Just a couple of shots back and forth to get some presence, to try and shepherd teams away here or there.
Very standard. This is more what I think, we're expecting what we're used to with competitive PUBG. SDK going to be making their way across the bridge. There is GEX. Savior already in a vehicle, though, isn't camping that edge. So for now, SDK is somewhat safe to at least get here, get to the gas station, and then make a go from there as GEX is just going to start moving, as the circle did end up going northeast, centered mostly on that prison.
Yeah, it's not exactly a hard shift in terms of the circle as a whole, but it cuts out a lot of water.
Yeah, boring.
Yeah, but however, it's still, because there is that coast in play, it is going to limit the approaches right now. GEX and SDK driving right next to each other. And in fact, SDK was somehow able to get in front of some of the lagging members of GEX. Yuri taken down very, very low. That's going to be Yuri knocked out. There's no way GEX are they turning around for the revive.
Yeah, absolutely not. Yeah.
No. Leo, go back.
Yeah, turn around, Leo. Yeah. If you're an SDK fan, you're like, come on, GEX, just come on back.
If Yuri was shouting safe res, he needs to get cut.
I highly doubt it. I mean,
no, he wasn't.
No, certainly not. No, of course. I think GEX there just a little bit late on the rotation. Like you mentioned, Brex has a lot of 17 here. It is all 4 members. Good grenades, could be disaster, but that one is going to bounce a bit too far. Here comes the response from Suju. I think going to go a bit wide. Meanwhile, Lou from Twisted Minds has run AX down and out.
Yeah, both Petrichor Road and Twisted Minds from that 2-2 split that we saw them both in earlier have then just leapfrogged their position further onto this hillside. Brex actually now not exactly running away. He's actually continuing to hold point against 17 Gaming. The rest of his team controlling multiple angles from prison. Should have a lockdown on that area, but 17 Gaming taking Pride Rock, trying to deal damage to other teams rotating on through Sun Sister. Looks like their rotation is the word of the tournament, shambles right now, but they're still alive for a moment. The question is, I think they might just have to crash into Lumber. That might be the only safe place to go, but 17 Gaming, they're staying here.
Yeah, I mean, I tell you what, Sun Sister did manage to find a decent little position for themselves, kind of in that area that I would say FaZe normally was taking in the Lumberyard. This time, FaZe is more shifted to the west side of the Lumberyard. Sun Sister is going to take the east, those blue single stories over on that edge. Petrichor Road, pretty close to the edge of the prison here, can kind of watch and overview Old Ming being in trouble.
And he hit a tree as well.
He's done.
Yeah. You can tell that this was absolutely not a real attempt here. Grenade's going to come out, but FaZe look like they have the angle to finish it if Pentagram can't. So that's going to be Ming Ming going down. Pentagram, again, with another hold of this position, only against one player, but still, it's a solid hold. It's a successful hold nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, Pentagram's defense hasn't been too bad, other than Aches left, breaking them basically by himself.
Yeah.
He is absolutely nuts, as we have seen time and time again. That guy can pull miracles out of nowhere. GEX is going to go for the Rock Coast, just to the north of the Milta Power Plant, and try to get some information here. This is a good spot to keep your cars relatively safe, get a little info, and then move on.
Yeah, and move on is what you have to do because it's going to pull away from that coastline at some point. We'll see how far and how soon it does as we hit phase number 3 in only a few more seconds. Right now, 17 and Brex, they've just been, I wouldn't say happiest of neighbors. Certainly, if they could shoot at each other, they would, but no one's forced the issue just yet, especially because so close to the phase transition.
Yeah, SDK came all the way through, and they are getting a decent zone. It's going to shift away from the water already. Didn't have to yet, but it's opting to just, basically play phase 4 and phase 3.
Speaking of FaZe Clan, with the position that they defended very early from Ghibli, is now the center of the zone. They're in a really good spot to make a good climb from where they're coming into in last place here. But this part of the area is actually not the most difficult to approach, but it does share some features to what we saw on just the previous Miramar game in terms of there just being like a shallow, not shallow, but like a flat ramp up and down that hill.
Yeah, I mean, it has been, these types of circles seems to be where FaZe has found a bit more success than a lot of others. So certainly this is a very important moment for FaZe Clan. Keep our eyes onto that. Over towards Purple Moon and SDK, just some parting shots, some tires being popped. EXO is kind of backfilling off of the movement of Twisted Minds and Petrichor Road, who have already shifted down towards Shelter and Prison.
Ooh.
And there's a knock on to Pert. Pert, I called him that again.
I actually do it a fair bit.
I did it again. I told myself I wouldn't do it today. It's Kurt, Purdy Curdy. And as we call him, Kurt behind the scenes. Leo there took some damage. Kickstart. Just going to be watching that first game from Kickstart, though. Oh boy.
Oh boy, yeah, no, he's gearing up for some more. Again, Kickstart is one of the most competitive players that we have in the North American region. Not happy at all, but now Gen G approaching Ascend. It's going to be a repeat of the ending of the last game. And once again, Chris has the M249 pulling away with the grenade in hand.
I gotta pull Chris aside here. I saw him in the elevator leaving the hotel today, but I didn't know he was going to be choosing the M249 as his weapon of choice. The grenade from Foxy, if good, could be devastating, but no, it comes up short once again, just like it did on Miramar in the previous game. Foxy not able to find the distance on these nades. That is, frankly, those aren't super difficult nades to get into that hole that Chris is in.
Yeah, it's got another topography. A little bit of unforced errors if it does continue to happen in that respect. GEX trying to find a spot in the center of the zone. They were the furthest team away from this shift, and so they have no option but to try and blind send it somewhere. They're alive for now, but FaZe Clan immediately active, immediately on the move, though. It's actually James pulling away. Unsure if he might just be trying to save his tires with that vehicle movement. He's not leaving that tower. They're still holding off against GEX.
Yeah, for FaZe right now, this is just about bullying other teams away from them, claiming as much territory around that lumberyard as possible, because who knows? Again, this is Erangel, so at this point, the circle can go anywhere it damn well pleases, but FaZe is dead center, and it's very likely to be in for at least the next 2 or 3 circles in FaZe's favor.
Twisted Minds just backed away from an approaching EXO, not because they were scared, but because they didn't need to fight early for an edge position. Third Eye as well, just sort of bit by bit putting themselves inside the zone, running away, pulling away from Gen G's position, and they might just be driving into what is kind of just a valley between them and Luminosity. You can see Snaker is just waiting for the opportunity, but the circle shift, it's another hard shift, 2 in a row in the same direction. Now FaZe Clan are good to try and gatekeep the east and the northeast, but that's a lot of teams coming from that angle. They might actually want to try and pull away, but Pentagram and New Happy are holding the compounds that they would want to pull away too.
FX found a hell of an angle there. That is long distance shooting, so long that it could barely be heard from Alo's perspective. GEX has suffered a knock. By the way, the Prison is going to get nuts in not too long, I suspect. Third Eye wisely, I think, is trying to get around this Prison mech, trying to cut in towards FaZe territory. You do have Correxy. I saw a bolt in his hand previously, kind of in the general direction of Third Eye. Vox and Adam up front. Will there be any contact? I think FaZe is just going to peel off.
Yeah, actually, Third Eye spotted that, tried to pull away a little bit and take the defilade, but I think with Sun Sister here, FaZe might be a little too worried about holding too many angles, taking too many fights at once. And again, because of the number of people that are going to be trying to rotate either directly or wrapping through, they need to worry about their own lives here.
I suspect that LG is going to press the advantage here, and Eamhawk realizes it, and he's just got to get away. He has no other support really in this position. Tegu from the other angle, but here we go. Ascend on top, now taking control of Pride Rock. Huge rainbow nades coming out here from 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗, but it doesn't really connect onto anybody from Ascend. Don't know what's going on with EXO back there, but hopefully they can recover. Suju trying to watch the angle. Mika trying to come around the side, gets the headshot, but can't find the knock. Over in the smoke is 𝗟𝗟𝗡, letting loose with some grenades of his own. Are they going to find the mark? 𝗟𝗟𝗡 does. A good one on top, another knock for 𝗟𝗟𝗡, but there is one from Ascend as well.
has enough time to heal on up, but yeah, the damage is being done towards Ascend. It's Chris and Killing High have other angles to try and keep 17 out of the zone, but again, Little Ghost, more grenades, they're just finding their mark, they're finding their targets. It's only Chris with the M249 remaining.
And could this be 17 Gaming finding their footing? But no, it's once again, it's Chris with the M249, putting Suju down, looking for another. Lil Ghost trying to get here with another grenade, trying to see if he could finish the job, but it didn't matter. He was shooting them before the grenade even landed, and Lil Ghost gets another kill.
But it's 2 down for 17, and there are more teams keeping them from going to the zone. Petrichor Road are already here to finish the fight that Ascend started.
Oh, Petrichor Road playing spoiler for sure for their Chinese counterparts. You have a couple down here. Lil Ghost up front. He might just have to let the rest of 17 die as he is too far forward. Petrichor Road looking around for that last surviving member of 17. Can they sniff him out?
And Third Eye, remember, pulled in just south of this. So they're potentially waiting to try and gatekeep the survivors here, though. Who knows what FaZe is going to be doing against that as you see Petrichor Road continue to light up the kill feed. LG against Purple Mood in the blue as it's closing on. And Rello is going to be going down to the zone. Just not fast enough, took just too much damage. Flood, Kickstart, last 2 remaining for Luminosity, and they are surrounded on multiple sides, multiple angles.
A lot of teams inside of that lumberyard, but the circle is going to move away from it here towards the south once again. 3 hard shifts in a southerly direction. Flood going to go down to Fluky. He has Kickstart now, the dangerous superstar from LG, keeping him under close watch. Fluky there has to go for the heals, but it's phase 5 blue. He can't stay there much longer.
Kickstart can't get the revive onto Flood. Fluky's the one outside in the blue, as you say, and so the Molotov is going to come out, deny the peek from the final boot member. As Petrichor Road, they push on forward, they actually come across Tegu, who is going to go down immediately, and actually Third Eye aren't in position to try and hold on because they're getting eliminated piece by piece, while, of course, 17 Gaming get taken out in 15th place.
All right, here comes Fluky. Flood has been rezzed. Stuns at the ready. They are out. They are right in the face. A kickstart. Fluky puts it to good use. The repeat there from Flood is good enough to back Fluky off, but it's actually going to be Eamhawk from Sun Sister that gets the finish on the Luminosity.
Oh man, they just could not make that one work. That push in through Lumber. Luminosity, they're going to go down really, really early on. Petrichor Road still staying alive, getting the revive. Eamhawk is now eliminated in 12th place, so Fluky actually the lone survivor from Lumber.
Petrichor Road, 8 kills already in this game. They are masterfully sweeping, but here is Heaven. Earlier in this one, Ghibli was decimated, but Heaven survived, and he makes Petrichor Road pay a small toll. Able to get a heal off, but has to get on his horse if he's going to get any further in the zone. It looks like he's just going to play for the flush.
Yeah, needs to try and get that final point because now that Petrichor Road know where he is, his chances of survival are really, really slim. Though Petrichor Road are focused in on FaZe as they should be. But Corexy, Jeems getting the knocks. It's all under Chewy71. Last one up for Petrichor Road.
Oh my God, that grenade there came really close to maybe stealing a point for Heaven. Heaven now has an opportunity. He's got some space to work with. He could potentially get into this next circle and survive. He got a little help here from FaZe. Great work on their part.
Flash from Corexy. Chewy's going to go for the revive, which can potentially get both as Vex does find Fluky. 10 teams remaining. Very few solos. I think it's just Heaven is the only solo up, so those last few snakes that we saw from Lumber have been eliminated.
Now Leo's a solo joining him there, as that is going to be Spyro taking out Zen-Non. Grenade out here for Chewy, trying to see what he can do. Coming down the other side, has a bolt to back up this barrel. Seeing if he can find anything, but Jeems has a phenomenal angle. Jeems gets a headshot on the mill, and it's the finish from Corexy. Petrichor Road down in 10th, but a really solid game from them.
Iron Wall, Iron Door shot on Petrichor Road in this round. Vex are not giving up an inch in their hold. Left side, west side. Hikerman is somehow staying alive for EXO. It's always these last 2 remaining to try and collect a few extra points before they go down.
Hikerman certainly a phenomenal sub in. Oh, what a grenade from Lou. Right on the movement path of Akita. Knew that blue was going to be forcing the issue. Put it ahead of time. Hikerman, though, no slouch. Going to get Lou down to half health. Hikerman thinking about the grenade to try to see if he can finish what he started. It bounces right at Lou's feet and almost takes him down.
A second too early. Lou spotted the grenade coming in his direction, was able to run away from that, didn't give that knock to Hikerman. Now Batulin has rotated on through. Akita's not going to get revived. The timing is not there. Hikerman's going to come up with something huge here now if he wants to try and revive his teammate. Grenades coming in. Angles coming in.
It's tough, man. Hikerman is doing some fancy footwork here. He is absolutely just dodging so much of this utility, keeping himself in this fight, making it difficult for Twisted Minds.
But look at Spyro. Such a high ground angle, such a high ground position here. It's not giving Hikerman the opportunity to even go for the 1 versus 2.
They're going to pull away, but Heikman's teammate Akita did bleed out. It's just going to be his loot box remaining because Twisted Minds now, they know they have an opportunity to try and get some real presence in this next circle, and they don't want to be so distracted by a solo that they give up what could be a winning move of this game.
Yeah, great point. They have to be aware of FaZe's position as well as Heaven on their other side. J.E.N.G., we got a shot of them. They were on the north side of prison. They rotated all the way into that position a couple circles ago. Pentagram and them, the two Korean squads, right in there. ZPYon gonna go down to DG98 and no happy gone.
Perfexus just ran right past Heaven.
Oh my god.
Heaven's just crawling in. Perfexus is distracted by FaZe, so really...
You should see it right there, right? He doesn't see
him. He should have.
Oh my god. Oh no, Perfectic's not like this, but Heaven has no more first aid kits. It's just 7 bandages, a frag, and 3 smokes. So he does not want to pull the trigger. He has to stay quiet. He has to let this go. He could still pull out so many more points potentially.
He's giving up one sure thing in terms of kill and flush for the potential of more placements and hoping that FaZe do more damage to Twisted Minds, and it might be turning out that way as we quickly look at the south side as STK have been bruised, battered, but not down just yet. Still 4 people remaining, and they are approaching the Pentagram compound.
Yeah, Pentagram dug in, and SDK needs to climb up this hill. Heaven keeping our eyes onto him so far, not opting to go for anything just yet. I'm seeing an AWM come in the hands of, I believe, Batulins back there, so level 3 gear once again for the IGL of Twisted Minds. SDK beginning to make their way up this hill. They've got a flank from Alo, but Hikari's already got one down. It's Penta first, now looking for more. Alo trying to keep this angle under control. Akkad throwing some utility out the window, but Amali stun's gonna back him off.
Return utility. It's going to give the opportunity potentially for the revive, and Akkad actually goes down as we do see Ghibli Esports eliminated onto the north side. FaZe with 10 kills.
A hell of a work there. Oh, the grenade, if that had gotten in, maybe, just maybe. Adder was just watching the door frame like, please God, please don't go in. Scoot over, Akkad. Well, this is now getting dangerous.
Follow-up was better. But even without the knock, even without the flush, it's still enough to get the revive onto Penta, and then Vegas has just been pushing so close, using this opportunity to get even more pitted below that compound. The next few feet for him are going to be wide open, so they need more knocks or even utility to knock Pentagram away from the window. But no one else wants to approach this compound. J.E.N.G. putting their presence up towards the north.
All that space that SDK has to work with is really giving them a decent opportunity to crack the nut of Pentagram up there. And here we go. Things are going to kick off. It is 2 down for Twisted Minds. J.E.N.G.'s going to take this opportunity to strike. PO up front, gets the instant onto Lou. The flush is there from Foxy. Are they going to commit any further now? Trying to come around from a different angle, trying to throw a different look at Twisted Minds as they are now split between 2 different directions. Batulins letting loose with some utility to try to keep things in check, but no, J.E.N.G. and FaZe are going to just wipe Twisted Minds out.
Such great timing by J.E.N.G. They were slow walking the second the shots and the knocks came out. They pushed hard on this. And while FaZe might have picked up even more kills in this interaction, they are down members trying to revive them. But if J.E.N.G. pushed even harder right now, if they knew the angles that they needed to have, they could close the door onto FaZe, while SDK and Pentagram, they are still distracted by each other. These are 2 isolated engagements north and south.
J.E.N.G. should have known their kill feed there. They should have known that they had a pretty decent potential situation ahead of them. Tons of mollies as somebody called the fire department. This building is very much on fire right now. Pentagram trying to lock this down. I can see some shotguns in hand.
Those grenades actually haven't found anything. Maybe a little bit of damage, but that's about it. There it is. The first knock in the kill feed up against the COD. Is that the opening that SDK need to push through? But you know Pentagram are going to have shotguns in this.
Oh my God, here comes J.E.N.G. They're just going to try to third-party this fight that's going on. They see one knock in the kill feed, and they're just like, we're coming in, but Wicked strikes from behind and gets 2. Tons of damage. Alo's going to step in, finish off a couple members of J.E.N.G. A grenade from Taming takes Wicked down. This is an absolute mess.
SDK, all 4 are now on the low ground. It is only Pia remaining for J.E.N.G. and Hikari running around with the shotgun saying, oh God, please, why? It all has gone up in an instant. And while this is happening, FaZe Clan rushing down that hill knowing that this game is theirs to lose.
I'm befuddled by what J.E.N.G. is doing here, but that is neither here nor there. Pio is still alive, hoping that Damien can somehow get here. Vegas finds yet another knock onto Akkad. I believe that's his 3rd, so he is going to bleed out extremely quickly. Penta trying to watch the angle, but the shake is going to pull him off. Hikari with the pump shotgun. He has a ton of players of SDK hungry to finish him off. The first shot there gets some damage, the second as well. Touches of damage. Is he going to be able to stick this?
SGK are hating this. They don't want to push into that because they know if they commit too many resources to a singular shotgun, which they know could decimate their entire team, FaZe are just going to win this one for free. So instead, SGK, they seem to be backing away. They're going to allow the revive, but that also means that it's on to Pentagram to make the next move, and they can perhaps have an opportunity to get a couple of knocks against FaZe. We already saw some of the angles out of those windows on that north side, but James is going to be the first knock in his way.
FaZe begins to fan out and take control of the fanfare as we move through towards the almost getting close to the last circle. As we can see, FaZe is moving in. I mean, this is just FaZe's game, to be frank. It's just like mutually assured destruction here between everybody that went to this house. I mean, I feel a little bit bad for SDK because who would have thought Gen G would have made this move? But never in a million years did I think Gen G would do this.
I was laughing because PO somehow still has some frag grenades. Akkad and Hikari are wondering just how in the world have they, well, one, gotten hit with this many frag grenades, but of course are still alive after that multi-minute assault here. Kurt, with the angle, he's got a couple of mollies.
Yeah, that's a really good situation here for SDK. They can clear some more angles, push some players away, and they can kind of know where people are going to be, but they're getting help from FaZe as well. Akkad now, fourth knock. Hikari goes through the hole, not going to happen. They're not going to let him, and yeah, FaZe there, or excuse me, SDK able to trade out one.
Only losing one in the push against the shotgun is probably the best case scenario for STK. They're going to quickly get the revive. It's now a 4 versus 4 versus 2 with the 2 of Gen G, but just this spread of FaZe. Gustav is forward, James is forward. They have an entire pincer surrounding this comp, and they're not going to let anyone out.
Yeah, no, this is great. FaZe has every angle covered, every window on lockdown, and with 𝗟𝗏𝗄's Kar98, if that head reveals itself, he will find that headshot, it seems. He has been rather good with it this particular game. Gustav on the other side. 𝗟𝗏𝗄 this time not good for it, but you know, every time a shot rings out from that Kar98, it just makes you so scared. It makes you just that much more afraid to peek those windows.
Kurt gets confirmed. No revive allowed there. And at this point, you have to imagine that even STK and, of course, Gen G being 2 members up with such a rough position, theirs are just playing for second.
Well, regardless, this is a 15-kill game for FaZe. They have already had a phenomenal one. Now, if they can get the chicken dinner on top of it, absolutely. This is them potentially now looking at going into that grand final, making one of those amazing FaZe comebacks. 𝗟𝗏𝗄 there can't find the shot, doesn't matter. Other headshots are continuing to pour into SDK. It seems like every time they look, it's their heads that are getting damage dealt to.
Smokes are coming out, trying to limit the angles of FaZe Clan, but SDK still are unable to make their way out of this building. There is Penta crawling in a cloud of smoke of his own. At some point, Gustav and Fex might just empty all of their magazines or clips into that spot. And a chest shot dropped low. It's gonna be Fex with the follow-up, but Taman cannot deal more damage.
Yeah, Vegas is just too fast. Now it is PO versus the world here. The superstar from Korea trying to see if he can get it done. That's one. No more to be found. FaZe is gonna find a massive 19-kill chicken dinner.
19 kills. No, they didn't have to move that far from Milta in this zone, but they defended against so many different teams, not to mention that they went active early up against Ghibli. They knew the winning moment of this game from the very beginning. They put full throttle effort into it, not stopping at all, and the fact that they did not lose a single individual against the swarm of attackers shows that they are still a team to be worried about.
No doubt about it. Well, guys, we're going to watch some highlights, then we'll be back with the desk. Don't go anywhere.
going to be FaZe all day here. We have got ourselves them getting 29 points off of this game. A little birdie told me they did 3,800 damage in this game.
That was a crazy game, honestly. And on top of that, right, we're questioning why is FaZe down here after all what was happening, and then boom, they come in with this one.
Yeah.
But we gotta say, and we gotta kind of break down a little bit. Gen.G disengaged from a FaZe clan fight where there was 2 knocks. They could have easily gotten those 4 points from that, and then they full send it into the flat top garage. I've never seen anything more crazy.
They just made me go full Spider Calaris. I just had no clue what was going on.
You almost had to get off your box.
I was flabbergasted. I was bamboozled here, Avenger. What was that?
Like, if I want to try to break it down and kind of get an idea of it, is sure you can disengage from it because they would have a hard time getting off that top. But I would have stopped halfway or crashed outside, third-partied. I feel like there's so many more options for them to get more points than they could. They could have cleaned up the FaZe fight and got 4 points from that. They knew there was 2 knocks, and then they could have done what FaZe did to Pentagram and to shoot to kill, and probably gotten something more out of it. I don't know. The disengage felt completely off.
Yeah, I mean, if we speak bigger picture for a moment,
for sure,
Gen.G has fell off through this tournament. Unfortunately, here you expect a name like Gen.G to be prestige and excellence and things like that, but it's really not resonated with me just yet here from them. But what did resonate genuinely was FaZe's performance here. Let's talk about that a little bit more, because it wasn't just a singular effort as well. It was very clearly an extreme team effort. They were able to clean up a lot of the teams coming in as scraps from the northeast side, and then they were doing the classic FaZe thing of sweeping the edge so strong.
Yeah, and I gotta say, if you're getting 19 kills, it's not just a few fights. So they're winning pretty much everything, or you're third-partying a lot, right? And on top of that, they saw this circle and they had an idea it's gonna be somewhat the same circle. So they actually went lumber camp quite early, and that is actually the play here, especially because you can quite easily go from anywhere, and they're holding on to the edges for quite a long time and kind of cleaning them, making sure that northeast side was there. So look at this, 3,700 damage, but 25 smokes for shoot to kill.
That's absolutely insane that we're seeing that number come out in one game here from one team. We've got, as you say, Gen.G with 5 kills, 1,000 damage, respectable. They get themselves some points on the board, but they're going to need more here throughout the lower bracket. STK with the 4 and Pentagram with 2. Pentagram especially, in general, they had that compound here, Avenger, as we take a look at the recap from this game, and they were just kind of sat there for the whole game, and that's about it.
Yeah, I gotta say, these areas up here, especially once you only have that one flat top in play, it is extremely hard to kind of play out of, but the Gen.G crash helped, you shoot to kill Pentagram playing that help. But overall, this, I feel like there's a lot of people kind of questioning it and then pulling hairs out. If they knew that there was 2 or 3 knocks there in each team, perfect third-party opportunity, and it's a perfect timing. But it didn't kind of cause the confusion that it should. The biggest confusion was, why are they coming here when it's a standoff?
When it's stalemate, nothing happened.
Exactly.
There's nothing really for them to capitalize on at that moment in time, but all it allowed was FaZe to move to the mid point of this circle, fan out as 4, have all the angles available to them, and guarantee themselves the win here. As we take a look at the team stats coming in from FaZe, how many is it going to be?
Oh
it's 2
my God.
1K clubs here. James and Fex get themselves there, but Gustav was not far behind. The kills so evenly spread amongst the team.
Yeah, that is crazy. 19 kills.
What
obviously, a record here. PGS a 1 in terms of total.
I mean, it might be sorry to interrupt you, it might be the lower bracket here, but when you look at an overall team performance of 4 individuals, this is probably the best team performance we've seen through the tournament.
We've not seen 3,700 damage in 4 years, so it's obviously a record for that, but it's crazy. Team has had 1,460 something, so total in terms of singles, sure, but it's crazy to see that much damage across an all-of-them team here.
So yeah, the man of the match, of course, is James, as you mentioned. I do want to move away from this though, because I want to talk a bigger picture thing as well here, and I'm not going to shy away from it. I'm not going to shy away from this. What's going on with South Korea?
One more time.
What's going on with South Korea? I mean, aside from Danawa, South Korea does not look great here at this tournament at all.
No, it's been rough. And once you ask the question, you see Paper throwing his hands up in the air, like, what's going on? Yeah, I can't really answer the question. I was hoping for Heaven and ghibli to pop off a little bit more. Pentagram, I feel like when you're looking at the individual players, like, there's a lot of mechanical skill, there's a lot of experience, but it's just not meshing in the way that we're kind of hoping to see. I think we could still see one of the teams, maybe ghibli, maybe Gen.G, if they have like an insane couple of games. jump into that top 8 and take it. But FaZe 29 points here and Gen.G 11 as well. Insane game for them.
Yes.
And really needed.
I mean, it's funny that I posed that question when Gen.G's just got themselves 11 points on the board. But I think when we look at South Korea, aside from Danawa's first performance, as we take a look at the overalls here, I just kind of want to talk bigger picture, honestly, and bigger things. We don't get a chance to do it. So, yes, Danawa started things off great. Then they looked a little bit shaky in the wins, but they still got through by the end of things. Gen.G, yes, just got 11 points and stuff like that, but I just feel like there's been more question marks than exclamation marks when it comes to watching how they're performing. Not that one. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. I agree. And
it's a region that we, for such a long time, respected heavily.
And where we're used to seeing, 3 or 4 teams coming out of playing potentially for the top 16 in the finals.
Exactly.
But yeah, it's not really happening. And I'm hoping to see them pop off. And as I said here, you have your pentagrams, you have your Ghiblis, you have teams and individuals. And I feel like if you make the best of the 12 players that are playing right now, look at that, Demon Mode, he's in there. He's going skiing straight after this. See James there. No, it's the blue light. He's so close to the screen. It's like
that must be it. Yeah, I heard you can get creams for that actually.
Oh yeah,
famous person made some creams for it. But anyway, you can't. We've got other teams here showing up and good to go. STK were able to get themselves far in this game. They got a few kills on the board, but yeah, that compound kind of spelled the doom for everyone with FaZe above it.
I'm gonna ask Pretty Curdy afterwards.
Yes.
What was the comms like when Gen.G crashed?
Oh yes, that'd be a good question.
He's gonna have the funniest answer to that.
That would be good, especially Purdy.
Yeah. Being so honest about it.
There is no filter. He will tell you straight what.
Absolutely.
There might need to be a filter for a Purple Mood, unless they can get something going here in the lower bracket. But Twisted Minds, not too bad points-wise.
No, they're in top right now, 32 points. They're looking good. A little bit, like a few more good games here. They could actually put themselves quite in the good spot here. If they have like 50 points going into day 2, they're going to be completely fine going into the last day of the losers.
All right, well, let's get to it then. It's desert time. We are heading to Miramar to get it going, as we have got Paper Thin and Cameron for all the action. Let's get it going. PGS 1.
Thank you very much, Desk. And yes, indeed, you are right. I was losing my mind when Gen.G crashed that compound during that last game. And you know what, Cammy? I'm just going to say it right now. I am perplexed with some of the moves that Gen.G is making today, to say the least. That is the nice way that I can put this. This is a team that I've watched for a very long time. PO's been part of my career since the very beginning of my PUBG Esports days. That was bizarre.
Yeah, and it's not even just that one singular move that, I mean, it's probably one of the weirdest things that we've seen, but it's not like it's been a good event for Gen.G at all. From start to finish, they were, like last place, I think, out of groups? Yeah. Close to it, if not. And, I mean, at this point, anyone would say that PO is not the same superstar that he was in 2019, but the fact that he's struggling this much with the teammates that he has, or rather maybe it's just because of the teammates that he has that he is struggling this much to put up any sort of presence at all.
No, I'm going to straight up throw PO under the bus on this one. These are, I'm assuming these are his calls that are causing these, because it has nothing to do with necessarily individual plays or firepower in my book. This is all about just bad decision making. Like the first game on Erangel, right? To not regroup. I don't know what happened here. I don't know if the cars weren't in the right spot. I don't know if the call wasn't there, but to not regroup at the gas station.
Not a single team has a singular shot caller. There's always gonna be the person that has the final say in things. Sure. But everyone else needs to be communicating and suggesting plays. When you talk to any team, at least the ones that I routinely discuss, Western teams, they always say that, yeah, someone has the last word, but this player is making some good mid-round calls. This player always has some good ideas that we tend to just immediately jump on, because when he calls it out, then they're successful. So it can't all be PO doing everything. Your PO can't be making all the calls and then trying to do all of the damage and the kills. At some point, the rest of his team has to step up.
Certainly, and my best guess is it's Taemin, who's probably the secondary shot caller. But regardless, these are the first game in particular. That last game was bad, but the first game in particular, they're gifted a center circle compound. Yes, it's not the easiest compound to defend. That gas station is notorious for being tough to defend. But still, you're gifted a center circle compound. I think it was like phase 5 or something.
Yeah.
And you don't regroup and coalesce. Instead, you send the reinforcements to the edge to try to defend against Luminosity of all teams, who's freaking cracked out of their minds. Like and not to mention that that gas station is more defendable from that angle, that Luminosity's coming from an angle. There's so many reasons that I could go into why it's not a good idea to do what they did, that it's deeply concerning that the way that they're seeing this game right now is so far from what I would consider fundamental PUBG.
These are two teams. These are not the same team. This is 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 and 𝗟𝗏 in the same spot. How? I honestly didn't. I barely did. This is on the northeast side of the zone. The circle is somewhat center. Again, nothing dramatic about this first phase 1. But this might be a bit dramatic. This might catch 𝗟𝗏 off guard. 𝗟𝗏𝗡 has already communicated with the Gustav to rotate on through, and no other member of Sen's Sister is even close to this. I don't know if this was maybe an early scouting mission, but 𝗟𝗏 does seem to be able to be getting away.
I was going to say, the good news is this is a pretty easy way to get away.
That angle,
Yeah, that angle that you take away from that U-shape is basically safe unless they get in that U-shape or they wrap the corners or something. So for 𝗟𝗏 here, I don't know if he knew FaZe was there or not, but regardless, he's out for now. The real question for me now is, because of the circle, because the center is south of where 𝗟𝗏 is that going to funnel FaZe in his direction anyway? Will they identify that he's a solo and try to pick him off?
They might. They really might. But 𝗟𝗏 is still driving. We'll update you if there is anything on that in the kill feed or the map or whatever. But he's still
driving. He didn't stop at that compound?
No. He's still driving. He's still driving center past 𝗟𝗏𝗄 Road, in between 𝗟𝗏𝗄 and Ghibli, and Luminosity are on far as well. So yeah, it's a bold move by Sun Sister, but perhaps they feel like they need it.
Yeah, well, I mean, Sun Sister needs to make bold moves. I need to see more aggressive play out of Sun Sister. I need to see confident play. I need to see them playing a bit more together. Too often I see them spread out and getting picked apart in the mid game. So hopefully that changes. 17 having a rough day, to say the least.
Yeah, I am shocked that 17 Gaming don't look better now. I'm shocked that they didn't look better in groups when they weren't against the Sonics and testing them in the central spots. They looked broken from that one day of play, from the griefing, from the few rounds of griefing that the Sonics did, and they still haven't really seemed to recover.
Certainly.
And it's weird because I don't really know why. We saw a couple of good moments for them in the fight against Ascend last game on Prison, but then, I mean, granted, 𝗟𝗏𝗄 Road had a really good immediate response in, so I don't know how much of that you can really put against 17 for not being able to take 2 back-to-back fights, but nothing seems to be working out for them.
Well, in that last game, I would have liked to have seen them guard that compound on the eastern side of Lumberyard a little bit stronger, because they were like really spread out. You remember, like, I don't remember who it was pushed up the hill, but somebody pushed up the hill and there was just like 𝗟𝗏𝗏 there or something, just one player guarding it, and they just had to piece out. Is Luminosity. Luminosity rolls up the hill to that compound that the lumberyard is on, and there's just like one player there.
Oh, Sun Sister.
Sun Sister, sorry, I'm talking about Sun Sister.
Okay.
I didn't specify it. This is my brain just going on a tangent about Sun Sister.
Yeah, no, you're right. Back on Sun Sister, they're not defending anything. They're giving up way too much early space.
All right, 𝗟𝗏𝗡 on his own for Pentagram. It could have been a solid game for Pentagram, but I'd say that they got caught up in some shenanigans. I don't think they defended that compound maybe as cleanly as they would have liked against SDK initially. That drug out the fight, and now 𝗟𝗏𝗡 can't find the knock on 𝗟𝗏𝗄, so we'll see. He should go up and over with that grenade, but he's going to try to go through the door. 𝗟𝗏𝗄 is just piecing outside.
Ooh, 𝗟𝗏𝗡 expects the revive to be on this corner, so this one looks good. It bounces too far. Chris gets the med off. However, Wicked has rotated on in, but the drive-by has been punished. Mika, you know, there's support here for Ascend as well, but this Pentagram just cannot catch a break.
Well, he got slowed up a bit in the air going over that hill, and that gave them the time they needed to line their shots up to get those sprays down. SDK now driving in towards this potential fight as well. Are they going to get involved, or are they just going to kind of, you know, take some pot shots and then drive on?
They are coming in from 𝗟𝗏𝗄. It looks like they had a position to spot all this while it's happening in Vegas. He always seems to be super hungry. In some ways, he needs to like be kept on a leash by the rest of SDK, but he's still gnawing at the bit here to get involved. You see the rest of SDK now looping above him. This is outside of the zone, so there's only so many resources they want to put towards trying to punish Ascend here, and so instead they're going to move on past. They don't see the opportunity. They just almost gets shot in the back while he's rotating away, but still the timing of looking, considering, but then moving on, I think is good for SDK.
Yeah, I fully agree, and it keeps Ascend pinned, you know, so now they're able to move past
Slows them down.
Yeah, everything you said plus that, so it's It's a really good decision there from SDK. Pentagram is a bit ahead of SDK if you were curious about the results of all that. All three of them pieced out. FaZe in the bus with Corexi, as they have been taking teams to school today for sure. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you like it.
That was a good one.
Thank you.
That was a good one here. Oh, man. Where is this on the map? This is also outside of the zone. Foxy.
Crater Fields, yeah.
Yeah, Foxy spot in a rotation by GEX north of El Pozo. This is actually a lot of Gen G holding it. What is a sort of Twisted Minds? Sorry, distracted by the card flip. Woo, wow. I hope Gen G don't actually commit to that fight because this is outside of the zone. And everyone else, as you can see, even Third Eye, focused on getting inside circle number 1. That's kind of like rule number 1 is don't be in the blue.
Rule 1.
Yeah.
Don't die.
Well.
Oh, they're going to do it. Oh. They're going to do it. They've got grenades out on the road. Leo's driving right over it. He should be done. That's one. Is there going to be any others to follow for GEX? Immediately, it's a pivot and a stop for GEX. They're pulling into the town, and I think this is Gen G just going to take this as a one and done.
They should. Foxy was doing some shots from the high ground, pushing Savior to the side, but now Tegu is getting isolated. FaZe have been chasing Sun Sister, have been setting up their own trap of their own.
This is brilliant from FaZe. I mean, they've just been watching Sun Sister isolate themselves in various compounds, and now they're able to single them out one by one. First one is Tegu, and he is down and dusted. There's nothing they can do about it. I mean, again, this is literally what we were just talking about earlier. The Sun Sister just so spread out. No one can help this, that it's easy for FaZe.
Taking things for free where you can't expect them to stay free. This little spread of compounds, I suppose if the circle was a little more south, they could have grabbed it. But they're not the only team towards the north. FaZe is more north than them. EXO are often more north than them. It just seems that the read that Sun Sister have, at least looking at this particular situation, is just not good.
Yeah, well, it's no other way to put it. Ascend has found themselves out of Los Leones and into the fields just to the west, and will be climbing that hill. LG set up on the high ground around Minas and has a pretty good control of this graveyard Mina split. There's no one really anywhere near them. This is phenomenal. They're going to have so much information.
Yeah, Ghibli have moved a little close towards the area as well, but this is, as you say, really, really strong, really, really good. As we watch Ascend now finally making their way through, it's actually Third Eye as the first in ahead, and Micah is pushing forward, potentially trying to crash Third Eye.
Well, maybe, nope, yep, something he didn't like there. He just immediately turned tail. Maybe the starting of one of the vehicle engines on the other end of that compound might have sent him packing.
But that's Third Eye leaving, so maybe they just didn't. Maybe the fight was actually called off at the last minute because of the timing of the next zone. It is going to center up. It's going to be Pechcore Road with a really good 2-1-1. Doesn't look like they're going to commit to it. It's actually going to be a 2-2 with Aches left joining up with Mill. But that's a lot of high ground on the edges that it's going to be pulled away from. But do teams want to stick around and maybe get some kill points off the bat before they're forced down into the eventual low ground?
Well, LG is sitting pretty. This very well could shift in their direction based on the high ground land ratio terrain that you're talking about. Adder's going to try to go for the center circle, now taking some shots, and he's just like, I have an open top Murado. This is dangerous, especially if people are on top of these roofs. You can see right down into it. You have Lil Ghost out there. Snaker's just giving him a shot just to say, hey, we're here. Please don't come. And Adder just continues to just drive down the center of this circle. Where is he going?
Threading the needle, trying to find some of the spots here around just south of Hacienda del Patron, and recognize that this spot is free. Fevin has an angle. Fevin already in the vehicle, perhaps try and pull away from this one, which honestly might just be a good call to make, even though he's not being crashed at this specific moment. Third Eye following a similar line.
All right, Third Eye gonna just try to see if they can rotate in a similar path off the backs of the information they got from Pentagram's rotation. Seems to be good so far. The real question is are they going to crash those tall boys that Pentagram went into? That building always reminds me of like the new 4 cans of beer or whatever, and the really tall ones, you know, hold them up. Anyway,
see,
I'm giving it a new name. I'm sure it already has a name, but
we'll give it a new one.
Yeah,
we're the ones on broadcast.
That's right.
We can define these things ourselves. But yeah, it is actually going to be a crash. Pentagram holding strong, couple of shots, no knock just yet, but it is at the very least going to push Third Eye further towards the west. Grenades already at the ready for the answer back.
All right, Adder taking some damage. 𝗟𝗏 very weak. If that's a frag, Adder could be in trouble. It is, and he is in trouble. He is almost down. 𝗟𝗏 trying to hold the angle. It's just Vox who has been knocked, and members of Petrichor Road might opt to get involved. They are thinking about getting in here. That is a flush for 𝗟𝗓. Still Adder holding the line, gets another. All of a sudden, this push for for 𝗟𝗓 looked good, and now it doesn't.
But they're losing players themselves. It's not going to be a free grab. It's not going to be an easy continuation of this game despite being a center spot. And it looks like Sunsister also want to take part in this. Petrichor Road actually backed away. They realized that, oh, I say that, it's actually going to be 𝗟𝗓 eliminated. Oldlist swinging around the corner. Adam as well. And it's going to be a revive potentially for Pentagram. And Sunsister backing away. Petrichor Road backing away because this is so close to the center. Those teams don't want to give up their spot. But that's going to give Pentagram the opportunity to stabilize.
That's a brutal crash. I mean, I don't mind the idea at all from 𝗟𝗓. You know Pentagram's beat up. You know you've got man advantage. They get the opening knock. They just can't really press the space because of, especially Adder there, really holding the line very nicely with those 2x sprays, plus probably some help, I would assume, from some of the other teams that are in the vicinity, putting some damage into 𝗟𝗓 as they just could not breach those fences.
But it does show the vulnerability of that position. I think they might hope that this next circle swings towards the south away from that spot so they don't just get crashed multiple times in a row. Wow. It is going to be a hard shift in that direction. It's 17 actually dead center. And again, a team that needs to start to show up. One of the best teams coming out of China just have not made it work here at PGS 1. This has to be the game that they change all of that.
All right, there was the knock on 𝗟𝗓. HS was the man finding the damage. Penta up on the hill trying to cover Kurt, but Kurt stuck on the edge. Now the good news for Kurt is it's tough to get around to that corner, but there are some frags here that you can maybe bounce in, and you can see New Happy keen to try to get in to find that flush.
Pentagram now actually already moving out of the tall boys, as we do see Kurt get finishing the kill feed. The problem is SDK, even if they wanted to try and attempt the revive, this isn't even in the zone. They're on the far side, so they're gonna have to leave that spot. Anyway, it's best for SDK just to shift away from that. Ascent also taking a lot of damage from GEX, and this is not in the zone. So do they want to commit to this fight? It's a lot of decisions that these teams are going to have to make. It's just these hard shifts have been brutal for rotations.
Yeah, I'm shaking my head because I don't think SN should commit to this fight, and they indeed are not. 𝗟𝗓 has that Mark 14, the level 3 gear, is buffing Ghibli for this game. Savior out in the open, but pretty far shot here for 𝗟𝗓 to hit on the fly. Mika driving, sliding. Is he going to be okay? He stabilizes, still coming down there. 𝗟𝗓 trying to do what he can, but cannot really find the shots.
Good control, but they got to continue to move on in, just as 𝗟𝗓 does, hopping on the bike, dropping off that high ground. Was able to grief the rotation a little bit, and the rest of Ghibli are already in a position for him to rotate on towards. And now the New Happy, SDK pulled away from them. They actually slotted in, I think, where New Happy wanted to go. I mean, SDK wanted to go. They're New Happy. Bah.
I do what you meant.
Yeah.
FaZe now saddling up behind Sunsister, seeing if they can squash this team from Japan. 𝗟𝗓.
Oh, the grenade!
Oh, the grenade is out the door, but 𝗟𝗓's just too fast. The grenade was good on to Fex, though. Still, though, 𝗟𝗓 able to push base, able to see if they can really make sure that Fex is going to be safe. Shotgun upstairs from 𝗟𝗓. And for now, FaZe pumps the brakes.
This was Fex's first knock, I believe, but he actually has been tagged a little bit, so they're going to have to commit to the revive. I thought for a moment that they would want to actually just take 𝗟𝗓 out, but Imok here pushing on in. He's outside. Okay, there it is. I was wondering where the third party was, but though this is Gustav on a far angle giving support.
Imok switches to the sawed-off momentarily, throws a molly down one side, trying to see if he can get upstairs to reinforce the high ground here with 𝗟𝗓, and he does. He sneaks right through the sightlines of FaZe with the help of those smokes. Now FaZe has to stick this res on effects. They want to save him if possible. 𝗟𝗓 just seeing if he can catch somebody peeking. Nobody is biting just yet.
Gas canister?
Why not?
He's making sure that at the very least, FaZe cannot push onto the high ground, which means that once the circle leaves this position, FaZe have first chance to exit, but Sunsister are just going to be firing in from the high ground.
I have to say, it is kind of funny that I think I see Sunsister use gas cans in this way more than maybe any other team there is. Now, the problem is grenades up top start lighting that fire on the ground, and now they're stuck, and FaZe knows it. They're going to piece on out. Twisted Minds trying to rotate through. Kickstart continues to make life a nightmare for everyone in this lobby.
Circle did go a little bit towards the north. Twisted Minds blind send towards the center, find a small little dip. They had to leave the high ground. We knew they'd have to leave eventually. They knew they had to leave eventually, so I imagine they had good information on where they could send it to, only losing one on the rotation. I'd say that's a pretty good success because there's a lot of open space, open area in this circle right now. So finding a spot early, similar to the last Miramar round, is very good.
Yeah,
good.
It's good.
It's good.
It's 17. It needs to be good. This has to be a good game for them right now, sitting in 13th place.
Yeah.
8 points today. This has to be their game. Like already, you could at phase 4. You don't like to say it this early. PO out in the open here with Halo. PO's got 2. Vegas the last one. Vegas able to step up and take PO down. Gen.G's Taman trying to do what he can, put some damage into the back of Vegas, but not enough to save PO. That grenade comes up short from getting the flushes. Vegas in the vehicle, thinking about vacating.
It's too hot. It's too hot. They want to at least get a couple more opportunities for kills and maybe placements, and the rest of Gen.G, they have way too wide of a spread. So Vegas is actually going back out into the blue to avoid the eventual and the expected push, but the damage is too much. He just barely stays alive, and he has to continue to drive on the low wrap side.
Tough stuff here for Run-AX. Running down the road, Gustav just needs to lead him a little bit more. Can't quite find the tracking that he needed, but that car on fire, so Run-AX has to abandon ship, has to sit behind this rock, see what he can make work here out of this blown up vehicle as well for a little bit of extra cover.
Yeah, it's cover now. It was a dangerous piece of hardware a few seconds ago, but now it's a potential cover, but that's just better cover for a full-man team of GEX or Purple Mood, even FaZe from the north side to eventually take. Of course, that is if they're able to cross that road without getting punished by a couple of the teams on the high ground, including Luminosity, but they have a couple of visitors, a couple of neighbors, New Happy able to slot themselves into the graveyard, taking individual mausoleums. Is that what they are? I don't know what to call those things. I've never seen them in play before.
I don't know if there's actually a word for like those types of graves. Like I call them graves, but I think there may be a better word. You may be right. Mausoleum I think is like a big grave.
It's a mini mausoleum
or like a mini. I don't know, dude. I don't like to think about that. That's that's depressing stuff. That's stuff for My Chemical Romance to sing about. All right. PLM has GX on the outside. Zen9 and Fluky maybe duking it out here in just a moment, and Fluky's gonna get the better of Zen9, so GEX cannot find an entry into this compound. LG on the other side, fighting with New Happy.
Was that a solo push by GEX? That's gonna be an easy kill for Fluky to get. Now Yuri taken down very, very low. The rest of GEX have pulled away, seemingly Savior off on a separate angle. Grenade looks good, Yuri healed, but only for a split moment. That's another knock in FaZe. They know this is happening, they're salivating.
The Thai veteran there, Tanawat. Snakers with a good grenade. HS already flushed. New Happy here tried to spread out in these graves, we'll call them for now. And they are not finding much success and potentially being put right into the positions that they're standing. Ming, Zipian trying to hold on. LG just kind of rooting around here, digging along, clawing for anything they can find.
They're also getting shot from multiple high ground levels. SDK, Gen.G have small little angles onto the graveyard fight, and of course the center just lying in wait. But now Savior, last one up for GEX, blind sending it towards the center to Zimines with an opportunity to get the final kill. 17 as well. Crossbar maybe crossing paths into the opposite sides of the two squads, but this grenade surely is going to find Savior.
Yeah, the Savior here. Oh, lucky so far, but the proning helping reduce the damage. That one only doing 2. One closer will finish it. Trying to throw some smokes out to keep himself covered from his western flank, and Savior there just barely able to escape disaster. Twisted Minds grenades usually very, very good, but this go around not able to find their mark.
Trying to jump spot it, but 17 is just making so that they cannot focus on that last player. But here, LG, they got those 2 kills and New Happy weren't able to get any more. They need to get into the circle themselves. Mika is waiting. They have no clue that he's here.
Oh no. No. The rat may strike in just a moment. Relo has none, down and dusted. Ming now underneath the vehicle. Relo's got the angle, he's got the knock. Very nice piece of work there from Relo. But when will Mika strike? Over to Perfectix here. Purple Mood has crashed Twisted Minds. They are doing it really well. Batulin's now under pressure. If that grenade is right on him, he swaps seats. Brilliant move here for Batulin's, but it's not enough. Thunder's had the angle.
Everyone's crashing everyone else because the compounds are all being removed from the circle. It's just these dips remaining in 17. Dead center in the compound. They're picking up a couple of kills. They're picking up a couple of steals here and there. New Happy are now eliminated. Luminosity eventually find them. Is Mika? Oh god, okay, I think it's Sender out. I think it's Sender out. They must have been taken out. LG are still 4 up, but now FaZe, they're trying to push in.
𝗟𝗡𝗗 on the high ground. The rest of FaZe underneath. XO trying to work high to low. Some rocks on top, but only a few of those are in, not all of them. Milt gunned down by Heaven and Gumin from Ghibli. And old Gibble Bibbles trying to see if they can finish off AZ here. The grenades are up and over. That is a lot of damage coming into AZ's way, and he cannot sustain.
Yeah, it was a good initial hold by Petrichor Road, but a bit too much to handle at the very end there. XO pushing on in. The circle did hard shift again southwest. 17 again in the zone, and Gen G, what remains of them, in a good little supplementary spot being defended by the big brothers of 17. How can anyone else approach this without just getting torn to shreds?
XO's in a tough spot here, man. They don't have a lot of space to work with that's in the circle in between 17 and Gen G. You can see it here. Great view from our observers showing us what kind of the exit paths here for FaZe and XO are. So it may just be sort of a try to find points where you can. Gumin gonna be knocked from afar by Hikerman. Good shooting by XO. You're gonna have to just claw for these kills on the edges.
That's really the name of the game for XO, FaZe, Luminosity, even what remains of Purple Mood, and the last few members of Pentagram, because once they go out into the open, if it's not the other members I just named shooting at them, it's going to be 17. It's going to be Gen G. Akita finding an opportunistic steal onto Gustav.
Yeah, certainly Adder with some good shooting this particular game, but that one is not going to fall his way in terms of gaining the point. XO now has to load up, has to make a move. Circle will be right on their behinds very soon. Akita empty in their own. 2-man in another. Ghibli trying to push this. Shaq, Adder, the only one left. Oh boy, Adder. That almost went very, very poorly, but he's able to get one. The knock from the fall gets another, but Heaven able to just barely save Ghibli's lives.
Barely, but can the revive come in? Because they were getting shot from a number of different angles. XO can't quite get the final kill, but Akita is already across the road. Again, swinging around the side. The drive-by just does not work. Able to barely get that first knock before dropped by Glaz.
Well, if Glaz can get Tosi and then Heaven, Ghibli could potentially stabilize. XO, though, tries to kind of send a couple players out. It's Heaven's long-range shooting that had gotten one, but Heaven is going to be cleaned up by 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗. Empty and Rain now, the only two left for XO. Tosi and Glaz for Ghibli, the 4-man of LG now starting to push towards Thunders, trying to scrape together a few more points for themselves here. Out in the open is Thunders. He's going to dodge to the side of the smoke flood around the corner with the M4, seeing if he can scoop this up. A kickstart out in the open is going to bait there for Reload to get the finish.
LG knew where Purple Mood moved to. They tracked them, and now they're going to take them out. And they are in the zone, just barely, and those vehicles could be the cover that they need to not get torn to shreds by 17. Ghibli have to move bit by bit themselves, however. They don't have nearly that same benefit that Luminosity does. In fact, Tosi is out in the blue, forced to heal up before he can push forward. That's going to be the blue taking him out. It's all on to Glaz. Will Luminosity expect him? That's the big question. It looks to be no so far, but, I mean, again, that's just 17.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off there, but Gen G actually did steal that kill on the Glaz, and 5 kills here for 17, and
it's not a lot.
It's not a ton. It could be better, could be worse. Like, this is like if you're holding this compound in the middle of this circle, it's kind of like, it should be maybe a little better, you think?
I would have expected them to have more steals from that position because, I mean, I guess the high ground was a bit isolated from this spot, but here they need to clean up basically all that's left if they want to really make what they are supposed to from this round, but you cannot take Luminosity out of it, especially with this shift put in that little dip position, barely inside the zone. It's Chris has come up with some amazing factors, and again, Taman, DG98, and Foxy, not the stars of Gen G, but these are players that have experience, so perhaps they're also able to pull something out.
Yeah, two of those 3 players have won international globals.
Exactly.
So absolutely, yeah, it's definitely not over just yet. 17, you know, if they can play good defense, might just kind of be able to just keep the compound and not really give anybody any space to do any damage. Is the real question for me right now is, how well can 17 lock this down? Is anybody even going to try to commit to some kind of send, to some kind of crash?
It's going to be based off of knocks. So you can see Gen G and I imagine Luminosity are doing the same thing, just eyeing up these windows, trying to deal the damage. Smoke's coming out. In fact, it's already 2 members of Gen G pushing forward. They do have to make space to get into this zone, and they can find a couple of these rocks, so they're actually making that work.
Yeah, Gen G here knows these angles, know that 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗's house cannot see towards this rock, and so the only thing you have to worry about is the U-shape from this side.
Yeah.
and that's why that smoke was put there, to cut off 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 plus LG's angle, give themselves the ability to just try to make a beeline towards Lil Ghost.
Surprised Lil Ghost is actually playing on the low side of that building, perhaps for easy access between the two separate windows instead of committing to one. Either way, Luminosity, a little bit of damage, but again, just no knocks against Gen G. They've actually been able to make their way into the next zone. That's huge for them to have an initial pivot point. We still have one more shift remaining, so it could favor either East or West, but look at Kickstart, finding another little dip, trying to pit himself. It's not exactly a pit below 17, but still finding that initial position for the rest of the team to play off of.
Yeah, exactly. It's a nice little maneuver here for LG. Gives themselves a little bit better starting point for wherever Phase 8 goes. Literally, it could go anywhere, and that's a better spot for Kick to be at.
Exactly. And then Chris. The knife in the dark.
Where's the M249? It's Chris. Where's the M249?
Oh, you coward! Oh no, he spots Luminosity. When does he want to take the shot? If he gets a knock there, it's very unlikely for him to get the kill, so I think he's just pushing forward to get some extra space, and then if 17 blow them up, he'll then pounce, try and steal a kill here and there if he can. The shift, ooh, it's gonna go pretty hard shift to the southwest. So that's great for Gen G. I mean, 17, of course, are still happy with this one. It's all into Luminosity to make the next move, but it's Chris wants to go loud with the frag.
This may actually end on top of 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗's compound. We'll see if we get there. Chris needs to confirm the kills, like you mentioned. That's why he's holding fire. That's why he's holding steady. Here comes the grenade. It's out. It's right underneath the vehicle, but it doesn't get a knock. Snakers and Flood down to half health, and all attention now, all eyes of Luminosity looking towards It's Chris, who has proned. The expert rat is about to be taken down. A nice attempt from It's Chris. He is out in 4th place.
That jump from Snakers most assuredly spotted him, and then Flood just had the quick lineup there. So it was a good attempt, but a good response from LG to immediately take care of that problem that they had, completely unexpected. Now they can focus 100% on 17 gaming. And as you said, it is going to be 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗, his compound dead center. It might end just outside of it, but he's going to be able to play from that until the bitter end.
DG expertly sneaking underneath the noses of 17 here. Just 𝗟𝗡 left in this U-shape.
That's huge.
Yep, this is a great foothold for Gen G. LG as well, beginning to encroach on 17 territory. 17 here gave up a lot of space with trying to control the entirety of this compound.
17 now, they're kind of having to hold a lot of different angles. This could mean that not only have those members of Gen G gotten close to the building, it means that if they turn their eye from LG for even a moment, suddenly a member of that team could have crossed the road right now. Grenades are coming out, trying to upset these Gen G players, but not going to find the mark just yet.
Yeah, this is a good read here from 17. Knowing that Gen G basically has to be nestled right against the side of this house and trying to make those grenades, you know, do a little bit of extra damage, or maybe even if they get real lucky, find the knock, but can't commit too much to it just yet. Taemin going to be on that anchor on the edge, watching the angles here to make sure that nobody pushes around these corners to really put danger onto DG and Foxy.
Blue's going to start closing in. Snakers get the vehicle ready. He might just go for the send for the initial entry for LG to make the rest of the way across at 17. They're still unable to do anything towards Gen G. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗, you can see the grenade in hand. I wonder where that one is going to go. And Suju is grouped up with 𝗟𝗡 here in the double compound. They've left the north because the blue closing in.
It's 2-2 split now for 17. They're going to use their smokes to get to the center of the circle and really lock it down. LG now going to have to make their way through. The good news is with Gen G causing some disruption, they might be able to get to 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 and Lil Ghost's house and maybe do some damage. Lil Ghost now lining up the grenade through the hole in the door. It just clips the corner and clips the toes of DG.
Oh, that could have been huge. That could have been what they needed, because now I'm starting to get worried for 17. Oh, this was good. That one's great. Potential revive immediately here, but then Snakers took that opportunity to cross through. LG have crossed the road.
Here we go. Snakers now going to be leading the way for LG. Flood hot on his heels, trying to see if they can take advantage of this. DG actually gets rezzed here, so what a nice knock from 17, isn't able to amount into a kill. Still trying to lock this angle down. You can see that DBS there in the hands of one of the 17 players, as well as the Saiga for 𝗟𝗡. It is up close and personal the rest of the way.
You saw the smoke out of that window to allow the two pairs to just focus on each team at a time.
Gen G now trying to push the corner, but Snakers having none of it. He's got Foxy down and out, looking for another. DG goes down to the blue, just Taemin stuck behind that rock, and the blue may do the job. Yes, indeed. That is Gen G falling in 3rd place.
And then blink of an eye, Gen G are out 17 can focus on LG, but again flooded with another knock. They just cannot return and try and focus on Luminosity without taking some damage.
Yeah, the center of the circle is right in this building. So eventually, if this drags on long enough, LG has to get inside. It could come down to a, who knows, a heel off. We'll see. 𝗟𝗡 crawling through the smoke, making sure that the backside is not pushed. So this door that Lil Ghost is at is safe, that there's only basically a couple of entry points for LG. This side of the house now starting to work against LG unless they can get inside.
It favors the left side, and they have that door for entry for Lil Ghost. So him playing outside is actually a really, really strong maneuver, especially with 𝗟𝗡 on the north side with the shot, on the top side rather, with the shotgun. More flashes come out, but 𝗟𝗡 falls out. That's unexpected. I don't think that was planned. Able to jump inside before getting punished, but Lil Ghost with the kill, with the drop at least on the Snakers.
Oh, Lil Ghost though, really beat up, but the shotgun is good. The Saiga sings, and now LG begins to crumble. There is a trade here. Relo and Flood combined to take down 𝗟𝗡. Lil Ghost continues to watch this angle, has to back up off that stun. They close the door to try to protect him, didn't work. Relo's up and over, gets one. Now they're looking for the last player. LG does it. They are going to wipe 17 out of that compound.
14 kills, they already had the kill lead, but they take the compound away from 17 and making sure that they get the 4-point jump from second to first.
Huge stuff.
Absolutely huge play.
Unbelievable. Just brilliant, methodical play here from LG. Just making the great moves at the right time, destroying New Epi, destroying 17, and putting America on the map.
17 had it. 17, by all intents and purposes, had that game. And 𝗟𝗡, Luminosity somehow kept them from being comfortable, but let's go to the desk as we set up for game number 5 of the day.
Luminosity here with a brilliant win off the back of what I thought was going to be a very difficult cross, turned out to be not so difficult. Joining me, Erangel, to talk about this game here on Miramar, and yeah, Luminosity looking great on this push.
Another case of 𝗟𝗡 infiltrating another compound and delaying the defense of the other team. Yeah, unfortunate for 17 Gaming here, but still, well played by LG. They had a fantastic game and a fantastic run throughout this game in general. Able to defend, also didn't get bitten by the snake in the grass. Chris, he tried with the nade. They stuck on to 4 guys live, and I felt like it was super important. Although those kind of endings where it's just outside the house and then there's a shotgun in play, you're like, okay, it could be happening.
A suppressed S12K as well.
Love the
I like the
silence.
click, click, click.
It's like a big nail gun.
Yeah, really, really big. I like it a lot. But anyway, let's stop being kids. We've got ourselves, of course, Luminosity getting, again, a brilliant win in regards to this. I was very surprised that they were able to make this cross happen. As you say, 17 was kind of distracted for the most part, but I did feel like 17 should have maybe won this game.
Yeah, especially with a bit more utility. You can see, like, it's hard because you're in a case where 𝗟𝗡 was defending the southern building and then they tried to reinforce it.
Yeah.
𝗟𝗡 still delaying them. They had to commit a lot of utility to try to get them out. You saw 2, 3, 4 nades getting thrown in their direction.
Kind of wasted some.
It's waste, right? Because if you're able to stay on the top side of that building and you can bounce it out through the window and it can actually get out and nade the corners of where the Luminosity boys were standing, right? And that could have been a knock-in opening, and then they would have pushed that with the Saiga around the corner rather than taking the fight kind of inside the building and on the corners there.
Yeah, there were definitely 1 or 2 nades from 17, like Little Ghosts, for example, who was able to hit DG98, I think it was. But anyway, let's take a look at the numbers coming in. It's 2,400 damage for Luminosity, 14 kills going their way here. So with the performance they've put up today, I'm sure they're going to be making grand finals here, Erangel.
Yeah, 100%. 17 Gaming, though, distance traveled 10,600 meters across the team. Ascent 45,000. You just know they're an edge looting team when they have more than 4 times the amount of travel. That's pretty crazy.
They do like the cheeky far drops, and then they like to wide wrap, wide rotate if they like to. But anyway, let's look at the recap from this game and see what's going on. It's Chris, the little sneaky boy down towards the bottom. Eventually was spotted out, but again, it's Chris that's able to survive. If Ascend's looking for a salvage mission, it's usually him trying to sneak his way in.
Yeah, it's often where he's able to get a little more extra points out of it. Of course, both placement, but also some of the kills he's able to close out. But yeah, look at this. This is the kind of angles we were talking about. This was a fantastic battle. It goes actually well played. Took down both Snakers and Kickstart. All players probably have them. A lot of guys out there watching too maybe has them on the fantasy team. That was unfortunate. But yeah, they managed to close it out. It looked like it was going to end just inside the building. So if they kind of stuck one guy on the top of the stairs, it could have been different. Nice though from Rello to be able to get 6 kills, but only 300 damage. He was out there stealing a little, thieving a little.
Yeah, very nicely done there by Rello, especially, I almost said Flu DT because we've been memeing the name in the back, but it's Flood. But I haven't called him Flood all tournament. But anyway,
almost 1k damage for him. Nice.
He gets the man of the match. Brilliant. I love seeing it. Yeah, again, it's really been an opportunity for a lot of the Luminosity players to shine. Oftentimes, you know, you really do look at Kickstart at the moment, especially when he pops off at the start of the day with a 9-kill game. But yeah, for Flood to be able to show up here, love it.
Yeah, and there's no stopping them right now. Like the snowball effect that these guys are going to have after this, we can see them right from where we're standing. You can hear the positivity. They're jumping around, and the amount of kills they're able to put on, damage and everything, that's just going to completely snowball. So if you're looking to really push yourself forward in terms of the amount of total that they're going to be able to have today, they probably could qualify themselves just by the points they're getting today, considering we have 2 more games.
And you know, in the previous segment, I was a harsh critic of where Gen.G was, but what they're needing to do, they're doing it, to be honest. They got themselves 9 points in this one. It was 5 placements with 4 kills
in an interesting way. They're putting themselves into top 4 in an interesting way.
Yes. It's not quite the previous kind of South Korea style that we knew, but they're definitely being able to do it so fast. 24 points for Luminosity, though. I mean, they're going to grand finals now, considering what they've already done.
It's 49 now. It's 49 points total. That is,
after 4 games,
there you're going.
Yeah,
that's GG.
That's crazy. That's crazy stuff. So well done for them. Let's take a look at that total leaderboard. They are at number 1 right now with the 49. We have
kind of like that top. Kind of like the top 3.
Yeah, it's looking all right.
Looking pretty good, to be honest.
Not bad at all.
Yeah.
35 for FaZe. Twisted Minds 33. Gen.G with 30 as we have South Korea trying to rally back here. And Pentagram in 6th.
All right, we're one third through the way here, right? So who's on the right-hand side that should be in the top right now? New Happy?
There's a few.
17? Maybe Petrico Road?
Yes, I mean, especially with Ixlef looking the way he did at the beginning of this day, but you can't just have Ixlef starting popping off and everything like that. You need the full...
Gets like 5 or 6 kills every game, it's fine.
Yeah, well...
Then it might be okay. So in 12 games.
Maybe, but there are still names in this lower bracket here that should be able to put up more, and we know that they're able to put up more on an international stage. Well, thank you very much, Avenger. It is time for a break now here at PGS 1. When we return, we have 2 more matches to go. I feel like today has been flying by, so hopefully these 2 extra games are a banger. We'll see you after the break in just a few.
all know how dangerous that can be. The shot does come out though, and that's going to be a warning to perhaps the window. But Spyro, he delayed his drop, able to get the knock, fully run away from that, down to such low HP. But this is a moment to perhaps finish that kill, especially with the frag grenade in hand.
1 HP to work with, and what a survival. I love the fact that it sits in the window because the shotgun comes through in the chest, but the nade finds the second as well. Joey goes down. With full control of the hillside up above, shooting over the top, finds the first one. That is Pushil's down.
Yeah, Tiggleton and company. Oh my God!
Engagement might be overwhelmed, but AZ with the underhand grenade, this one could be good.
Oh, he gets the knock, and now he's gonna push out and get another. Looking for the third, looking for the finish. The 1v3 on 𝗟𝗗𝗗. Salute is hurt, but he is prone. He's gonna throw a molly right on top of Salute. This may be the end. Salute is burning, but I think he got a first aid off just in time. Has to wrap to the outside, but no, the molly was good enough. What a play from AZ.
It's not perfect, they're getting knocks against them, but they are making it work time and time again, but Apocalypse with a very, very good return knock on Kurt.
Nice double headshot coming through, gets the flush instantly as well. Molly should take out Room. We'll see if the man can do anything. No, Halo able to find the first. Apocalypse not in the position to cover him at all. Vegas now spots the second down to have HP. They know the connection was there. Push forward, aggress forward, get the final kill down. Slow HP, no!
Halo as well, so they are not down just yet, but oh, Halo is found.
Exactly, man. The team's aware of exactly what's going on here. Apocalypse crawls for input. Let's go for the flush. Yes, he does. Again, first game of the series. It's only 12 matches total. You want to optimize the amount of points you can get here. Penta, Nate locked on out, doesn't find the first man, able to stay alive. Penta, though, take it down. Peaks the second time around. Apocalypse hits him.
Keep seeing them cheekily pop up in some of these final moments, so not too bad to be able to get yourself a few points. There is a world where they make grand finals, and quite honestly, I'm going to be truly frank with you here. Me, Benja, Toby, how? Well, they won PEC, fantastic. However, how are they going to do on land? We have a...
It's the losers bracket here at PGS 1. It's do or die. There's only 2 games left to go today, but still there is yet another day. And joining me here yet again is Toby. I'm still paper thin, I hope. And we are getting ready.
Are
we sure?
You are.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
all right, good. All right, we got it. We're getting ready for a couple more games here today. Some explosive games, but that one right there, LG, maybe sneaking one away here from 17.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what 17's game plan was. I know that Little Ghost wanted to transition over, but in doing so, he essentially set up the perfect smoke path for Luminosity to cross. Because we saw on the side of the building towards the road, no windows. They had to keep that alleyway closed, and Little Ghost did that for them.
Certainly. No, I mean, it seemed... At the time, I was thinking to myself, well, okay, I guess that kind of makes sense, but it did open up some opportunities for LG.
Exactly.
Gen.G still kind of being a thorn in the side of that whole equation. I mean, Gen.G getting deep into games today, but there isn't much else to speak of behind that.
Gen.G is being the Robin to other teams' Batman right now. Last game it was FaZe, this time around it was Luminosity. Let's see who else they can gift one as we make our way over to Erangel once more.
Absolutely. Take a look at some of the teams that still need some points. GEX definitely needs to step it up here today. They've had a pretty solid tournament so far up until the winners bracket the last day. They just couldn't quite get enough points.
Nope, sure couldn't. It's been a wild one. One thing that I would say is in their favor, though, in comparison to the GX we have seen in previous tournaments, they get minutes in on the server. Usually we've seen them kind of do that full 4-man set early on, and they're out pretty much before phase 2. At least now in PGS 1, we're seeing them make mid-game, make late game as well. They just need to bring it home. They need to make it all the way through, and we haven't really seen a whole lot of that so far.
Just one time. Yeah, that's a good point. Only one time was GEX able to bring home the bacon, so to speak, in Vegas, and SDK certainly need to be pulling their own weight, or SDK as a team, I should say, be pulling in more points.
Yeah.
Absolutely not the best day for them.
Not at all. Let's see Purple Mood, another team who probably has gone under most people's radar, unless if they're diehard APAC fans. It's another team we're expecting to perform so well. They also haven't been too flashy. They came off to a strong start to the day, but since then, things haven't really gone their way. I'm hoping to see them go more aggressive, honestly. I mean, I can say that about Sun Sister too. Where's the, not necessarily confidence, but where's the eagerness to go out and make a name for yourself? Where's the daringness to take those fights? They're just playing on the back foot.
I agree. Sun Sister quickly becoming Sad Sister for me, as I would like to see them play a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more coordinated. FaZe is at a solid day. I mean, off the back of that monster game that they had, that game alone put them in such a powerful position to potentially qualify for the grand finals.
Sure did. They're a momentum-based team. They had a bit of a quiet period through winners bracket. That game alone set them up for some success. They've got some good games off of it too, and now we'll see if they can get even more going here with 2 more matches left in the day.
Now look, Pentagram, a team that I of course have high hopes for, coming from my home region of the PWS. But guys, it is time for our 5th game of the day. Neon Genesis Erangel brings us to this next one. Let's get in the plane, Shinji. Let's go.
Let's go indeed. Erangel is where we're headed. Plane this time around, I can tell you already, it's fair. Issue is paper. Seen this time and time
We've had
again.
a lot of fair plane pass today, other than the one Miramar one.
The issue is, usually if the curses are right, really fair plane paths usually lead to really brutal circles. And if there's one thing we've had throughout this tournament so far, it's been brutality when it comes to these hot games.
No kidding. That's a nice way of putting it.
You know, we might as well just end on the spawn island in this game. Why not? You know, just send it all the way northeast.
It's been a long time. Why not? You know, that island used to be so popular. Now it's just deserted. I don't know.
I remember when
Probably good reason for it. But
when the game first came out, people would always land up in Kameshki.
Evermore.
At that time, Kameshki didn't even exist, but people would swim out there, try and like get the loot from earlier in the game, and then try and get back to the island. There was like a small achievement within the game to survive a match. Survive a match where you've actually been all the way out to the island initially.
Or like the very early iterations of anything that resembled PUBG Esports, was Evermore dropping on that island and then swimming over and trying to make his way of it. We'll see.
We're taking a look here at 17 Gaming, a team that I hardly expected to come out victorious in the previous game. And in the meantime, let's hold that thought for a second as we're seeing Adam and Rillo land close to one another. Rillo going for a vehicle, Adam going for a building. No commotion, no threats.
But they're right on top of each other.
They are very close. I mean, again, it was a plane that didn't really allow for Milton power to be reached by air. So good for LG that they get to the vehicles and get to go to the south side, to their loot spot without having any casualties.
Yeah, looks like that will be the case. Based on the fact, especially that was an M249 that I saw the plane. That takes a long time to load. Dead center will be our circle. And it is right on top of, you know, those two teams, Twisted Minds, Petrichor Road, who aren't big fans of each other, and well, you know, that makes sense. They like the same drop spots. Yeah,
that's fair.
That's totally fair.
Come to think of it, I mean, this bread and butter circle that we're seeing here, we've had a lot of this first circle throughout this tournament. Usually we always go to the same area on Erangel, like time and time again. Either we'll have a group stage with like constant north circles or east circles, whatever it may be. This time around, there's been a lot of center circles. It's rare that we get these.
Center and east. Yeah. Center and southeast. Yeah. Those have been most of the circles for sure. We had like one quarry, couple millies.
Exactly. But that's been
and both the millies were absolutely bizarre.
In each their way.
Yes.
In each their way, they both brought entertainment, that is for sure. FaZe, I talked about them just before, a team that rides on their highs, but also kind of sinks with their lows. So far, it's been a pretty good high for them here, sat in second place at 35 points. Of course, a lot of those points coming off of that 19-kill win.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is it's phase. You know, you literally never count them out. You go even to these losers brackets, semifinals, whatever you want to call it. You know, in the history of PUBG Esports, even if they fall there, they make the most of it time and time again. No doubt about it. Replay? Oh, this is Adder.
It's just Adder, you know, Adder doing Adder things. It's the Korean style of you should not win this, and they win it anyway. That nade is absolutely insane. Artillery barrage.
It's something that I don't see other regions do nearly as much as the Korean players. Those like straight up and over grenades.
Yeah, it's in lack of mortars in ranked or in competitive. They gotta come up with them themselves. Yeah, they gotta come up with them. I've always thought that if they were to add mortars in competitive, people would practice it. Like you would just sit and you would like see how teams rotate, how teams loot, and you go, I know that at like 3 minutes and 28 seconds, this guy's just about to enter that door.
My.
And then they would sit up somewhere, practice that mortar, and have all 3 people or 4 people on the team just blow up a guy.
But it would be very weird because then like open space positions, like kind of, let's say, I don't know.
It would be a weird
on top of, let's say on top of Everest, right?
Yeah.
Then you just find mortar angles.
But that's what I mean. People would and should practice those things if they came in, because that would change the game drastically. Dips. I mean, dips in the open on Miramar, you could never play them again.
Yeah, no. Miramar would be a nightmare. Like
exactly.
So no mortars, please.
No mortars.
Everything else is, a lot of the other stuff we're putting in, totally fine with. The mortars, no sir.
If you can mortar with nades, fair. If you mortar with mortars, unfair.
Right. Yeah. Mortars can go a long way.
Yep.
It's like 700 meters or something like that, I believe. All right. Batulin's chilling, 17, a little close to him, and of course Petrichor North, but I don't see anybody making the move to the north of the river other than, of course, XO, who drops there, so seems like most teams are kind of assuming this one's going to south now, to be fair.
It's not gonna. We know that now.
Yeah. No, we've already broken that.
That's just not how it works in this tournament. Ooh. I mean, go where most teams are? Nah, it doesn't happen. And if it does, it goes up on top of Potato and just makes it a living hellhole for everyone trying to stay alive there.
Dude, I expect like everybody in every player's mind right now, if it's me, I'm like, all right, guys, we're just going to totally gambler's fallacy this. Like, there's no way it goes north again. So this is why everybody's going south. They're just like, you know, it's like when you're playing, you know, some card game and you're like, certainly the ace can't come up again. And then it does. And you're like, the chances of that happening are so low. Well, that's, you know, that's why odds sometimes do defy the odds. You know, they do go in that random direction.
And more often than not, they come to show themselves at the kind of the 12th hour in these very, very important stages of very, very important tournaments.
Yeah, no, that's kind of the funny part is sometimes that do be like it is. You know what I mean? Like, it just, that's part of the game. Oh my God.
That is a...
Please no. Oh, they hit the rocket and stopped their momentum spinning. Oh my God. Ooh, the timing on that.
A hard flip to Dark Slide.
Bro.
Fortunately, they got the car around. Honestly, I'm a little worried that had that been a second off, Yuri would have insta-knocked both his teammates.
But who cares? That was amazing. The timing on that was freaking nuts.
Almost as if it was intentional. I like to think so.
GEX is just showing off for us.
I mean, GEX, SSX, pretty close to one another in terms of names, so you never know. Maybe they just a little more freestyler-esque in how they like to play.
I'm still like, that timing was pretty good.
It was.
Sun Sister over in the Badlands, and they are just going to be driving around that area. Nobody really likes to go in there, so they're eventually going to find some houses that are open. Yay!
And with those open houses come opponents. One's down already. Feven with a preemptive nade thrown. Finds the first one, finds the second, finds the third as well. Just one left alive. A Tay's there to take him down. GEX, welcome and goodbye. Out in 16th place, the Sun Sisters. Feven takes out 3. A little bit of help there in the end, but that was instant.
Well, I mean, maybe this is the start of something for Sun Sister. Maybe they can begin a climb, you know, out of the bottom of the leaderboard. They're in 16th right now, but that's something. And everything is so tight on this leaderboard that if you have a couple really nice games, you're right back in it.
Yeah.
You're right there in contention to make those grand finals.
Also huge that they get that over with fast, because we've seen time and time again where those fights prolong, like they get stalled out, they extend. Now all of a sudden you have 2 teams in there, a third team comes in to try and shoot at you too, and neither of those 2 teams come out alive. So huge Yeah. The Sun says that they managed to deal with GX so fast because they reset now, and now they can start looking around again, waiting for, who knows, potentially a second team to pull up on them.
It was fast and it was clean.
Yep.
Love to see it.
Like it.
All right, FaZe. No one really near this as they begin their drive towards potato-ish direction. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 just going to be watching from the edges of Yaz, and then the other two members split out to the southwest of that. XO, we are coming in from the west towards the ruins. Purple Mood is pretty well fanned out here. They're going to... Igerman's driving right by him. Okay, I think he saw something he didn't like.
Yeah, New Happy has also started flexing up towards the north side of Pochinki. Little do they know, though, that 17 haven't opted to leave just yet. You're in for a surprise, buddy. It's HSMM opts to try and wrap on in. Oh, little goes. He knows he's up there somewhere. Thought he was inside. 𝗟𝗚, though, nice angle on the side. They have Nan completely isolated in the corner.
Yeah, Nan, though, is going to get taken down by 𝗟𝗚, and the flush is in as well. So 17 here, clearly putting themselves in a position that New Happy is not familiar with, and these are two teams who are extremely familiar with each other playing in the PCL, so this is definitely an unexpected move from 17.
It really is, and I think it comes off of 𝗟𝗟's call. Set on that north side just a little early. I think he saw the cars crossing towards the city. He was like, wait, guys, stop what you're doing. Stay where you are, because there are people coming towards you right now. And exactly, well, there you go. That's what happened. And rather we see that be New Happy in 17 too. Two teams out of PCL both that tend to not really run into each other early on.
No, yeah, exactly. It's well drawn up there by 17 to get some much needed points.
Yeah.
That is absolutely dire. They're in 11th place currently. XO did settle into the ruins, got thwarted by the positioning of Purple Mood from driving any further forward. Potato now occupied by two different teams. It's FaZe and Pentagram, who will be up in the space. Of course, James is way out in Narnia for FaZe. He is literally at the mini pier. That is like a solid kilometer away.
Yep. If this fight goes down, it's going to be a 3v4 unless a FaZe can do something about it early. Safe to say they would want to get that first knock as fast as possible. We can see with the way that Gustav is running, let alone the fact that he's not using his mini right now, he knows somebody's close. I think they saw Wigan on the other hill. Not sure if they're aware of Hikaru's position. They need to find that fast, though, because if he goes unnoticed and he gets a chance to backstab, that could instantly be two FaZe players down.
Yeah, no, this is interesting. FaZe continues to make their way towards Pentagram, and they've got one isolated and dealt with. Hikari gone. And now Wicked in response finds some damage, but can't control the spray well enough to find any knocks.
Now has to back off. They see the new circle pop as well. They're inside. It is shifting towards the south. So as much as Pentagram will want revenge for the fallen teammate, they also need to prioritize the fact that they have actually just been blessed with a pretty good circle shift. So fall back, play it smart, play it safe. Unluckily for them, though, what was a 4v3 advantage will become a 4v3 advantage for FaZe Clan should James opt to go up and regroup with his team.
Yeah, and if you're wondering why James is way out there like that, it's because he can see all the way to that mountain. He can cover the entire backside of FaZe and make sure that no one comes up behind them. So,
exactly.
Of course, now he has to make a move with the new circle, and he has. New Happy has to make a move with only two left and have to settle for something safe in this circle, something with cover. And they are going to go for the edge of the fields by Pochinki. Taemin taking a little bit of damage from 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗, has to prone, but looks like 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 hopefully should be okay. I don't think they're in any real danger unless there's a knock.
I mean, you have Luminosity out towards the east, split 2-2 right now. Don't think they're going to opt to push. I'm seeing this on the mini-map. I mean, we both, or the map feed, we have, 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 wrapping east, but on the southern side, Purple Mood doing a similar thing of a hard wrap around. I'm curious to see where they're planning on getting in from. Thank you, observers, for instantly jumping there as well. They're going up on the mountain, they're scouting, they saw the circle come down south, and with only so many teams looting south, I think they're expecting that they're very alone down here. Once they get to the hilltop, they'll realize that that's the case. But curious to see, again, wanting to see aggression from them. How far in do you dare to go off of the info? When do the fear kick in of you saying, we shouldn't overextend, or do you actually dare to go close enough to potentially take an early fight?
Yeah, I'm really curious about how Purple Moon is going to play that. They're using the Pochinki Hills to get some info around the city itself, may be able to get to the southern part of Potato Mountain safely. We'll see. Ruins, I don't know what Akita's throwing nades at. There's nothing there, brother.
You know what? Again, sometimes the spider senses do tingle,
maybe the mustache is blocking his view a little bit. I don't know.
Maybe he thought he heard a footstep. In all fairness, we have had some really sneaky kills of people being in positions they never should have been in. So you know what? Rather for one nade too many than too few, if you're trying to stay alive. But yeah, there is no one around him. Purple Mood continuing their wrap around towards the east. Again, I'm liking They're being patient with this one. Oldless trying to scout as well. We'll see Flood potentially, at least a card in the open, but nope, they're going the other way around.
The interesting thing is, you know, I think Third Eye is sensing that this might be bait, potentially, but Oldless there is just kind of like acting like he's not paying attention, because I could see LG in their cars. You can't see it on your map in the bottom right, but I can see it on the map that they're gonna make a move right away to try to cut off these Third Eye reinforcements. Flood trying to find the damage, not gonna happen.
Yeah, not this time around, at least. Adam, M249 in hand. We'll see what he can do with the no reload gun, as he's now gonna get pushed. He doesn't have the extended mag, so only 75 bullets to work with.
Dude, that's it. Yeah, you do go through it faster than you think, though.
It's true.
It's kind of funny sometimes if you just lay down. Relo, though, doesn't like what he sees and is going to back off. Get the information from Flood on the other side that the northern part has been cleared and it's time to rotate in that direction.
It's pretty clear to see which side of the circle LG wants in from. They got forced off of Volcano, now they get forced off of here as well, and they're still sticking to the east. Many other teams would have opted to wrap further away, but LG wants to get in from the east, and this circle shifting up towards the north. It's going to give them some pretty good real estate should they opt to go for it. Many teams on that southwest side having to figure out now, Paper, how the hell do we get to apartments? Because we all know that's where everyone's going.
Yeah, LG, there's a little bit, there's a little bit of space to play underneath like Ghibli and Genji and stuff, but you either are in apartments or you're on the other side of the road to the east, because it's just dead man's land in between, except for that one weird blue building that's in the middle that Third Eye is taking right now. So this one right here, I think, is going to be where Third Eye has to settle. Yeah, so LG's going to have some work to do. Oh, no.
Oh,
not like
the
this.
timing as well, at least on the side of the building where there ain't that much vision for opponents. But as I say that, here they go and here they fall. 2 players down for, quite honestly, no good reason whatsoever.
Does LG crash that is my question. Sunsister trying to cut through EXO, and they will get underneath. They are now dangerously flirting with Petrichor Road territory. 𝗟𝗏 very beat up. Fevin as well. That hero play earlier, but Mill gonna sit run AX down. 17 trying to get involved. Xiaobei gonna at least back Mill off a bit, but Sunsister, this is a dangerous position.
It really is. We've seen it being a position of nade spam time and time again. A center trying to figure out where they want to go, but they have EXO coming in behind them as well now. 3 teams on this ridge line trying to figure an angle of approach. How do we make our way forward? Mika would really have wished he had some better wheels in that vehicle, as F now picks on over, finds Chris instantly.
Oh, but the return fire, the crossfire from 17 is pretty decent. Grenades now gonna start ripping into Sunsister. 𝗟𝗏 trying to buy some space, make sure nobody's pushing over. 𝗟𝗏 able to get the heal off. Fevin still pinned underneath the tire. Purple Mood just getting obliterated by LG. I see FaZe over there as well.
Purple Mood opted to rotate from Everest all the way to the east side. They've literally 180 the circle just to run into the most heavily trafficked area of the map.
It's unfortunate for Purple Mood in a way, but LG playing good defense right now.
True.
And now the tougher task potentially with FaZe facing them. Correxy trying to use the roof to get a better angle down on top of LG, but LG I think is realizing that this position has become dangerous indeed, with Spiral as well from Twisted Minds finding his angle into this fight. Yeah, they got to get out of here.
FaZe is aware that it's LG who sat down below them, so do they opt to aggressiveness? Of course, they do prioritize getting Fex back on his feet, makes perfect sense. Purple Mood again, I mean, they had 3 different areas of approach they could have gone for, went for the 4th, and died because of it.
Just overthought themselves.
Exactly, but that's what I was saying earlier. When do they dare to make the aggressive play? They go, ooh, we don't quite like it, let's keep rapping. Ooh, we don't quite like it, let's keep rapping. And in the end, well, you can only rap so far, and they go down because of it.
Well, Kickstart, that dangerous player for LG, has been eliminated, so a little bit of sigh of relief, I think, goes out throughout the rest of the lobby for sure. Mill here trying to work into PO's territory. Aches left underneath. The grenade is out for PO, but it's going to go wide of getting a knock, I believe. Yeah, in the door. Wow, just barely. Mill got through. I thought that was going to do less than it did. Aches left going to immediately switch to the pump shotgun. Another frag rings out the door, but can't find even damage. PO just drops out the window, tries to go for the shots, but takes a bunch of damage himself. Mill, too fast for PO.
PO doing PO things all on his own. No cavalry here. You can see DG wanted to come over and help out. Genji had all 4 alive, but he was sat there with no way of getting help. Now 17, full speed forward. Here they go towards Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds, good defense. 3 kills in the bag already for them in this game. Sunsister is gone. As I mentioned earlier, that position dangerous for them, and certainly proved to be the case, but I think 17 has control of that apartment complex. Now Rain and XO right in Pentagram's territory.
Yeah, trying to make their way over the ridgeline. Not exactly the best direction to go as they almost lost one. Vox and Adam in the meantime taking out Luminosity on their approach to the circle. Rain runs himself over. Suboptimal when you're getting shot at, buddy.
Yeah, they're trying to save him. They tried to park the UAZ at an angle to cover, but there's just too many angles for the other teams. So yeah, that's going to be one lost in there, but at least they get to safety. Petrichor Road now under pressure from Ascend. Mika gone. Rexico down. 𝗟𝗟, and it's Chris trying to see if they can put some damage into Petrichor Road.
And you're seeing Gen.G start to try and wrap this way too. Again, Gen.G knows that they need some more points. They're already set pretty decently in it, but this is an opportunity for them to get a pretty good third party in if they can rip around that water ridgeline well enough. We'll see. Taemin does find one that's elsewhere on the map, as Gen.G now, as you can see, is kind of invested in multiple fights here.
That's like 500 meters.
Yeah.
Jesus. All right, Ming Ming goes down off screen. And Empty trying to finish off Zepion. Well, it's actually going to be 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗗. Oh, no, actually, excuse me. That is Perfectix who got that. I thought 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗗 had gotten that, but no. Perfectix from Twisted Mind finds it. SDK found a knock onto Twisted Minds in the meantime. Back over to this fight, which is going to have to finish in about a minute or so.
Yeah, I mean, around there. Ish. I mean, Petrichor's inside the circle. They can stick around.
True.
But for Ascend, I'm not quite sure what the plan is. Good for them is that Gen.G has opted to back off, and for Gen.G as well, honestly, it's the wise decision to make, because they do have Taemin in a good spot, and should this next circle include the garden up towards the north, it's not going to be easy for him to hold it on his own. We'll see now. Nade on the roof finds 𝗟𝗟𝗡. 2 more still to be dealt with as Chris on the southern side wants to wrap up, but has to worry about SDK in the school.
Yeah, so 𝗟𝗟𝗡 able to get down the stairs. AZ trying to provide cover fire, and it's good. 1 down. Can he find a second? The repeat there. Nice change of angle from 𝗟𝗟𝗡. Forces AZ off. 𝗟𝗟𝗡, I think if you had gone up and over instead of around the corner, AZ might have been able to find that knock instead. Yeah. It's going to be... Oh, it's Hikerman. He had a grenade in hand. AZ almost goes down to that grenade.
Has to commit to it instantly now. If 𝗟𝗟𝗡 wants to get him back on his feet, he does commit to it, and I think... even if it gets up here, it should be all right. And they're inside the circle too, so that is a very, very fortunate rest. Now, circle goes up in their direction, but just exactly won't include the compound. What it does include, though, Paper, is apartments.
And school.
And school, so still plenty of space for teams to maneuver.
It's a proper hot drop finish. Let's go. Love to see it. 𝗟𝗟𝗡 trying to come in. 0-1. 𝗟𝗟𝗡, can he find another long-range shots onto Chris? The cover fire for 𝗟𝗟𝗡 is so good, and they are going to wipe Ascend out. What a setup. What teamwork from Petrichor Road.
Shotguns, shotguns, shotguns galore, as all of these close quarter fights pretty much always have 1, 2, or all of the players using those pump action shotguns. In the meantime, Pentagram saw no other option than push up towards school. Penta, perfect angle, finds the double. A card stuck behind the vehicles now as well, can't make a play. Such a great adjustment from Penta. All the way from inside the buildings, hearing the vehicles running out, peeks around the side of the fence there, takes them out.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen some offensive smokes here from Pentagram on the way in to cover those angles. Instead, they just drive in and pay the price. Vegas has a 𝗟𝗟𝗡, and he puts a COD and Pentagram down.
Yep, and here we were talking about it just before Gen.G. They fell back towards the compound, and why? Well, because if this compound is in, it will get pushed. Taemin currently alone. Has got his teammates in the compound, but they're not really at an angle where they can help. Now FaZe up towards the compound as well they go. But just so Penta get taken out, let's see if they can take out FaZe as well.
Yeah, Fex gets Penta though. Penta trying to recreate some magic. 𝗟𝗟𝗡 actually gets Fex on the other side. Hikerman as well. Now it's 2 different teams that are tearing FaZe apart, and none of them are in the school proper. Taemin out the window, gets caught by the molly here, and he will be knocked and finished by Tosi and Gyumin.
Down goes 1. We'll see if they can find the rest of them as Gen.G is down to 2. Just Foxy and DG left alive. Nice angle. Almost gets the first. Sprays him on the corner of the smoke. Off of the footsteps. Hurt, but can't quite connect the shots.
Yeah, and now DG and Foxy have a difficult task in front of them. 4 members of Ghibli fanned out in a 2-2 crunch. It looks like DG's actually going to grab a motorcycle. And just try to get out of here, drive into the blue, and see if he can find some way to sneak past the firing lines of Ghibli. Foxy down, DG on a sliver of Elva. No, he is eliminated. 9th place for Gen.G.
Nice 2-man spray, or double spray, I should say, from Tosi there. Good thing he had the extended mag to find the last. Now Twisted Minds, well, they've been hot dropping here for quite a while. This time around, they don't have to. And now, the circle is coming to them regardless. They're well set on the eastern side in a 2-1-1 split. Meantime, over towards Petrichor we go, as they're still in full control of the hills up above, you can see here. But AZ is down below up towards the walls of school.
Well, this circle shift, very, very important coming up in just a few seconds. See how much of the school and apartments are still in this. Next one corrects, he taken out by Vegas. That 𝗟𝗔𝗡 so darn dangerous up close and personal. Now 𝗟𝗔𝗡's left to try to scoop up, to salvage whatever points he can for FaZe Clan. Probably just going to park his butt, especially now.
Yeah.
You know, with this circle shifting in, he is absolutely not going anywhere.
Not at all. Twisted Minds finding more, as well as all these players out in the open do have to make moves. For Twisted Minds, though, they do as well. The circle shifts a bit west. They have to clear out the compounds or the apartments that they're in and make their way further west. But do they go for a fight? But they're trying to slowly make their way further forward. I'm not quite sure. In the meantime, 𝗟𝗔𝗡 has made landfall on the walls of school.
Yeah, I like how active 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 is being here. They're looking for 𝗟𝗔𝗡s. They know he's in here somewhere, and they want to make sure that they deal with him if they can. And they are working in tandem, trying not to give him any opportunity to get more than one before he is dealt with. 𝗟𝗟𝗡 sitting on the edge of the old circle, gonna have to be moving into the new one. Nox traded from a couple different teams off screen, and Perfectix has an angle right on top of 𝗟𝗟𝗡. This is going to be a tough drive for them to make, Toby.
Even, I was going to say just get to the shack and you're fine, but the shack ain't inside the circle. And the next one, as you can see, they're just off the cup, like the top left side of the apartment. If they get to that shack, they will be peppered by both 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 and 𝗟𝗔𝗡 upon arrival. I do not see where 𝗟𝗟𝗡 can drive here and survive, especially with the two-wheel US. There goes one. Headshot confirmed on the second. Yeah, this should be a ride straight to hell for 𝗟𝗟𝗡.
Yeah, now it's a race to see who can claim the points off of 𝗟𝗟𝗡's dead bodies. Blue there is getting some. It's Vegas and 𝗟𝗔𝗡 Road. 𝗟𝗟𝗡 has 5 kills now. Tosi and Evan do get into this shack you mentioned earlier here, but yeah, getting out of this, tough.
I mean, top 5 guaranteed, quite honestly. Depending on where this next circle takes us, obviously, because right now, honestly, no one has to move. It's very rare that we, this early in phase 6, pretty much have everyone inside the circle, but it's really only Lou and Perfectix who have to cross over. You can see 𝗟𝗏𝗡's already in full control of one of the apartments, so he can give the info across. Guys, get to me. I'm safe. You can see Perfectix now make the run. Good thing for him, 𝗟𝗏𝗡 looking the opposite direction.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting. You know, so much of this is like, how much longer can 𝗟𝗡 survive?
Yeah.
What happens between XO, 17, and Twisted Minds? Are they just going to like split a couple buildings and just have this sort of weird, you know, truce over on that side? You know, phase 7, really, really important circle.
Exactly. I was just going to say, I think all of this comes down to what happens 40 seconds from now. Who is going to be forced to move? Because those will be the only teams actually going to move. Everyone sat way too comfortably inside their compounds right now.
And this should be like, if you've ever played PUBG, you should know what's going on in this circle. Like, you had to have at least tried to drop here at least once, right?
Yeah, probably.
Like, you should know that it's a very difficult space to cross between the apartments and between the school. So whichever direction it shifts is like favoring who's ever already there heavily.
Speaking of shifting, speaking of crossing, here comes Twisted Minds. Plenty of utility used, a lot of mollies thrown by XO to try and prevent this push from coming through, but they have made their way across. They have made their way up towards 𝗟𝗏𝗡's building. He's swapping out his AR for a Uzi, ready for the fight to come. And on with the circle shifting away. Curious to see if Twisted Minds are going to fully commit to this. As I say that though, 2 shotguns in hand, they're making the push forward.
Let's see if the rest of XO is going to get here in time to help. Oh, empty. Double fires for the first, able to back off to safety. The held angle there catches him a bit off guard. Went for the flush, did not get it. Where are the reinforcements here for XO? Finally, they are starting to try to get in here. Empty, able to get this first aid off. Steps around the corner, finds another knock. Can he get another? The gun just didn't quite load in time, and Lou is going to finish him.
I absolutely love the fact that they aggressed so hard but kept 𝗟𝗏𝗡's back, because they knew that the rest of the XO players only had one angle to backfill from. They knew that they were going to be running down in that direction, and it's impossible as a player to hear whether it's 3 or 4 footsteps or players' footsteps coming in around. They did not expect the angle from 𝗟𝗏𝗡s. They thought they could sweep safely, but 𝗟𝗏𝗡s saves their back as they take out XM as well. So great play. Issue now. Circle shifted away. Twisted Minds, how are you playing this one?
Brilliant stuff from 𝗟𝗏𝗡s. As always, the guy is constantly impressing.
Yeah.
And now nothing but a US for protection and a fence on the other end for 𝗟𝗏𝗡 Road. Hikerman gone, XO with him. 7th place for them. Can you believe it? There's 6 teams left here.
Yeah.
Phase 7. And it still has enough of 17's compound that they are safe for now, but it is a whole lot of school in it.
And it sure is. Twisted Minds, 12 kills in this match, and they ain't done yet. Well, they might be, depending on what happens here. The good thing for 17 is they don't really have anything to worry about on the other side, so they can fully focus this fight with Twisted Minds. And if they're lucky, SDK is going to try and help them out a bit too.
Yeah. Anytime that 17's heads are crossing through those windows, be assured that other teams are going to take the opportunity to do some damage. Yeah. Even Twisted Minds, when their heads peek out through smokes, Pretty Curdy found a knock, some grenades splashing around Lou. He is beaten up. Spyro trying to do what he can to keep Perfectix alive. I think
Lewis.
You got to turn around and do that. Oh my God, that was so close.
Lewis just exactly inside the circle of the corner of that building too. Now they find 𝗟𝗡, but that is going to be such a difficult building to push, especially with STK overlooking from over towards the school area. In the meantime, though, Ix left. It's taken down as Ghibli now, taking the fight to them.
Yeah, Ghibli trying to do what they can to get into this game again. 𝗟𝗔 just locking it down with the pump. Taking Twisted Mind players with him. The blue is coming. Is he going to be able to get 𝗟𝗡 up the stairs? Just kind of scooching him up there.
Yeah.
And 𝗟𝗡 holding the other angle. Perfectix able to be seen through the smoke. 𝗟𝗡 tries to go to the ledge. Cannot find anything off of it. Going to use the stun instead. Wow. He's able to find the head. Batulin's alive, but just barely.
Amazing hipfire spray there, working fully off of audio cues as they take down one more Spirit Vault. That is STK grabbing that one, and that is going to be the end of Twisted Minds. So 17 gets to live with a scare. That's an 8, sure, but go for the risk. They get to live with the scare. Now they have their problems of their own, though. How do they cross?
I
think the answer is they don't.
There needs to be an absolute just crap ton of smokes for them to get across that road, basically, is what it is. Because SDK up on that roof will not allow them to get anywhere. Some great shooting here from Heaven. Continues to just excel. Finds a double kill for Heaven. And now all of a sudden, this shack that can be tricky to play out of is one of the better spots in this circle.
We call the position suicidal. Somehow Ghibli has actually managed to make a stand. And here's the smoke wall you were just talking of. How, oh how, do 17 manage to cross on over? Shoot to kill have had to not move too far this game. Ever since they got school under control, they've been looking good, but there's still a snake in the grass. There's still 𝗟𝗡s in the building.
𝗟𝗡s strikes. That opens the door for 17 to make their move.
Timing.
They take a whole bunch of damage. Yeah, brilliantly thought out here by 17. Penta out trying to maneuver Vegas with the 𝗟𝗓. Absolutely slaughtering players this game. Beautiful work with this gun. Penta covering an angle out in the open is 𝗟𝗔, and down and out. He should be momentarily.
I mean, 𝗟𝗡s did everything he possibly could to help out 17 on that play across. Unluckily for them, SDK were ready for it, and while they got one knocked, they instantly reset. 𝗟𝗡 does manage to stay alive and is inside this circle. I think for him right now, it's good that he's playing outside. For 𝗟𝗡s, though, now they know that he's around. But how is he planning on continuing his trip further forward?
Oh, this is 𝗟𝗡s' home territory. I feel like just being an absolute thorn in the side of all the other players. This is something he revels in, no doubt about it. Meanwhile, Heaven and Tosi have established control of the edge, and the inside of the circle, though, is actually on the other side of this fence, so it's going to take a little bit of work for Ghibli.
When Ghibli started rotating on through, I had counted them out completely. Seeing where they are, seeing where this game is going to end, depending on how it unfolds inside the city. Oh, okay, as I say, that Tosi falls, but I was just going to say they might actually have a chance of bringing this one home. Tosi, though, going down, that is going to leave Heaven all alone on that wall. He's going surprisingly aggressive. I think this is the point. Ghibli is already somewhat quiet, but I think this is the point at which I'd say, Ghibli, prone, chill, let school kill each other, and then take it from there.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗡, potentially a role to play in this, going to maneuver, going to scoot along the edge of the encroaching blue. 𝗟𝗡s going to go for a grenade up. Might have caught some damage, but that's about it. No knocks to be found with that. Working his way up the stairs, 𝗟𝗡 along the side of the building, quietly, diligently, trying to see if he can get into this late game.
Yep. The brief calm before the storm as Toshi actually managed to get all the way back towards his teammate. I like this, footsteps all over. Not always easy to tell whether they're running around upstairs or downstairs, or 𝗟𝗡s shooting at everything he possibly can to try and make more space for himself. Now, going up towards this roof, the smoke is going to help him out a bit, but you have to imagine that Heaven spots him eventually.
Oh, STK, this one feels like it should be theirs. Tosi was able to be rezzed by Heaven somehow, some way. A headshot from that, I believe, 𝗟𝗓 lands on top of Heaven. A grenade just comes up short from getting through the crack in the wall.
Yep.
Not going to be able to find that knock, so Heaven going to readjust to the other side. Tosi gets knocked by 𝗟𝗡s of all people from up on the roof. Now you've got 𝗟𝗡𝗚 prone down below. The push out here. Jeem strikes from the back. That's one. Can he find any more? No.
Have to adjust to it, have to find Jeems. They take him down faster. Here comes 𝗟𝗡𝗚, the solo player on the side. He's been alive for a while and he's still outside the wall. Either they take him out or the blue will take him out. There should be no way for him to make that play. Issue is, the time they spend on that is time allowed for 𝗟𝗚 to get back on his feet.
Oh, 𝗟𝗡𝗚, I thought he was going to get through, but he did take Purdy out. Heaven now going to watch the players, but he's sat down by the 𝗟𝗚 of Vegas. Up and over is 𝗟𝗚. He can find 2 big knocks. Can he find a third? No, just barely STK holds on.
15 kill chicken dinner for Shoot to Kill. What a game to, if not solidify their spot in the grand finals, to make their way that much closer. We've seen Shoot to Kill in end games time and time again. They've fallen short in games we thought they were going to win. This one, they brought home.
You know what's hilarious about this, Toby, is I actually talked to 𝗟𝗚𝗚 briefly before this game, and I said, how you feeling? And he goes, annoyed. Well, now he's definitely in a much better mood, guys, and we are going to watch some highlights, and then we'll be right back here with our final game of the day. Don't go anywhere.
We are here at PGS and we have had ourselves the big win coming out, of course, from yet another America great. STK is able to get it out of school, which I did think was actually getting a little bit closer than Comfort would provide, but STK gets the win.
And still, and 15 kill on top of it, right? It's a huge one for them. They're able to put themselves in a fantastic spot for this, but also staying 4 alive while being infiltrated there, like taking the right decisions in terms of what fights they want to take. Jeems tried to throw a span in the works. It didn't work. He got a knock though, an opening. 𝗟𝗚𝗚 also tried, but it's always interesting to have a team that's able to stay 4 guys alive and actually come out and take the full fight in the end there and take it home like that. So super well executed. The 𝗟𝗚s helped a lot on Vegas' side though.
Yes, that does help in those close range situations here, as we of course think about how this game developed and how it all went down up until the point where you really have the circle centering on apartments, on school, and to that degree. If we kind of slow the game and then all of a sudden everyone realized, okay, now we really need to start crashing into these priority locations, then all hell breaks loose.
Yeah, a lot of teams obviously knew that you're going to see the southern shift away from the water, so they're like, okay, it's likely going to be around the school or the apartment area. And we've had some apartment endings, so it would be lovely to see like an actual full apartment ending where it ends on top of one of the apartments. But this one here, it feels like once you still have the school in play, it feels like it's going to end somewhere outside school, like on some of the walls on the eastern side. Usually is where we've seen a lot of endings go. But it was a lot closer this time. It was a pretty fun ending there. I would love to see some more kind of fire coming around. 𝗟𝗚𝗚 was the only guy being able to get into kind of close from that side. It's always hard to kind of, get an exfil out of the apartments towards the school.
Let's take a look at the top 4 teams from this game then. STK, huge damage numbers coming out from them. 23 smokes used as well, Avenger.
Yeah, huge utility use here. It's always top 4, the utility is king here in terms of who's going to win it out, especially with the amount of stun and frag grenades they're able to use. 17 gaming again, getting up here, 3rd place, and 6 kills is going to put them a little bit further ahead.
Not too bad.
Yeah, they need it.
Yeah. So they crashed up into the northwest side of where we had for apartments here, and from that point on they were able to make this work with the 𝗟𝗡𝗗 cross, sacrificing other members here to really make that even happen as time went on. But let's take a look at things here as we had constant try hold-offs in these apartment buildings. A little bit too greedy by Empty there to go for a reload. Could have swapped out the gun and maybe made something happen, but I guess he wasn't truly expecting the very quick push.
Twisted Minds was definitely holding on and hoping that we're going to have an apartment ending, but it didn't work out for them just as nicely. But yeah, again, 17 here. If they could have, 2 or 3 guys alive on the wall, it could have worked out differently. But 𝗟𝗟 managed to stay 2 guys for some time and then shoot to kill. They managed to rack up so many kills. Ending up 15 here is obviously huge. But the key to the win here is definitely staying 4 guys alive for this long. You can make sure you have a few buddies to throw at these fights here in the end.
Yep, definitely. And it was 𝗟𝗟𝗗 who was doing a lot of work from 𝗟𝗟 in a previous fight and also in this one as well. As we take a closer look at the stats coming in from SDK, is Vegas up at the top 6, Penta with 5, 𝗟𝗚 with 4, and 𝗟𝗟𝗗𝗚 looking pretty.
Yeah, it's almost 2 players on 1K club there too. A fantastic one for them.
Yeah, very well done. Very well done indeed. I think when you kind of hone down on this though, for a while STK had to deal with the school poltergeist of 𝗟𝗟s lurking around for a while, and him in the corridors whenever he may lurk around and pop out. It slowed down STK for a while, but they were not deterred.
Oh, and also they're like, okay, we're not going to take a fight with him. We're just going to go out. If he's in our way, we're going to take it on. 8 knocks though for Vegas. They were obviously, when you're not able to go out and push and make sure you clear up the knocks, then you're going to get a lot of those. Also, the push on the wall where Penta was able to get 2 of the opening knocks was obviously fantastic here. But man of the match for Vegas. Let's see with the teams. Twisted Minds now, 37. Getting very top heavy now here.
Which team got 3,000?
7,000 exact damage though. That's kind of nice.
It's cathartic. It's nice. It's peaceful. It's calming. Which team though got 3,000 some damage in it? It was FaZe. Okay. And they're still in second despite that. That's ridiculous. Wow, it shows that Twisted Minds has been quite consistent here throughout the day. 14 points going the way in this
5 teams.
25 points from SDK.
And 5 teams on double digits. 17 also got 11 and 12 and 12. That's super top heavy here. Of course, that's going to be putting the teams in a fantastic situation in terms of 1 more game to go. If you're looking at like 35, 40 points coming into day 2, you're going to be having quite an easier time getting that top 8 and locking it down early on.
Lovely jubbly for these teams here as they're able to boost themselves up just a little bit. And again, I mean, when you look at teams like 17, for example, at the beginning of the day, they really didn't have the easiest of times. In the last couple of games, they've been able to squeak towards those final situations, but not really round things out too easily. It will bump them up to 9th place now. They're on the cusp of being able to qualify into that top 8.
I mean, 1 more good game and you're literally looking at top 4. They're super close. It's still all the way down to Pentagram even. They're going to have 1 good game and they're looking pretty deep into the top 8 still.
1 slight disappointment for here, I think, is New Happy. I do feel like them in 12th place, considering what we've seen from in the past, I would like to see them at least get to the grand final, but it's looking difficult at the moment.
Yeah, they, I mean, same at PGC as well last year. They had a rough showing as well in the group stage.
Correct.
Didn't make the grand final, and here they are again. Still 1 good game, a win with double digits, and they're looking completely fine here. It's going to make it interesting. When it's a BO12, it's always going to be super close. And it's usually going to come down to the last few games, if not the last.
Yeah, things are getting close here as we continue it on. We've got 1 more game for you today. See how all of these teams are going to fare. I do feel like this day especially has gone really fast. And for some of these teams, they would like it maybe to slow down a bit so they can gain some traction. As a team like Pentagram, they've been able to find themselves in the middle of circles, but
also in the middle of some rough fights.
Yeah, true. And we've got Third Eye as well, who started the day off with a win. Still looking in high spirits, it seems, Avenger.
Yeah, but even with a win, they need to have some more. They need to put in 4 or 5 points per game after the win there to stay consistent and stay inside. Otherwise, if they have like a 1 or 2 point game here, they're gonna end outside the top 8, obviously, and that's not one. If you have a win from the get-go, like you have to be able to build momentum of that. Yeah. Ascend here too, James, looking good. It's Chris on your team for your fantasy. You're happy for that. He's been clutching up many times.
Yes, they're on the edge of a knife though at the moment here. They're currently in 8th place, really kind of teetering between that qualification and absolute defeat. But anyway, thank you very much, Avenger. Time to get to it here. We have got 1 more game for today, and it is going to be Miramar to get it going for PGS 1 lower bracket. This event co-hosted by Crafton and VSPO.
Thank you very much, 𝗟𝗓, and soon we'll be saying goodbye to you, which, you know, don't let the door hit you on the way out. And we are on to Miramar for the final game of the day. Of course, there's still 6 more in the losers bracket, so if your favorite team is maybe not where you would like them to be, not in a position to move on to that grand final, don't worry, they still have plenty of time to get it done.
We say plenty of time, but as James said, today has gone by pretty darn quickly. I mean, it's been rather aggressive, right? Maybe not, I mean, we didn't have any hot drops, so not that aggressive. But as soon as fights kicked off, it's just been on. Like, I feel like there's been no slowing down ever since, like, phase 3, where you normally, even though we do not have kills early, it'll, there'll be, like, multiple escalations, where this is just, as soon as it kicks off, fighting until the end.
But you can sense the desperation from the teams.
Definitely.
You know the position that they're in. All of them know that they want to be there for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday this weekend. So absolutely, every opportunity you can find, you got to try to make the most of it. And sometimes that works, and sometimes it doesn't, of course. But that's the way. That's why we play the games, Toby.
That's how the cookie crumbles.
Cookies. I love cookies.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty good as long as you don't have to accept them on your browser.
Yeah, but then, yeah, that's true. That's not as ideal. Then they took the cookies away from the Cookie Monster, and I'm real sad. That's always hurt my heart a little bit. So, fan of cookies.
I'll just let you have this one and see where you're taking it.
No, that's it. That's the end of it.
Fair enough.
It's the end of that weird conversation.
Fair enough. Teams and parachutes we get to see and enjoy because none of them are landing next to opponents where they would be fighting them. It's all good. I'm seeing Lou shoot at Thunders in the air, but I think he stopped shooting at him now. So thank you for that. Thunders now has himself a buggy. Should be able to drive off to safety. In the meantime, Circle swings north. Again, we've been up here. Despite the fact that we haven't had a whole lot of variety on the military circles, or the Miramar circles, we have been up towards that north quite a bit, and it has swung west almost every time.
Yeah, we've never had... I mean, we had
one east. The first game of group stage Dynamo went out towards the east.
Yes, but that one was already on the east, wasn't it? Wasn't it more...
It was further east.
Did it start further east? Yeah. Well, I want the Oasis ending. Look, I haven't gotten to cast one yet myself, so I know that area very well because I drop up there a lot in my own personal games. Oh, Boxy and Yuri right next to each other. Yuri took a headshot. Yuri's going to try to drive away. Boxy just needs one more bullet to connect, but Iron Sight there, it isn't going to try to push over the edge to finish the job.
Don't hit a tree.
He's fine.
He actually hit a rock and survived. He took damage.
Yeah, he was probably only going like 21 kilometers an hour.
He went from 5 HP to 2 or something like that.
I'm a little bit shocked that Foxy didn't try to finish that.
I'm a little bit surprised he didn't. I mean, to begin with. He should have. But sometimes we've seen it before. Who was it? We saw it earlier today when Chris solo pushed, speaking of, into a position. And he got away alive from that position. I believe it was against one of the Pentagram players down in the southwest side of Los Leones. Sometimes, I mean, when it's the beginning of the game, maybe a little cold. I'm not even going to make excuses for players. Sometimes they just miss those easy ones. Snakers.
All right, it's Grizz is going to sit Adam down with the Scar and then move on in for the coup de grace. Kui has a spray down on a Tanawat, even with an AK. Makes it look decently easy. And that should be another point there for Petrichor Road as they are having themselves a solid losers bracket so far.
And quite interesting that we're seeing this commotion now. This is the third player we see I mean, we did only lose 2 of them, but the third player we see run into a position. It's a plane path we've seen a lot of times before. It's a circle we've seen a lot of times before. And throughout the day, as we were just saying before, we haven't had hot drops. There hasn't been a whole lot of early game commotion. So interesting that it's starting to happen now. But I think, as you were saying, with teams having this much on the line, they're eager to scout earlier. They want to make the plays early. They want to get to safety earlier because they know they need good games.
Precisely. I feel you. 𝗟𝗓 is, of course, LG territory, but they are outside of the next circle and have a little bit of work to do potentially, but they've still got time. They've still got a lot of teams that haven't even also begun their rotations, so no rush just yet. Sun Sister up the east coast towards Campo Militar, Tierra Branca. Picado is, we know who's here. We only know that there's 2 teams here, and one of them is looking to get into challenge that spot again.
I was just going to say, but who is going to be here in the grand finals if 17 makes it through?
It's a good question.
That is a good question. Question we won't be able to answer until 2.5 days from now.
That's correct.
2.5 days from now.
It'll be really interesting. I mean, of course, I still wish more people call this the pachinko fight.
The pachinko fight.
Yeah.
It will.
Pachinki picado. Pachinko.
Picati?
Nah, I don't like that as much. Pachinko sounds better because it's already a real thing. And it's kind of like the randomness of it. You know, have you ever played pachinko? It's
I
like,
don't even know what it is.
It's like those. So in Japan, it's like this game where there's a bunch of steel balls that come
I've seen
out.
videos of that on YouTube. Yep.
That's pachinko.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Yeah, all day. I'll tell you all about pachinko, the strategy.
Yeah, I've seen random YouTube. You know how sometimes your YouTube recommendation feed just does weird things to you? That's come up a couple of times.
Yes. It's bizarre, but it's fun. It's really loud, though.
I've heard. With that said, it's rotations galore, really. I mean, not a whole lot of commotion, but the kills that we were due has already come through. The teams that dared to aggress early towards the center have already taken casualties or found kills. And therefore, we are now only really missing the edge teams, the ones that are in no hurry to take center positions. The only thing we could potentially see turn into fights within the next 5 minutes, or 4 minutes I should say, would be teams like Gen.G that are currently sat in the center, GEX potentially as well, who get greedy, who say, oh, could we get just one more compound? And that's when either they get shot in transition or they run up to a compound that already has a player in it.
Exactly. ghibli took a little bit of damage in transition. I saw the red pings on the map from damage, but looks like they're just going to stop up and watch LG continue to rotate on. And I don't see anyone else behind them, so this should be kind of ghibli deciding how do they want to approach this. Well, it looks like they're just going to try to wrap around LG or try to swing north of them potentially.
Not in a hurry whatsoever. And if you're able to wrap around LG and not have to worry about them on your edge of the circle for the rest of the game, I think you're in for a good game.
Yes. Well, Sun Sisters already beat them up to the punch. They're literally up by the wall.
True.
Up at the north part of the map.
And I love this rotation coming through from Sun Sisters. Again, I mean, they're doing a lot of great things. Unluckily for them, the majority of their great things happen within the first 10 minutes. And then from there on, it's kind of a downhill spiral. It's their initial rotations, their initial read on first circles tend to be good. They tend to come in from the circle regardless of where they loot and regardless of the circle from what I would consider the better angle. It's just from there on, similar to what we saw with Purple Mood in the previous game, they don't dare to then claim what they actually should have access to off of the first circle. They don't dare to claim that center position that they are rewarded off of having made such a smart rotation, because whether it be them being nervous, whether it be land jitters, or whether just not being part of their game plan to be anywhere near opponents early on, I'm not sure. It's just interesting to me that you play a playstyle that gives you so much in return of what you do, but then you opt to not take it.
Yeah. No, I fully agree with you. I think that's well said. I think there's potential in that team for sure. We've seen, again, if you think about that Feven, triple kill, brilliant stuff. There is potential there, no doubt about it. And I mean, I think about other players in Japan that are still really good, particularly like Kane, who I think is nuts. And they almost got here, Rascal Jester and like the other teams. But, there's still a lot of really good players out there in that region that just need confidence and, frankly, I think need coaching. I think that's one of the biggest things for that region that needs to step up and needs to get their players, on the same page as the rest of the world.
Sure thing. Speaking of the rest of the world, that is exactly what 𝗟𝗏 can see from up there, but he can also hear vehicles right down below him. And speaking of vehicles, here comes Ascent, full speed forward, and
they got him.
Easy.
Oh, good shooting.
Easy. I mean, there were 4 people shooting, so if they hadn't gotten the knock, that would be a little disappointing.
That should work, right?
It should work. I'm loving that EXO is doing this, not because I have anything against Ascent, it's just because FaZe tends to do the exact same thing to Ascent on like in the EMEA tournaments. So while I love that EXO is doing this because it's the greatest way to claim points early, read the rotations of opponents and use it against them in later games, I do also feel kind of bad for Ascent because they, if not always, are pretty much always the ones on the back end of, or the receiving end of those rotation setups.
Now you got to think like, did EXO scout FaZe doing that? And they're like, haha, I bet Ascend will never expect us to do it too.
Honestly, I am rather convinced that that would be it. And, well, there you go. Reaping the rewards. That is the freest point you're going to get in a global tournament of this caliber.
Smart stuff from EXO. I mean, again, EXO, a pleasant surprise throughout this event so far. I know they're struggling a bit here today, only 14 points overall, but to even make it as far as they have in the fashion that they have is impressive. To be, I mean, again, all these guys, for the most part, their first LAN, kind of came out of nowhere. Nobody expected it. Everybody thought AAP or Gas Kings, and here they are.
that Tulens, if you're gonna kill Little Ghost, can you at least wait 25 seconds? Just for both me and Paper Thin's sake, just wait 25 seconds.
That's right.
just please wait.
I had like...
I saw him see him down below. I was like, don't shoot.
Nope.
No, 15 seconds, wait! Oh, God.
Brutal. I can hear 𝗟𝗓 in the back yelling, like he's just...
always there, always aware.
It's just, it hurts me inside, Toby.
And we both have him as captain, too.
The only reason it hurts me is because it's James. No other reason.
You know what? We might not get the blessing of keeping Little Ghost alive, but you might get the blessing of an Oasis circle as we're shifting center towards the north. Again, not an area we've really journeyed that much in this tournament so far. So curious to see now how many teams are opting to hard commit to that far northern side and how many teams might not even be able to get there at all.
Ooh, an exciting parallel drive-by here. Is 𝗟𝗔 right next to Petrichor Road, but it looks like 𝗟𝗔 is going to opt for a little bit of caution. Yuri just cuts right in front of 𝗟𝗗. 𝗟𝗔 as well, taking some shots down into this fight. 𝗟𝗔𝗡, though, going to be the one to find the knock. Mill trying to cut through, cut off GEX, and they do a decent amount of damage to Mill, and they're going to find the knock. Savior, good for the follow-up, and now Petrichor Road's Aches left down. 𝗟𝗗 flushed. This is all but over for Pero.
What am I watching? This is the ugliest engage in the world, but of course it wasn't intended. All of these teams wanted to make their way much further away from this position, but they're forced to stop here. They're forced to take the fights off of the small vehicle mishaps that happened earlier on. In the meantime, now, here comes Luminosity, sending it through the entire engagement, and now able to make their way further north due to the new terrain up towards Oasis.
Love the timing here from 𝗟𝗔. They find the perfect moment to sneak through the chaos and get through relatively unscathed. I don't even think... Finally, a headshot does hit Flood right as he crests that hill, but still beautifully timed, beautifully planned out there by Relo and 𝗟𝗔.
Very smart, waiting for the commotion to begin, and it was really off of the knock and flush onto like Little Ghost. Many teams in and around that area said, great, now there's commotion, now they're occupied elsewhere, let's send it. Smart play, and again, I mean, good plays do tend to give awards, and when you reap them, you're in a good position.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just like once 𝗟𝗔 seems to find that final form, they seem near unbeatable. They seem like they always make great decisions. Borboat's done. Taemin going to be the one to claim that point. FaZe not able to scoop it up for themselves, but still nice piece of work here by FaZe to make sure that that was not ever going to be a threat or problem. New Happy outside of the circle looking for an entry, looking for, again, what I like to call pivot points. Usually what I see New Happy do on Miramar is try to find spots that they could find third parties from, that they can swing from safely, that they can observe multiple different teams from multiple different angles when they're still relatively close together as well. They don't like fan out huge like some teams.
I've been trying to do the math, both of what you're saying, but also off of what we were talking about with Luminosity before and how when they find their final form, what happened since they played so poorly in winners bracket. And I think a part of it might be Na'Vi. While they didn't necessarily fight each other all the time, Na'Vi and Luminosity, they have very, very similar playstyles in terms of when they opt to engage, in terms of how they like to sweep on the edges sometimes. And the few times they ran into each other, Na'Vi came out victorious. The times they didn't, the edges that 𝗟𝗔 wanted to sweep, Na'Vi had kind of already been there. So it would be very interesting to see them in grand finals with this in mind now, see how are they actually going to go up against a fair, going up against one another.
I don't think anybody wants to fight Na'Vi straight up, like in a fair fight.
Might.
I mean, well, okay, well, there are teams certainly who have the confidence to do it, but I mean, just from what we saw in that winners bracket, like I mean, they're so talented, top to bottom. That team is so disgusting. Pentagram towards the northwest of water treatment in this dippage, and just going to be hiding for a bit. 𝗟𝗔 out in Narnia. No idea where that is. Cause it's
there was a mountain there. You can't even recognize that? Come on, man.
I didn't look at it close enough. I was looking at the map. I was trying to find him on the map. I was like, where are you? All right, FaZe sitting pretty as this circle has them on the southwest corner. This shifts up northeast. This is pretty interesting. We don't get circles up here too often.
Not too often, and there's limited unplayable terrain in this area, especially now with the new Oasis area. So we'll see where this one swings. I would expect it to go towards where New Happy is currently sat, but let's see now as third eyes. Vox hits a tree. I think he poked out the vehicle, got a branch in his face, fell down, and the team continues without him.
STK and 𝗟𝗔 dusting it up. Taemin already gone. PO, Foxy, DG trying to get something done, but Purdy is better than DG98 right now. Vegas coming in to support his IGL. It's a 2v2 if this fight remains fair, but I can see FaZe off in the distance potentially thinking about getting involved. And Pio is out and pretty far away from Voxy across the road. Meanwhile, Flood gone here from Pentagram. They drove up the road and just came and started kicking the door in.
Full speed forward, catching LG in a 3-1 split. Finds Flood left alone. And oh my lord, one good nade here. That would be bye-bye Pentagram. We'll see. I see Flood swapping back and forth. I see Snakers cooking one now. We're taking the camera elsewhere, so we'll leave it up to the kill feed to tell us whether or not that nade does go through. With no kills in just yet, I don't think it's happened.
Oldless going for the spray, but didn't see another player out by him. The Molly as well getting involved. Vox and Richie B now. We're not aware of Empty's position, but Empty not able to best another. This time Vox just barely gonna win that fight. So him and Richie B low on health, trying to retreat a bit in case there's potentially any more utility that's going to be flying, any more frags, any more mollies. Particularly Richie B's compound is very susceptible to getting some good grenades in there.
Yeah, Heike has to get up here now and try and assist his team. While they aren't able to really do a whole lot up close for Reina and Akita, they really want to get them dealt with, or get these two third eye players dealt with, because there is still a chance that they could rest Empty. There's no one nearby. You have 17 further out west, but they're not close enough to really properly engage in this. So if they can deal with this fast, they're inside the circle, good spot, all 4 alive, that would be huge.
LG now beginning to make their way towards this fight, backing off of the Pentagram situation. Didn't feel like they could get the grenades in there or really deal with them effectively, maybe without getting shot by other teams. My suspicion. Rain thinking about another grenade, thinking about making it rain, but nope, just gonna hold the angle here with the M4. Lean peek, my friend, lean peek.
What do you mean full body is much more of an authority figure?
that's a chat move right there. Yeah,
I'll stand here, I'm not afraid of you. It's the Aussie way. I like it.
I'm gonna go. I can see Rain behind me. I'm gonna go throw something in his window.
Leo, in the meantime, finds AC. That is Petrichor down and out. 14th place for them as they fall in the final match of day number 1 of losers.
Hey, they're gonna get Empty. Very nice, very nice. That's a good res there for EXO. So back up to 4. An AUG for Hikerman. Level 3 gear takes a splash of damage. And the circle. Oh my God, Toby. It's so close to Oasis. It's close enough. We'll call this good enough. I am so excited about this. There's so many interesting hills over here. Over here. The west side is pretty high compared to the other side of it. Should be a lot of fun. Empty's got Vox. Meanwhile, it is going to be 17 wrapping into the Oasis proper.
Yep. See if with that knock, if they're going to make the aggressive play forward, they sure as hell are. Currently, all the utilities been thrown towards the left side building, but with the footsteps now being made by Richie, you'd imagine that they must have heard him. As I say that, though, not quite there just yet. Solo push coming forward. Empty pushes all on his own. I am not sure what the idea is. There finds the second as well. You are 4v1. Do not do this to me. Now Akita falls too. EXO had all the chances in the world to take him out, but too eager, too greedy. They fall 1 by 1.
No shotguns in hand either. They don't even see him. Richie B wipes out EXO by himself. Unbelievable. Just lack of coordination there from EXO. There's one of those moments where you can see their potential lack of LAN experience, so heartbreak for EXO, but what a hold there from Richie B. Some valuable, valuable points for him in third eye to keep them in contention for one of those top 8 spots.
At least they don't have to go too far back in the what to figure out what went wrong in that game, because I hope they know already now.
They had third eye dead rights.
That was just not pretty.
Tough to watch. Tough to watch for sure. FaZe, though, sees GEX on their eastern flank, mostly letting them go by. I think it's Pentagram up on top as well. Going to be watching GEX try to sneak underneath this hillside and probably have to stop there, but FaZe is going to try to get involved. Emok spraying down onto members of Ascend. Love to see Sun Sister crunch on top of Ascend here. Look at this split. Look at this 2-2 split.
It's a very dangerous one at that because they're out in the open. You can see Emok wanting to make a run for it. Taenan is caught on his own. There's no way for them right now to get back up towards the compound. And that compound is prime real estate. Why are they not fortifying that? And especially now that Ascend is suppressed, why are they not trying to get back into that compound?
I mean, that's just it. Tegu and Emok have to get back to the rest of them. I don't know either. Now they're cut off. They're going to have to fight through some players and teams potentially. I didn't see a vehicle by them. I don't know. GEX able to find some level of safety. FaZe never really able to. I saw FaZe kind of aggressing towards that angle. Good shots from Kickstart. Going to get the knock onto Perfectix and the flush.
Yep, he has that. Rel does fall though in the meantime as Runex is able to find one from afar. And as Kick peeks over, he spots all of Pentagram with nades in hand. You naded us, you didn't find us. Now we are coming for you.
Uh-oh, time to leave. Yep, certainly not a place you want to be anymore, Kickstart. And he is going to be retreating back towards the rest of his team, who is solidly placed just outside of the southeastern corner of the Oasis. James finally able to find a knock on a GX, and I think this is going to be go time for FaZe. Yeah, absolutely. Grenades are in hand here. Yuri going to try to respond, and that grenade finds the side of Yuri's head. Return grenade not good enough from Yuri, and this is looking interesting. Ghibli might get involved in this potentially as well.
I like 𝗟𝗡's flank down below. The question is going to be how much of an effect it's going to have on this fight. Ghibli is trying to flank around, potentially do some damage. 𝗟𝗡 has to be ready for that. I think he heard the shots from afar. That's why he's continuing to peek that direction. He has to make sure that regardless of what happens here with the fight up above, no one is able to wrap down below.
So well cooked on that grenade. Ooh. The follow-up had been as good. Yuri would have been dead, but the second one just a bit too long.
That's a lot of utility.
Yeah, they're everything in the kitchen sink here. I mean, FaZe knows FaZe knows they're in trouble.
Yeah.
Once this fight is over, so they just want to make sure they get this point if possible.
Yep. One more flash thrown. No peeks to follow. As I say that, there's the peek instantly over. 𝗟𝗡 takes him down. Hikari does get the bleed out on Senan, so that is GEX out in the 11th.
FaZe with 2 members left, trying to find some more space to work with. 𝗟𝗡 from Twisted Minds overwatching the left-hand side of Fex. Lou crossing over to the road, though, with the information from 𝗟𝗡 that it's relatively safe. Going to be able to get there no problem. So now FaZe has to readjust and rethink how they're going to approach this next, likely phase 6 circle that moves away from them.
Issue is, where do they kind of sit down and take a breather? I don't think they can, because as soon as they're trying to get off the angle for Twisted Minds, 𝗟𝗡 is holding them from the southeast. And as soon as they're trying to peek them, they're getting shot at the back by 𝗟𝗡. So it's a really tricky position. In the meantime, Chris, well, we say PO doing PO things. This is European PO. This is Chris. He's doing Chris things.
He's a different version of it. It's a later game sort of thing for Chris.
It's PO, but PO that survives longer.
It's like Bizarro PO.
Can we call him German PO?
No, Bizarro PO. We're going Bizarro PO. 𝗟𝗡, though, might be able to get out of this in time before Chris does any damage. I think he's okay. Yes.
Keep trolling. Keep trolling.
He's just so good at this. He's unnaturally gifted at being an absolute jerk.
Yeah,
I love it. I absolutely love it. I mean that in the most positive way possible.
And the greatest thing is, as serious as everyone are, you can just tell that he's sitting with this big smile on his face as he's doing this as well.
Oh, he's just the nicest guy. He's so funny. I love Chris a lot. I mean, I don't, I hope nobody takes me too seriously when I say he's a jerk, because he's not.
He's a good jerk.
He's exactly. Yeah. He's a fun jerk.
Great jerk.
Yeah, exactly. Well, FaZe has to prone their way ahead in towards the center of the next circle. Pentagram fanned out. 𝗟𝗡 sort of on his own there in that shack. 3 on the other side to try to barricade 𝗟𝗡, Lou, and the 2 survivors. Well, 𝗟𝗡's just up and over quick, gets a knock, and then they're like, there's a lot of other players here. We need to back off from this incoming grenade.
And the thing is, if you're a team with less players alive, going up and getting that first knock and falling back can actually be huge. You might not get the kill, but that's an invite for other teams to third party, and that's when you then swing back and potentially make a third-party opportunity off of your initial first engagement. So smart from Twisted Minds to go up, aggress, fall back. Now, they don't get a kill off of it, but they do manage to suppress.
And right as you were saying that, Pentagram got third-party by 𝗟𝗡.
There you go.
Yep, Mika trying to hold on. Oh, grenades there. Trade from Tegu, but a nice nade from Lou. 𝗟𝗡's found the flush. Wicked here, trying to hold the angle behind the rock. And he's going to spring to action. Lou's not ready. Now 𝗟𝗡 knows where he is. Wicked wisely going for the point, able to confirm it.
Yep.
But it's just him left for Pentagram, a 1v1, unless somebody else gets involved.
I love the off angle by Wicked here, but he was simply too late to the trigger. I think he could have, but I was never going to save both. But 𝗟𝗡 right now, not the best position for him to crawl around in the open there. Somehow, though, still alive. We'll see if he'll stay that way. As 𝗟𝗡 lops a nade on over, finds Mika. 𝗟𝗡 still prone behind the rocks and on the edge of the circle.
Chris.
I mean, Chris is still chilling. He's going to pan 𝗟𝗡 in a second.
I would love it if he just walked up behind him and just cracked him in the back of the head with the pan.
Wouldn't be surprised. He's been walking behind 𝗟𝗡 for the last 10 minutes.
He
𝗟𝗡
might as
has
well.
no clue.
Honest to God, Chris shouldn't even shoot at 𝗟𝗡 for a long time.
No.
Just keep holding the trigger. Out in the open after the res are the 2 survivors from Pentagram, but Wicked gets taken down this time. 𝗟𝗡 got a headshot, and that's going to give 𝗟𝗡 the opportunity to finish that kill. I'm not sure what Pentagram's doing there. They've got to know that 𝗟𝗡 is still relatively close.
Yeah. 𝗟𝗡 in the meantime wrapping further south. They knew that FaZe were down to a few players as they took out Fex as well. Finding 𝗟𝗡 here too. It's going to force FaZe out in 10th. And here comes the snail, the German snail, who can only walk 1 kilometer an hour.
He might,
but he's stealthy.
He's so stealthy. 𝗟𝗡 just literally has no idea. I love it. And there's so much terrain for Chris to work with here. I mean, just look at all these dips and dives, all these hills, nooks and crannies that he could work with. Can't wait to see what he can get done. 𝗟𝗡 barricades himself in the shack. And here comes the utility from 𝗟𝗚. The opener does some damage. Adder's been phenomenal today. Can he continue with that streak? He's got all of 𝗟𝗚 except for 𝗟𝗚 bearing down on him. That grenade hits him in the back, able to find enough space at the top of the stairwell that doesn't have grenade. Oh, but that grenade is so good from Human.
Another thing you can do to dodge that one, smart play from them. And here comes Chris. We should have a theme. That is, whenever we go to Chris's camera, it plays.
Bum, bum. Bum, bum.
Is that it?
The Jaws theme.
Are we going Jaws on this one?
Jaws one? That's the easiest.
That's going to be a long
The minor first. It's easy. Just
Yep.
Those are the two keys next to each other on the piano, folks. Bum, bum. Go test it out if you have a piano right now. Anyway, random stuff I know from being attempting to be a music major briefly.
Yeah.
Sun Sister, north side and the back side of 𝗟𝗔𝗡, but Feven just barely able to find that. RunAX had to run away, and that's another point here. Struggles continue, 4-17. Yes, they are going to get placement points, but the kills are not super great in this one. In fact, it's 0.
Yeah, suboptimal, but again, inside the circle this time, making late game. That's something. We'll see now if 𝗟𝗚 could be as sneaky, as stealthy as Chris has managed to be, because don't forget, Chris is still alive.
Dude, Feven is popping people. He gets non. I don't know if the flush will be available. 𝗟𝗚 in there. Oh, the grenade from 𝗟𝗚, though, gets Ming. 𝗟𝗚 gets Feven on the ground. So now all of a sudden, this fight here for newhappy is for their lives. 𝗟𝗚 springing into action. The stuns are in. Can he push through? Can he finish the job? 𝗟𝗚 wants a piece of the pie as well. 𝗟𝗚 gonna go down to HS, and he gets the flush. Now turning his attention to 𝗟𝗚.
Chris still chilling. I thought he was going to maybe peek up over the top off of that engagement with 𝗟𝗚 on the other side, but not quite the case. He's waiting to spring the trap at least for a little while longer. In the meantime, nades now be lobbed on forward as Ming does get confirmed. So a newhappy down to 3. Only 1 kill this game, and again, newhappy. The aggression. Essentially what I'm talking about when I'm talking about Sun Sister. We've seen the most aggressive sweeping newhappy ever. This tournament, though, a shell, nothing in comparison to what we've seen in the past.
Yep, Feven re-knocked here by 𝗟𝗚. RunAX not able to do anything about it, and that's going to be the flush as well. So 1 kill at least for 17 Gaming alongside the placement point. Relo, though, swinging into action, and the grenade is perfect. 𝗟𝗚 gone, 17 out early.
Yep, LG might only be 3 up, but they now have full center control in this circle. Let's see. newhappy with 3 still on their feet can make something happen. You have
it's a beautiful circle.
Chris is right next to glass again.
I love this spot on the map. Just love it.
It is.
Look how much there is to play with.
Welcome to a new area of the map, Paper.
I'm thrilled. Well, I drive around here a lot. I don't get to fight up here much. Usually I'm rotating in and out of this area, but yeah, this is such a cool part of the map. It's Chris.
I feel he deserves at least 1 kill.
Oh, I agree.
Of the commitment to not walking faster than that.
Might have to happen, maybe. newhappy, yeah, here it comes.
Yay!
Got it. He has to take it now. Tosi right away is like, yo, bro. Whoa, he gets another. Okay, we've seen this kind of thing before, but yeah, the blue is going to finish the job there. I was maybe hoping that he had enough time.
You know what? He got 2 kills and he got 2 placement points. Congrats, Chris. Your 15 minutes of being stealthy gave you 4 points.
I was hoping for another one of those It's Chris specials, but it was close enough.
It was kind of Chris special.
Yeah, it's true, it's true.
It wasn't like the most expensive dish on the menu, but it was pretty good. It was an appetizer. For
strong appetizer,
yeah. I like it. Richie now, organ hand, somehow still alive, finds the first one. Snaker's helmet popped off, but down to 1 HP, can't connect with the blue, and kickstart easy for him to take out Richie. Again, Richie getting top 5 in this game, despite being pushed by 4 EXO players earlier. A lot of points claimed up by the solo player here as well.
Again, yeah, so huge for 𝗟𝗚 that he's able to pull that off. That keeps them right in the thick of things. Relo now watching 𝗟𝗚s, or potentially going to be watching 𝗟𝗚s on the edge. Just can't quite see him yet. newhappy somehow, some way survives that brutal sandwich they were in. There were so many players and teams shooting at them, grenading them, and they come out with 3.
Yeah. Issue now is, though, look at that field in front of them. I know you said it's amazing, great to play in. I think newhappy overlooking this right now. Aren't as thrilled as you are for this area, because they would want some mountains, they want some hills, they want some rocks, because they are fighting downhill and into the open. The good thing for them is this battle is about to commence, and for LG it couldn't be any better. They get the knock, now they know they can't look on over, and now they can aggress on the southern side.
Yeah, Relo and Kickstart here trying to find the backside of 𝗟𝗚s. They've got him. Heaven now, the last one on his feet for 𝗟𝗚. trying to sneak his way around the side of the rock. Another molly there is going to, and a stun is going to back him off. Heaven just going to have to rethink this fight, rethink this angle. Meanwhile, New Happy is starting to push in.
Yeah.
They are sensing a win. They are sensing a grand finals.
Look at the amount of circle control they've got. Pretty much the entire circle has got them written on it. Crucial that HS both hears and sees Heaven down below. He was about to flank around. He was about to maybe go undetected. And for LG, so unlucky that they can't deal with the opposition faster. Kickstart is wrapped down below. I'm not sure if HS has maybe heard him. Yes, there's flashes coming forward. They know that Kickstart is down below.
I love that New Happy doesn't push onto Heaven, knowing that if they get a knock, they're going to cede the game to LG. But still, LG has HS very beat up. Are they going to be able to push him? No. Non finds kick on the cross. Snaker's now trying to come over to help his teammate, but HS is aware and trying to do something about it.
Where's 𝗟𝗡𝗗 in all of this? He's the overhead protector. He is the kind of the eye in the sky, sat further towards the north side, having to protect this angle. Here comes the double swing, though, instantly. HS finds one more. Snakers fall down. That should be flush, confirmed in just a moment, depending on this nade from Relo. Where does it go? Does it find one? Yes! HS, first one to fall.
By the way, 𝗟𝗃 got rezzed by Heaven while all this was going on. So Ghibli has two up again. They're right back in this thing. Oh no, the blue just touches his back. He wasn't aware. He was trying to go for the heal, and instead, he's going to pay the price. A crucial, pivotal mistake for Ghibli. And they may be able to try to go for the res again. Relo, though, out on top, waiting for the backside of Ghibli here, and that smoke, certainly he knows he can go and finish it. Zepion trying to finish him before he gets in there, but this should be the end of Ghibli. They get the res once again. Oh, the stuns are out. I can see the sawed off in the smoke, but now out in the open, Zepion finds Relo. 𝗟𝗃 gets taken down by a grenade. Just Heaven left. No, sir. It's going to be New Happy taking our final game of the day.
What a bounce back and forth. Initially, Ghibli looking great. Then they get to run off. All of a sudden, it's a Luminosity game to win when the knock comes through onto 𝗟𝗡𝗗. But because of the resets there, the rest come through onto New Happy. So many bounces back and forth, and in the end, New Happy out victorious. A much needed win for them.
Now, 𝗟𝗗 said he wanted to see them get a win, and they do. It is time for some highlights, and then we'll wrap up the day with the desk. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back here at PGS 1.
What a finish here for day number 1 of the lower bracket for PGS 1 as we get the win rolling in for New Happy. We said just before this segment, damn, we wish New Happy was able to pop off a little bit more, popping off. But unfortunately for them, they hadn't done up until really this game where they were able to seize victory.
Yeah, and with this one, they're able to jump into the top 8 from that. So that's obviously fantastic, but it was a hard-fought one. It's a rough terrain. You had so many teams third-partying. Also, unfortunately for Luminosity Gaming, they're not able to close another one down. It was close, though. They had a little bit of an angle. Kick went down, and then both HSM and Nan, they were able to swing around and get that closed in. So really well fought by New Happy there to clutch that one up.
I'm sure Luminosity on the other side, though, is probably not kicking themselves too much, considering...
probably qualified already.
Yeah, they've got a lot of points.
Yeah, had a good day.
A lot of points indeed here. But let's talk about New Happy a little bit more, since they actually did get the win here. And again, for New Happy, when we kind of looked back at them in terms of historically, it seemed like kind of a 1- or 2-man show. It's anything but now. I feel like it's every single member contributing when they actually do step up here. And I like to see that. I like to see the kind of team camaraderie being able to carry through as opposed to 1 or 2 names.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like, though, today has been... the only one we've been kind of not seeing too much from has been Ming Ming, which is usually the guy that comes out and frags, outputs on 5, 6, 7 kills in a single match. But he's had a rough day. The other guys able to step up, as you say here. They're flexible. Like depending on who's out in front, who's able to get the opening kills, they're all able to contribute there for New Happy.
Difficult terrain for all these teams to play at towards the end. We saw quite a few solos trying to sneak on in there here to get themselves a decent spot. But let's talk about the top 4 here. It will be New Happy, ghibli, we have Luminosity and Twisted Minds to round things out, Avenger.
Yeah, it's a good one here. We can see 20 smokes in New Happy. They really had to use a lot of utility to make sure they're closing this one out, kind of their pathway through to the later stages of the game. Also 39,000 meters distance travel, of course, a little bit of a northern circle. Always makes a lot of teams having to kind of rotate in there and get into a better spot.
Yeah, I'm trying to think exactly where they came from. I do remember them wide wrapping on the east side and then eventually dipping in towards the north of the circle. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Miramar is kind of synonymous with that kind of play. As we take a look at the recap from this game, as everything's coming on down, it's Chris once again trying to clutch things out, clutch a few points for Ascend. I do feel like those kinds of plays, though, will only sit them on the very edge of being able to qualify for the top 8. They need a big power game.
They need another big game here. Even if they already won one, they need another one to manifest their spot inside the top 8. Otherwise, it's going to be rough. There's a lot of good teams here. Even though it is the losers bracket, there's a lot of teams that are expected to go through to the grand finals, and we're going to have to miss out a few of them. This one, I was like, whoa, but yeah, obviously the smoke played out. I've been very happily surprised with Heaven from ghibli again. He also was pretty impressive once we were playing the group stage here.
Kind of instrumental in how they're able to earn some points. Of course, Tossi in the last 2 games has been able to help out quite considerably, but yeah, Heaven, we all look at him as one of the guys on ghibli that is excellent. Let's take a look at his HSM. We have Zipian and we have Nan, and then, as you say, Ming not really being able to contribute too much in this game, but the others were able to hold their head above the parapet, look out and say, we can take this.
Yeah, and of course here, HSM is going to be able to be the MVP. Good for him, but yeah, Ming really not had the best of his kind of total day so far. I think he's going to end on 2 total kills for the day for Ming.
He was expensive.
He was, if not the most expensive, then at least top 3.
He was a 34,000
at least. So it's been a rough one for him here. But yeah, it's good to see the other guys be able to step up here and be able to jump into this. Twisted Minds, though, with 44 kills is going to be able to jump into the top 8,400. Perfect amount of damage here again.
Yeah, they actually, again, I have to reiterate, considering FaZe actually did a 3.6k game, the fact that Twisted Minds is still #1 here across the day does show that they're back to play. And I did pose the question yesterday to some of the guys, I'm like, what do we think about Twisted Minds? Because I didn't think that they looked really that impressive through a lot of phases of this tournament. They didn't look that impressive in PEC. Now they're trying to bounce back here in this lower bracket.
It's obviously a rough one. If you're putting yourself into, you should be going straight into grand finals. You could be going through the winners bracket quite easily. So a lot of pressure on yourself, a lot of your own expectations is coming kind of short-handed.
Yeah.
Had a few chats with Batulins, and they're just laser focused on the goal, which is, of course, to go straight through to the grand final here and show what they are. Though all those 62 points for LG, that's a qualification for them.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. And they're looking at Twisted Minds as well. 58 points is going to get them through, if not extremely close already here, all things considered. And yesterday when I also talked to Batulins, I asked him how things are going. And so
right.
Says he's tired. And I'm like, tired? Okay. And then he says, tired of the hot drops. And seemingly kind of that has been quelled here for the moment, and they're able to find their groove just a little bit more. Tomorrow, of course, we've got 6 more games coming at you for the lower bracket, and it will be MMMM to start things. So it's going to be me. So it will be Miramar, and then little Erangels interlaced.
And I gotta say, I think the top 5 is looking fantastic for tomorrow. They are 10 points ahead here. FaZe Clan on 45, and then it's New Happy on 35 now. They just won a game. So shoot to kill ghibli and FaZe Clan there in the 3rd to 5th place. I think that's gonna be pretty sure for them to be able to go through to the grand finals.
I do feel like that was a super important win for New Happy. I feel like that will be an absolute boost, a shot to the arm to be able to just make them rise back up tomorrow, because honestly, I was concerned for New Happy after the previous phases now coming into this one.
Yeah, and of course tomorrow we're finding our last teams. And it looks like it's only going to be 3, maybe 4 more teams that's going to have a chance to take those last spots.
If you think about the names that you think might jump into the top 8, looking at where they're at right now, who are you looking at?
Multiple. I think 17 Gaming should be a team. I think if we could have a team like maybe GEX could have like a fantastic pop-up.
They do sneak
like
in
a
quite a
little bit
lot.
of a dark horse. Sometimes they are doing really well, but yeah, Leo had some rough games today, died early and in general. But we'll see. Yeah, 17 Gaming should be, they're uncontested Picado Pachinki, so they should be going.
They should be. We've seen what Sonics is able to do when they're uncontested in these locations. There's no reason a world-class team like 17 Gaming can't do that as well. Thank you very much, Avenger. Time now to head on to the interviews here for our first day of the lower bracket to get some keen thoughts from our players.
Hello and welcome back to the main stage daily interviews with your host Bella. That was it for day one of the losers bracket. The matches today definitely kept me at the edge of my seat. So enough from me today. Let's hear it from the players themselves. First runner-up is Relo from Luminosity Gaming. Please welcome Relo. Okay, hi. Coming in number one on day one. Congrats to you. Good game today. So how confident are you about keeping your ranking on the leaderboard throughout tomorrow?
As long as we keep playing how we're playing right now, I'm confident we'll stay on top right now.
Ooh, that's good. That's bold. Yeah, okay. Who would you say is your biggest competition within the losers bracket?
If I had to choose a team, I would choose Twisted Minds probably, or any of the Chinese teams. But I usually answer this question with the same answer. I would say ourselves. We're usually our own worst enemy, so.
Oh, that is deep.
Yeah.
Okay, you're fighting against yourself tomorrow because you're number one on the leaderboard anyway.
We're always fighting against ourselves.
Ooh, okay. Hey, your teammate Kick got his cute little moment on screen like a couple of days back. Were you jealous of his, 5 minutes of fame?
No, not at all. He deserves all the attention he gets. He's a superstar. He owns.
Okay, then I'm sure the fans, the Korean fans definitely love, Kick's little cheat card. So I'm sure the fans at home will be dying to get a cute Relo moment on screen too. So, wanna give it a go?
If you insist. Will you do it with me?
Okay, let's do it for the fans out there.
Okay.
On three.
Three?
1, 2, 3. Yeah! You gotta wink. It's the Korean way.
Wink. I can't do it.
All right, good game today and good luck to you for tomorrow too.
Thank you.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, you will.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
That was Relo from Luminosity Gaming. I like how they're excited. It's after day one, so they must have had a long day, but they're so confident and so hyped. Let's meet our second player of the day, Batulins from Twisted Minds. Please welcome Batulins. Привет, Sasha.
Привет.
Okay, coming in number 2 on the first day. Good game today. So do you have any games, any of the matches from today that you want to talk about?
Okay, so first I will answer in Russian to my Russian viewers, and then in English to you, okay?
Okay, I'm sure the fans would love that.
Okay. Собственно, насчет, в принципе, игр, которые впечатлили сегодня, это была первая игра, когда мы, в принципе, сыграли супер успешно, и это дало энергичный заряд на весь день и вообще, в принципе, понимание, что мы будем фармить. Okay, so the first game was special for us because we played really nice and we get this super important confidence in the whole day so that we gonna crush everyone, crush.
Yeah, it's always have that good start, the good kick to your first game, yeah. And from what I know, it must not have been easy to play 5 days in a row so far. The intense gaming, is it catching up to you? What are you doing to stay so focused? Top of your game.
Окей, тут говорят, что сложно играть 5 дней подряд, на самом деле легко. Мы просто хотели побольше игр на турнире против лучших команд. В общем, да, все легко, просто играем в игру и отлично. Yeah, so in English, it's actually easy for us to play 5 days in a row. We're just playing the game, we have fun, and that's all.
Oh, it's not even trouble for you.
Yeah.
Just breathing.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. And, since it's our first interview since the tournament started, let's, have a thank you to the fans watching you from home. in Russian and English.
Окей, to the fans. В общем, ребята, продолжайте в нас верить. Мы, как вы видите, даже такие непростые ситуации игровые делают нас только сильнее. И просто продолжайте болеть, и мы всех разнесем. And so, to the English-speaking fans, still support us because we are super good team and we're gonna destroy everyone anyway. Thank you.
Okay, we'll see more of you tomorrow. Good game today and good luck to you for tomorrow too.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Пока-пока.
Oh, пока. Пока, Batulins. That was Batulins from Twisted Minds. That is a wrap for day one of the losers bracket. And I know the question on everyone's mind is, who will be the top 8 team that make it into the grand finals? We'll find out tomorrow, so stay tuned, and I'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. Bye-bye. Пока.